Lord of Mystery, The Undead Don't Die from Passing Fire by author Ni Di Xun Zong. Chapter 111 to 120. Welcome to Fanfic Audiobook, your go-to place for immersive audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to our channel for more amazing stories. And those who want to support me, I have a Patreon channel, get early access to video on Patreon. Chapter 111, Speak of the Devil. Embers returned to Backland this time, besides continuing the main quest of the Black Emperor, had another important reason, the potion. He had already completed the digestion of the Trick Master potion, so he needed to take the Astrologer potion. And the Kurala sisters had also completed the digestion of the Assassin potion, so they likewise needed to continue taking the Instigator potion. However, since the two sisters shared one portion of ashes, they only needed one Instigator potion. And these potions were naturally provided by the Church of the Night. Benefactor. After Ember took the potion, Archbishop Anthony asked, "Do you know about the Abraham family?" Abraham. A trace of confusion flashed in Ember's eyes, and he nodded lightly, saying, "I've heard of them." The Abraham family inherited from the top noble families of the Tudor dynasty in the Fourth Epoch. In that era, whether it was the Augustus family of Rouen, the Einhorn family of Fersac, the Sauron family of Intis, or the Castile family of Fenboot, none had yet risen. Even the ancient Antigonus family and Cheritu family were slightly inferior to them. But that was all. This family was once incredibly glorious, but this glory failed to be passed down to the present day. After the Four Emperors' War, this family seemed to vanish without a trace, with few rumors related to them. And the only thing about this family that interested Ember was that they were said to possess the complete apprentice sequence. Archbishop Anthony saw Ember's confusion and explained, the Abraham family was once a premier top noble family, not inferior to any secret organization. But one day, their ancestor Bethel Abraham suddenly disappeared, causing the family to lose its greatest support. And after that, the family was afflicted by some unknown, terrifying curse. Everyone in the Abraham family suffered from the curse. Anyone with the family's bloodline would frequently hear strange ravings after becoming an extraordinary, eventually losing control because of it, with no one spared. And these extraordinaries who lost control due to the ravings would cause even greater slaughter. This caused this once prominent family to rapidly decline in a very short time. Some even suspected they had long since vanished into the river of history. But according to the intelligence of the Church of the Night, this family still exists today. They are just no longer as prominent as before, and there seems to have been some internal turmoil, which has also caused the family to become weaker. As of today, this family now only has a small number of extraordinaries, and most of these extraordinaries are at risk of losing control. But no matter what, the family's lineage has never been broken. Therefore, they should still possess the high sequence potion formulas for the apprentice pathway, which is why I wanted to mention them. The Church of the Knight's apprentice pathway potion formulas only go up to sequence 5. Therefore, Benefactor, if you wish to obtain high sequence potion formulas for the apprentice pathway later, you might be able to start with this family. Archbishop Anthony explained very thoroughly, seemingly afraid that Ember might misunderstand the Church of the Night because of this. And everything Archbishop Anthony said was true. The Church of the Knight's apprentice pathway is not complete, only reaching sequence 5 at the highest. This is because once a pathway reaches high sequences, any faction will strictly guard its potion formulas. Even for organizations like the Seven Orthodox Gods churches, their extraordinaries can only obtain the potion when advancing, not the potion formula. And there are already few extraordinaries in the apprentice pathway. Coupled with the decline of the Abraham family, this has caused the high sequence potion formulas for this pathway to be almost lost. If one wants to advance further, it can only be through the Abraham family. Ravings. The Abraham family. Ember couldn't help but fall into thought. Furs is on the apprentice pathway and hears ravings on the night of the full moon. Could she be a descendant of the Abraham family? No, she said she only heard the ravings after using the stone bracelet. That was likely caused by the side effect of that string of stone beads. But in any case, even if Furs is not a descendant of the Abraham family, the person who guided her into the world of extraordinaries back then should also be connected to this family. If he really needed to find this family, perhaps he could go back and ask Furs first. However, Ember thought for a moment and asked, besides the Abraham family, are there no other factions that possess high sequence potion formulas for the apprentice pathway? As far as I know, the Seven Orthodox Gods churches should not have them. Archbishop Anthony shook his head and explained, as for other factions that might possess high sequence potion formulas for the apprentice pathway, there are probably only two, the Aurora Order and the Tamara family. As I mentioned before, the Abraham family once experienced an internal conflict. A portion of them joined the Aurora Order, and among them, even a demigod became a saint of the Aurora Order. Therefore, although the Aurora Order possesses potion formulas for the apprentice pathway, it doesn't necessarily include high sequences. Even if they do, it must be very limited. I estimate the highest potion formulas they possess only go up to sequence 3, and it's even very possible they only have up to sequence 4. As for the Tamara family, because they had long-term intermarriages with the Abraham family, it is also very likely that they possess high-sequence potion formulas for the apprentice pathway. But unfortunately, the traces left by this family are even fewer than those of the Abraham family. So it's still only the Abraham family. Ember shook his head. It seemed this side quest had to be done whether he liked it or not. Unless he wanted to stop at sequence 5 and make no further progress. Although he himself did not rely on the extraordinary abilities of these so-called pathways. But just like someone once said, not having a sword in hand and having a sword but not using it are not the same thing. Benefactor. Archbishop Anthony saw that Ember had accepted this information and continued, the surviving members of the Abraham family are scattered across the world. The Church of the Night is trying to find their traces, but this may take some time. No hurry. Ember shook his head and said, I'm still just sequence 7, there's still a long time until sequence 5. According to certain fragments in his memory. From sequence 7 to sequence 6, it takes at least 2 months. And from sequence 6 to sequence 5, it requires the corresponding 4 months. Even upon reaching sequence 5, fully digesting the potion would take at least, 2 months. Ember's expression was slightly suspicious. Why does it take less time to go from sequence 5 to sequence 4 instead? Who is this based on as a template? Oh, I can't remember. Then never mind, none of that is important anyway. In short, following this template, it would still take him 8 months to complete the potion digestion. This means he only needed to find the Abraham family within these 8 months. Of course. Archbishop Anthony nodded with a smile, watching Ember leave. And when Ember left the church, his figure completely disappeared from sight. However, the smile on Archbishop Anthony's face gradually disappeared, replaced by a look of worry. This past month and more not only failed to delay Benefactor's investigation. It even accelerated the progress. And unfortunately, Ariana, her grace, is not in Backland right now, so how should he handle this? Help Benefactor with the investigation. Not to mention how little he himself knew about the so-called Black Emperor intelligence. Just the possibility that this matter could disrupt the goddess's plans was enough to make him hesitate. Should he refuse Benefactor? That's even more impossible. The goddess had a divine oracle beforehand, stating that all of Benefactor's needs must be met unconditionally. Archbishop Anthony was truly in a dilemma now, unable to help and unable not to help. This undoubtedly made things very difficult for him. After a long period of hesitation, Archbishop Anthony finally decided to inform Ms. Ariana of the situation here. After all, she was responsible for all of this. What did it have to do with him, a mere sequence 3 archbishop? Winter County, Serenity Chapel. Ariana stood before a massive painting, suddenly feeling something and raising her head to look at the huge scroll. A moment later, her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already inside the main prayer hall of the Serenity Chapel. She stood below the altar, her head bowed, her eyes tightly closed. Benefactor has returned to Backland. An evil god suspected to be the original moon, impersonating the Desire Mother Tree, has delivered an oracle to the Rose School, attempting to deceive Benefactor into collecting the 22 blasphemy cards, especially the Moon and Mother slates. Chunna's Kurg's soul fell into the hands of Benefactor, and he has learned of the existence of Ruin No. 1. Ariana reported everything Archbishop Anthony had conveyed to the goddess. And soon, she received a response from the goddess. Not 1, but 2. Be careful of the moon. Ariana opened her eyes, her pupils suddenly dilating as if an earthquake had struck, her eyes filled with horror. Did 2 evil gods successively borrow the name of Desire Mother Tree and simultaneously issue divine oracles? So this is why the divine oracle was divided into 2 parts. The content of the first divine oracle was for Benefactor to collect the 22 blasphemy cards as much as possible, especially the moon card. And perhaps because this first divine oracle was known to another evil god, he also hoped to achieve certain goals through Benefactor. That's why there was a second divine oracle. And the mother card. In other words, one evil god is craving for the moon card to be collected, while another evil god is craving for the mother card to be collected. This may be related to their authority. They may be craving to descend through these 2 blasphemy cards. Just like the vessel of true creator, are these two blasphemy cards also their vessels? But why can they all transmit divine oracles through the Rose School? The Rose School undoubtedly cannot simultaneously believe in three evil gods. They have always believed in Bound God, and Bound God is the incarnation of Desire Mother Tree. Ariana immediately realized the key to the problem. This situation usually has only one explanation. That is, the authority of these three evil gods overlaps and intersects. Therefore, the other two evil gods were able to use the loophole that exists due to this overlapping authority, and transmit false divine oracles to the Rose School under the name of Desire Mother Tree. And the intersecting part of the authority is also very clear, which is the moon. Originally, everything could have been completed without anyone noticing, but the third evil god detected all this, and he also took the opportunity to transmit a new divine oracle to the Rose School again, supplementing the instruction for Benefactor to collect the mother card. This was still not discovered by Desire Mother Tree, but it successfully caused its followers to be suspicious. This is why everything was ultimately exposed before Desire Mother Tree. Desire Mother Tree, original moon. So, who is the third evil god? So far, at least 4 evil gods have been in contact with Benefactor. True Creator, Desire Mother Tree, original moon, and an unknown evil god also related to the authority of the moon. More or less, they all try to achieve a certain goal through Benefactor. And this goal may be related to transferring fire. Ariana suddenly lowered her head, drew a scarlet moon on her chest, and softly chanted the goddess's honorific name. She dared not think further. Even if she is an angel on earth, one of the most powerful extraordinary in the world. But in front of the gods, she is still as insignificant as dust. Even with the goddess's protection, even if she is in Serenity Chapel. But if she gets too deeply involved, it may still attract the attention of those evil gods. As for Black Emperor, Ariana chose to remain silent. In fact, she knows Black Emperor, knows that this is sequence 0 of the lawyer pathway, and also knows that the Black Emperor of the ancient Solomon Empire once tried to become a god, but ultimately failed. After all, at his level and rank, he is not too unfamiliar with ancient history and the main characteristics of the 22 pathways. But until Benefactor appeared, until the goddess hinted at Black Emperor before, she didn't know that Ruined Kingdom was actually trying to create a god. And even today, even though she knows that Ruined Kingdom is trying to create a god, but she still doesn't know the specific process and location. She didn't think about investigating, but ultimately dismissed the idea. Because it is clear that more than one god is involved, and there must be other gods providing protection and concealment for the Ruined Kingdom, otherwise there would have been almost no flaws until now. Even the goddess knows a lot about it and has reached some kind of agreement with True Creator for this. But no matter what, these are not things she should investigate. And since the goddess did not explicitly say that she wanted to stop Benefactor from continuing the investigation, it is likely that she wants them to let nature take its course. If that's the case, then they should just watch. Of course, when Benefactor needs it, they will also provide corresponding assistance. Leaving St. Samuel Cathedral, Ember returned to Hillston District. Although more than a month had passed. But the changes in Backland were actually not significant, or rather, there were no changes at all. The sky was still gray, shrouded in a thick black fog. Not a single ray of sunlight could penetrate the fog covering the city and shine on the earth of Backland. Although he had returned to Backland. But at this time, Ember seemed to have lost his initial excitement. He just walked aimlessly on the street. Unconsciously, he had returned to Birmingham Street. He was planning to go straight back to 117 Birmingham, but when he passed a coffee shop, Ember stopped. Through the window of the coffee shop facing the street, Ember saw a familiar figure. It was a graceful lady, wearing a beige, ruffled collar long dress, with slightly curled brown hair draped over her shoulders. Although her back was facing Ember, preventing him from seeing her face. But based on her back, he had recognized that it was furs. And opposite her sat an old man wearing a coat and a semi-high black top hat. And at this moment, the old man's azure eyes were filled with a hint of undisguised disappointment. Ember did not go in to say hello, he just stood by the roadside and watched. He also bought a newspaper from a thin newsboy who was struggling to hawk along the street. The newsboy's body was extremely thin, looking as if he hadn't eaten for several days, and even his hawking voice was weak. And his satchel was almost full, perhaps because it was already afternoon. People who wanted to buy newspapers had already bought them in the morning and wouldn't wait until the afternoon. Only people like Ember who had just arrived in Backland needed to understand the situation through newspapers. Ember glanced at the date on the newspaper. Well, this was a newspaper from several days ago, so it made sense that the newsboy couldn't sell his newspapers. Looking down again, the headline on the front page had a huge banner title. 11. Another lady murdered. Civilis Square is helpless. Ember frowned. He remembered that when he left, Miss Daly from Tingen had already taken over this case, and she was a Sequence 6 extraordinary. With a Sequence 6 extraordinary leading the investigation, this case had not been solved even after more than a month. Is this efficiency a bit low? Ember shook his head. The police in Ruin Kingdom were really useless. However, this farce has been going on for too long. I hope it can be resolved as soon as possible. Meanwhile, in the coffee shop, Furs took a sip of Filmer coffee and organized her words. I used to be a doctor at the nearby Yusuf Clinic, and Mrs. Anliza often came to see me. At that time, her husband, Mr. Labero, had already passed away. I would occasionally accompany her and help her with some things, such as. So, she finally made a will, giving her savings and cash to me, and donating her jewelry, books, furniture, and other items to charity organizations, supervised by the law firm she designated. Furs did not lie, she was telling the truth. She just concealed something. She already knew that the old man in front of her was named Lawrence Nord, who claimed to be from Constant City in Jonai County, and was a public school teacher. And his purpose in coming to Backland was to find Mrs. Anliza's husband. And given that Mrs. Anliza became an extraordinary by inheriting her husband's legacy, and Furs herself became an extraordinary because of Mrs. Anliza. Therefore, the old man in front of her is very likely also an extraordinary. At least someone who knows about the existence of extraordinary. Therefore, Furs politely declined his request to talk in a private room and chose a table by the window. At the same time, she concealed the fact that she had become an extraordinary. After all, Rosal the Great once said, "Do not have the heart to harm others, but you must have the heart to guard against others." Chapter 112, Mimicry is Despicable. Hearing Furs's words, Mr. Lawrence's eyes showed unconcealed disappointment, and he rubbed his forehead, saying, "It's truly a pity. I cannot understand why Mrs. Anliza didn't contact me during those years. She didn't mention your name, and seemed vaguely dissatisfied with Mr. Labero's relatives." Furs answered frankly, offering neither comfort nor explanation. Mr. Lawrence was silent for a moment before saying, "Thank you for telling me, this has made me understand some things. By the way, where are Labero and Anliza buried?" "Grim Cemetery." "Is that so?" Mr. Lawrence's eyes dimmed, perhaps thinking of something. Furs rested one hand on her chin, while the other idly stirred her coffee with a spoon. Her gaze drifted towards the window, but suddenly caught a familiar figure. Furs's eyes moved slightly, and she saw the person's full face. Although it was only a half-profile, she instantly recognized the person. It was Ember. He was standing by the roadside, looking down at a newspaper, frowning tightly for some reason. "Mr. Lawrence, I have something to attend to, I should leave." A hint of joy flashed in Furs's eyes. She put down the hand supporting her chin and said to Mr. Lawrence as she stood up. On the main road, Ember was looking down at the newspaper when a faint fragrance wafted into his nostrils. At the same time, a girl's clear and gentle voice came. "When did you get back?" Ember looked up and saw Furs standing gracefully in front of him. Seeing Ember's gaze, she even deliberately blinked playfully. "I only arrived in Pritz Harbor this morning, and returned to Backland at 2 in the afternoon." Ember explained casually, "Are you very familiar with that old gentleman?" "No." Furs shook her head, hesitated for a moment, then moved closer and whispered, "He calls himself Lawrence Nord, and is an old acquaintance of Mrs. Anliza's husband, Mr. Labero. He came specifically to find them this time, but I suspect he and Mr. Labero are secret members of a certain family." "Such a coincidence." Ember raised his eyebrows, showing a slightly surprised expression. "Does this count as a real-world application of the law of extraordinary characteristics aggregation?" "Coincidence?" Furs's eyes were a little confused, seemingly unable to understand the meaning of Ember's words. "They might be from the Abraham family." Ember explained as simply as possible, "and they possess all the potion formulas for the apprentice sequence. If they want to continue advancing later, they will inevitably become involved with the Abraham family." Potion formulas. Furs's expression immediately became serious. She didn't know anything about the Abraham family, but the importance of potion formulas was self-evident. Although she had no great ambitions and never thought of becoming a demigod one day. But these potion formulas were of extraordinary significance to Ember. Then wouldn't this family have demigods? Furs couldn't help but ask in a low voice. An ancient family that has been passed down since the Fourth Epoch, existing for at least 1 or 2,000 years. Coupled with the fact that they have mastered the complete, apprentice, sequence, it's not surprising for a few demigods to emerge. Impossible. Ember denied it without hesitation. Members of the Abraham family are just like you. Due to the ravings, it's difficult for them to become extraordinary, let alone powerful extraordinary. Ravings. Furs immediately thought of the curse on her and instantly understood why Ember would say it was impossible. If becoming an extraordinary would immediately result in a curse, members of this family probably wouldn't last long at all. Just like Furs herself, she barely lasted for over a year and was already close to losing control. If Ember hadn't helped her resolve the curse twice, and then she met Mr. Fool, allowing her to avoid the curse by praying to Mr. Fool on the night of the full moon, she would probably have already lost control and mutated into an ugly monster. Under the torment of the ravings, even living was a luxury for them, let alone becoming a high-sequence extraordinary. Then, Furs thought for a moment and hesitated, should I go back and have a good talk with him? Although she didn't expect to gain the other party's trust through a few words of conversation, doing so would at least do no harm. No need, that would be too suspicious. Let nature take its course. Ember was tempted, but still chose to refuse. Clumsily trying to get close would only make the other party suspicious and be counterproductive. Moreover, this Mr. Lawrence didn't seem to hold much power. He looked like an ordinary elderly man in his twilight years. There was no need to try and get close, they just needed to send someone to follow Mr. Lawrence. Following him, they would eventually find other members of the Abraham family. Youth is truly wonderful. Mr. Lawrence looked at the young man and woman outside the window, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Thinking of something, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, but it quickly turned bitter. Since the curse began to spread uncontrollably within the family bloodline, the Abraham family was forced to split up and scatter throughout the world in small family units. The Elder Council's control over family members also dropped to the lowest point as a result. A large number of Abraham, in order to avoid the effects of the curse, were unwilling to advance and remained at Sequence 8 or Sequence 9. Some even chose not to attempt becoming an extraordinary at all due to the curse, wishing to live a peaceful and beautiful life as ordinary people with some knowledge and wealth. Finally, they found a way to bypass the curse. Imitating the master-apprentice inheritance system of the School of Life, they cultivated non-family members. They hoped that after these individuals advanced to high sequences, they could in turn help the Abraham solve the 1600-year-old curse. However, when these people were still weak, they were respectful to the Abraham who were their teachers. Soon, the strength of these, apprentice, grew rapidly under the acting method and the accumulation of large amounts of resources. However, at the same time, their mindset also changed. The apprentice, who had become mid-sequence extraordinary, completely lost their last shred of reverence when facing their teachers, who were only low sequence or not even extraordinary. They were like a pack of ungrateful wolf cubs. After growing up, not only did they not think of gratitude, but they also quickly turned on the Abraham. It was the Abraham family that gave them the potion and led them into the world of the extraordinary, and even generously imparted the acting method and various family resources without reservation. But they were still not satisfied. They had no gratitude for this, but instead felt that their strength did not match the status they received within the Abraham family. They began to covet higher power and plot for the Abraham family's powerful sealed artifact. Facing these, apprentice, with powerful strength, the Abraham chose to compromise. But this still did not satisfy the apprentice. To seize the property of the Abraham, they even went so far as to attract the Aurora Order. This was undoubtedly a disaster that almost led to the extinction of the Abraham. In this disaster, the upper echelons of the Abraham family were almost completely wiped out. More than half of the already few powerful sealed artifact were lost, leaving only 3. Mr. Lawrence's full brother, Richard, and all his children died in that disaster, killed by the disciples whom the Abraham had cultivated and trusted. After that disaster, the Abraham family rebuilt the Elder Council, and they reflected on their past actions. But they also fell into despair because they could not find a solution to the problem. If family members became extraordinary, they would suffer greatly from the ravings due to the curse. Once they lost control, it could even lead to the death of a large number of family members. It was almost impossible for them to become mid-sequence extraordinary, let alone high-sequence extraordinary at the demigod level. And they had already suffered the consequences of cultivating non-family members once and did not want to suffer it a second time. But if they did nothing, they would only gradually disappear into the long river of history due to the increasingly declining family. Mr. Lawrence did not want to face this desperate and oppressive atmosphere, so he chose to leave the family. His body was already too old, and his life was like a candle in the wind. He was dying. Perhaps next month, Perhaps next week, or perhaps tomorrow, he would die silently at some unknown time. He had wanted to see his few remaining family members before he died. Backland was his last stop. But the result he got was only disappointment and despair. His father's branch was now only him surviving. He was nearly 80 years old, and after his death, his lineage would completely disappear. Just thinking about this made him feel overwhelming sadness, impossible to suppress. What pained him the most was seeing no hope for revenge, no dawn for the family's glory to reappear. Before he died, he wanted to do something. For the family, and for himself. But what could he do? Mr. Lawrence picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip, his eyes becoming increasingly lost and helpless. On the streets of Bonningham Road, Ember and Furs walked side by side on their way home, frequently causing passers-by to turn their heads. But they didn't exchange any words, both choosing to remain silent. It wasn't until they returned to the house at 117 Bonningham Road. Ember walked through the door. The furnishings in the living room were still exactly the same as before, without the slightest change. "Can't you just use the key to open the door?" Furs walked through the door with him helplessly, complaining. "Didn't bring my key," Ember said calmly. Furs rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with him. She threw herself directly onto the soft sofa, hugged the soft pillow happily, and let out a comfortable sound. Where is Zio now?" Ember asked. "Don't you know her?" Furs complained. "Zio always stays in the East District during the day, and sometimes even stays there at night. She used to digest the arbitrator potion this way, and now she can digest the law enforcer potion this way. If this keeps up, I feel like she can completely digest the law enforcer potion within a month. Isn't that a good thing?" Seeing Furs's complaining face, Ember asked back. "What's so good about it?" Furs muttered softly, "What does it matter how fast the potion is digested? We are just ordinary people, what's the use of becoming so strong? Is that why you've been slacking off?" Ember didn't pay attention to Furs's complaint and asked back. Furs's face flushed, and she argued, "Can you call this slacking off? This is just having a clear self-awareness. I never had a strong desire to become stronger. After all, no matter how strong I become, it's impossible to become a demigod. And the acting method for Trick Master isn't that easy either. I tried the method you mentioned, writing a novel with a Trick Master as the protagonist. Although the sales weren't too bad, the progress of potion digestion didn't budge. This method is simply unreliable, completely useless. Besides this method, the only way to digest the potion is to perform magic tricks at a circus, but you can't possibly expect me to perform on the street, can you?" She was a former clinic doctor and a current best-selling novelist, earning nearly £1,000 a year. Although incomparable to the great nobles, she was already considered among the top tier of the middle class. Even for the sake of digesting the potion, she couldn't possibly perform on the street. "Absolutely not. Are you really thinking that?" Ember shook his head after listening to Furs's words and sighed softly. "Otherwise?" Furs asked back. "You're afraid of not having money, right?" Ember said lightly. Furs's eyes darted slightly, but Ember didn't give her a chance to argue at all. "Yes or no?" Furs opened her mouth, and the next second, as if completely deflated, she climbed up from the sofa and sat up straight, saying dejectedly, "What can I do? A sequence 7 costs at least £2,000, where would I get that much money?" Zio's potion digestion was very fast. But even if her potion digested quickly, wouldn't it be useless without money? Potion digestion was one thing, but advancement was another. They were just wild extraordinary, unlike the official extraordinary within the system who could get potions for free while receiving high salaries as long as they accumulated enough contributions. As wild extraordinary, they had to buy the potion formula themselves, and also buy the extraordinary characteristics needed to configure the potion. For example, a sequence 8 potion formula cost £400, and the premium could even reach £450. But if you add the cost of buying the main materials, it would cost at least £1,000 to complete the advancement. And a sequence 7 potion formula would only be more expensive, at least £800. The price of the main materials for sequence 7 needed to configure the potion was usually between £600 and £700. Even calculating based on £600, the total would need at least £2,000. Even a slight premium would completely exceed their savings capacity. Furs was considered wealthy. As a well-known best-selling novelist, her savings were originally over 4 digits. And Zio was even worse off, although she had a very good reputation in the East District. But her savings were less than £500. Even the extraordinary characteristics of the law enforcer were advanced by Furs. And it was precisely because they successively bought the Trick Master and Law Enforcer potion formulas, as well as the corresponding potions, that their savings were almost completely depleted. Although they had earned a lot of money during this time, it added up to less than £500. This amount of money couldn't even buy one potion formula. To support one of them in advancing, they would have to sell this house. Houses in the Hillston district were still very expensive, worth at least £2,500. Adding the £500 in savings, £3,000 could steadily support one of them to complete the advancement. But only one person. If Furs advanced, Zio could only watch. But as Furs said, she didn't have a strong obsession with becoming stronger. But Zio was different. She had to quickly find out the truth about her father's treason, and clear his name. And this would inevitably require strong power as a guarantee. Furs had originally advanced to sequence 8 faster than Zio, and if she also strictly followed the principles of the acting method, she would complete the digestion of the potion even faster than Zio. In that case, she would have the opportunity to advance before Zio. But this would also indirectly block Zio's opportunity for advancement. So she would rather choose to slack off, creating conditions for Zio to complete the digestion of the potion faster. Moreover, this wouldn't easily arouse Zio's suspicion. Anyway, she was originally this kind of personality. Even if she was always a couch potato, Zio could only sigh helplessly and wouldn't suspect that she was doing it on purpose. After all, Zio's brain is indeed not that good. Furs said seriously. Bang! Furs. The door to the room on the second floor was suddenly pulled open, and a petite figure appeared in the hallway on the second floor, accompanied by the girl's angry scolding. She was quite moved initially. But hearing Furs say her brain wasn't good, she couldn't hold back anymore. Furs was instantly dumbfounded, looking at Ember with a face full of disbelief. The other party looked calm, not even raising his head, obviously knowing that Zio was at home from the beginning. That's right. With his strength, how could he not know that someone was hiding at home? No wonder he walked directly through the door instead of choosing to open it properly. Because if he had done that, Zio, hearing the movement, would definitely have come out to greet him. You set me up. Furs looked heartbroken. She never expected Ember to set her up. And in her own home. How can this be called setting you up? Facing Furs's question, Ember's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't pound. He said calmly, and instead of worrying about this, you should think about how to explain to Zio. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Zio jumped down from upstairs and pounced on Furs on the sofa. I'm sorry, okay. No, not that kind of thing. Zio, stop, not there. Furs, who was tickled by Zio until she had no strength left, quickly surrendered, her body twitching and shaking for the same reason, her eyes unfocused and her tongue sticking out, showing an expression like ahegao. Will you dare to hide things from me next time? Zio waited for a while, letting Furs recover, but still refused to let her go, pulling Furs's cheeks hard on both sides, saying crossly. I won't dare. Furs struggled to swat Zio's hands, on the verge of tears. She was doing it out of kindness. Why did it seem like she had done something heinous now? Really, I even came back early specifically to celebrate your birthday. Zio pulled Furs's cheeks angrily, but ultimately let go because she felt sorry for her. Although she did have a desire to become stronger, was she the kind of person who would stop at nothing to advance, even draining her friend's savings? If that were the case, she would rather stay at Sequence 8 for the rest of her life. What's more, what about Sequence 8? Couldn't she investigate the truth of that year at Sequence 8? Birthday. Furs was stunned for a moment, murmuring softly. Yeah, today did seem to be her birthday. But it had been so long since her last birthday, she herself had almost forgotten. Furs pursed her lips, not letting her emotions show. Chapter 113 Audrey, follow my lead. Ember, got it, seriously. Hugh took the exquisitely packaged cake from the room and placed it on the table, then sat on the sofa with her arms crossed, complaining, I even specially set aside a day to prepare for your birthday. This cake alone took me several months to reserve from the Royal Violet Bakery. Royal Violet Bakery, just by the name, you know this is a shop that has received the Royal Certification from the Rune Royal family. And these shops with Royal Certification are usually very popular. To order a cake from them, you need to book at least 2 months in advance. And the price is extremely expensive, unaffordable even for the average middle class. But what Hugh didn't expect was that after months of careful preparation for Furs's birthday, what she got in return was betrayal. I'm doing this for your own good. Furs looked at her with a wronged expression, speaking weakly. Hugh gave her no face at all, refuting mercilessly, people always like to impose their will on others, and then call it, this is all for your own good. Did Rosal the Great say that too? Ember, who was sitting aside watching the show, suddenly asked. You too. Furs puffed out her cheeks and grumbled, if it weren't for you, how would things have gotten this bad? Hugh said irritably, if it weren't for Ember, you wouldn't have planned to tell me for your whole life. Furs, if you really did that, do you think I would be at ease? Even if I successfully advanced to sequence 7 later, I would definitely regret it my whole life. So I know I was wrong. Knowing you're wrong is useless. Starting tomorrow, you have to seriously act as a trick master. Huh, you don't really want me to go perform acrobatics in a circus, do you? That's better than lying around at home all day. Anyway, no matter how much you lie around, your potion won't digest. Besides, the one who performs acrobatics is a clown, you're a trick master, wouldn't it be better to perform magic? But what good would it do even if it digested? Furs mumbled, in the end, we still don't have money, right? Regarding this question, Ember looked at the two of them with some confusion, can't you borrow money? Borrow money? Hugh and Furs exchanged glances, then simultaneously looked at Ember. You mean, borrow from you? Furs straightened up, asking excitedly, how much can you lend us? It's not impossible. Ember pondered for 2 seconds, then nodded gently. Anyway, he wasn't short on money. It's not impossible. Then who were you originally going to suggest? Hugh frowned slightly, asking strangely. Miss Justice. Ember said without thinking, she provides, lending, services to Tarot Club members. Justice. Furs blinked, you admit you are Mr. Lover. When did I ever deny it? Ember retorted. What about Miss Justice? Is she Miss Audrey? Ember glanced at Hugh, who asked the question, and said, I suggest you ask Justice herself about this. All right. Hugh didn't dwell on it, but after thinking for a moment, she asked seriously again, how much can Miss Justice lend? I suggest you ask Justice herself. Ember repeated, but added at the end, but I estimate, the key to the problem is not how much Miss Justice can lend, but how much you can borrow. Quote. Furs opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating, and ultimately wisely chose to remain silent. If Miss Justice is really Miss Audrey, then she really doesn't seem to be short of money at all. Even if both of them need to advance to sequence 7, the total cost won't exceed £6,000. For ordinary people, this amount is something they wouldn't earn in a lifetime. But for Miss Audrey, this might just be a few months of her pocket money. If Miss Justice is willing to lend money, that would be best. Hugh sincerely breathed a sigh of relief, although borrowed money has to be repaid. But at least they no longer have to worry about who advances first. As for the issue of repayment, once they advance to sequence 7 and gain stronger abilities, repaying the money will naturally become easier. Oh right, Ember, there's something I forgot to tell you. Furs suddenly spoke, attracting Ember's attention, and asked in a low voice, do you still remember Oeptton? Who? Ember didn't react for a moment. Furs explained, that patient I encountered during my first surgery when I went to Backland Central Hospital before, that little boy. Furs organized her thoughts and said somewhat hesitantly, I used to dream about him often. He kept telling me in my dreams that he was already dead and asked you not to bother him anymore. When? Ember was slightly surprised and pressed for details. Around early September. Furs thought for a moment and replied. Early September. Ember gently tapped the table with his finger, deep in thought. At that time, he had just been pulled into the painting world, meaning that right after he left, the other party latched onto Furs. Do you remember which day the surgery was? Ember pondered for a moment and asked. August 21st, Tuesday. Furs answered immediately without thinking. It was from that day on that he performed surgeries for a whole week to complete the potion digestion. That day was the beginning of the most exhausting week of her life. Therefore, her impression of this day was particularly deep. Where did he live? Ember thought for a moment and continued to ask. I don't know. Furs shook her head, but Hugh immediately replied, North District, Dowden Street 66. Hugh. Furs widened her eyes, didn't you promise me you wouldn't investigate without permission? I didn't investigate without permission. A hint of slyness flashed in Hugh's eyes, and she said with a smile, I just accidentally found his home address. Only a ghost would believe you. Furs puffed out her cheeks, thinking, this excuse of yours can only fool idiots. How could it possibly be discovered accidentally? How long did the dreams last? What was the frequency? Ember thought for a moment and continued to ask. It lasted from early September until September 23rd, with a frequency of about once a week. Ever since I chanted Mr. Fool's honorific name, I haven't dreamed of him again. It was just a few days ago. Furs paused, then said, October 10th, which was 6 days ago, last Wednesday, there was a blood moon at night, and I had to urgently seek help from Mr. Fool. But before that, I seemed to vaguely see Will Oeptton's shadow. He tried to harm you. Hugh's expression was a mix of shock and anger. Why did you never tell me? I was afraid you'd worry. Under Hugh's angry glare, Furz's voice grew smaller and smaller. Not telling me is what makes me worry. All right, it's my fault, aren't I fine? Furz patted Hugh's head, comforting her. Whatever his purpose, I will visit him tomorrow. Ember pondered for a moment and said, try to go out as little as possible recently. Ember always felt that Will Oeptton was luring him. If he hadn't done anything, Ember would have almost forgotten his existence. After all, he didn't seem very resistant to burning, and in the era when the gods hadn't fallen, he wasn't the only one like that. But the other party took the initiative to come looking for him, saying not to bother him. But in reality, it was a classic case of protesting too much. Wasn't this a typical playing hard to get? Since he was so enthusiastically inviting, Ember couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. Oh. Furz nodded like a chick pecking rice, obediently saying, I'll try not to go out. Can I have cholera then? Quote. Ember looked at Furz speechlessly for a moment, then took out the bell. Ding-a-ling. Amidst the crisp sound of the bell, the figures of the Cholera sisters quietly appeared. Hey, my Cholera, long time no see. Hugh pulled open her collar, letting the shrunken curls slip in, while Furz directly hugged Cholera and started acting crazy. Hugh rolled her eyes at her and said irritably, you should at least wait until you finish the cake before going crazy, right? This was a cake she had reserved for a long time and waited in line for 2 whole months to buy. Ember shook his head and didn't disturb them. He turned and left the house. He couldn't rest yet, because he still had a lot of work to do. Minsk Street 15. Klene sat at the table, deep in thought. Just this morning, he went to visit the Rosal Memorial Exhibition held at the Kingdom Museum. This memorial exhibition was hosted by the Steam Church and Mechanical Heart, displaying a large number of Rosal the Great's original invention drafts and relics. The reason he suddenly had the idea to visit this memorial exhibition was because he had read Rosal's diary presented by the Tarot Club members. Although there were still large sections that were heavily censored, a small portion of it had extremely high value. For example, January 20th, I finished the second blasphemy card. Let me think, where should I hide it? I plan to disguise it as a bookmark and place it in a valuable book. If the recipient is not a fated person, it will be hard to imagine that in a highly valuable book, the most valuable thing is actually that inconspicuous bookmark. Good, this idea is good. Although this passage was not long, it revealed a very important piece of information. That is, Rosal once disguised a blasphemy card as a bookmark and placed it in a certain book. At today's memorial exhibition, Klene found that many books had bookmarks in them, and these bookmarks varied in form. Among them, one book successfully attracted his attention and was his key suspect. It was Rosal the Great's plagiarized, creative manuscript. However, because there were too many people at the exhibition during the day. To avoid alarming the Steam Church, Klene didn't dare to try anything. But this didn't mean he would give up. He didn't have much opportunity to verify whether that bookmark was a blasphemy card, but he wasn't acting alone. As his thoughts turned, Klene began to analyze the potential helpers among the people he knew. Gradually, he settled on one person. Miss Justice. Klene exhaled, drew the curtains, rubbed his cheek, and began to pray to himself. The fool not belonging to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray mist. The king of yellow and black who holds good fortune. I pray for some help. I pray for someone to help me access the bookmark tucked in Rosal's creative manuscript. Help me make a very small, hard to detect alteration to it, and tell me what reaction occurs. During this process, one can silently recite the Hermes or ancient Hermes language words corresponding to the pirate king. Regardless of who provides help, even if no reaction occurs, I am willing to provide £500 as compensation, which will be deducted from the £5,000 not yet paid. If there is a reaction, I am willing to give more. After doing all this, Klene waited for a moment before entering the gray fog, where he saw the light screen displaying his prayer. He had already divined that sneaking into the Kingdom Museum at night to steal the bookmark carried some risk, but it wasn't high. So now he just needed to find someone to help him test whether the bookmark was real. While analyzing, Klene quickly extracted his prayer information, adding extra layers of mosaic and slightly distorting his voice, then sent it into the illusory star representing Miss Justice. Hope nothing goes wrong, Klene thought silently. Just doing some small tests shouldn't involve too much risk, right? Meanwhile, in the luxurious villa of Earl Hall's family in the Queen's District. Audrey sat in front of her dressing table, thinking about how to quickly browse and memorize Rosal's diary when she visited the Rosal Memorial exhibition in the evening without arousing suspicion. Suddenly, her surroundings became hazy, and boundless gray-white fog surged forth. In the center of the gray fog, the figure of the fool sat high, listening to a prayer from a male figure so blurry it couldn't be seen clearly at all. And when Audrey heard the words of the prayer, she blinked. After a slight hesitation, she chose to accept it. Anyway, she was going to visit the Rosal Memorial exhibition today. As for how to cause some minor damage, Audrey pondered, her gaze unfocused as it swept over the items on her dressing table, then suddenly fixed on the open jewelry box, specifically on a pair of gemstone earrings decorated with fine needles. The corners of her mouth curved up slightly, her eyes narrowed a little, and she murmured to herself. Well, although I can complete the task by myself. But to be safe, it would be best to have someone assist. Susie is just right. Miss, are you inside? Lost in thought, Audrey heard a knock on the door and a slightly distorted voice coming from the corridor outside. From the previous footsteps and their rhythm, she recognized it was her personal maid, Annie. I'm here, come in. Audrey glanced in the mirror, composed her expression, tidied her hair, and straightened her back. Click. Annie pushed open the door and smiled. Miss, I have good news to tell you. Huh, what good news? Audrey blinked her eyes curiously, like a miss who was unfamiliar with the ways of the world. Annie smiled brightly and said, Viscount Black is downstairs, and Mrs. Caitlin is entertaining him. After a pause, Annie winked at Audrey. He seems to have come specifically to see Miss. Huh. Audrey immediately showed a surprised expression, a blush spreading across her pretty face, looking a little flustered. I'll put on some makeup first, I'll be right down. All right, Miss. A hint of mischief flashed in Annie's eyes, and she bowed slightly before exiting the room. What Annie didn't know was that as soon as she closed the door and blocked the view, Audrey's expression returned to normal in a very short time. Has Mr. Lover returned? During the last Tarot Club meeting, he and Mr. Alger were already less than 2 days away from Pritz Harbor. Calculating the time, Mr. Lovers should have arrived at Pritz Harbor this morning. The young girl fiddled with her smooth golden hair, repeatedly wrapping strands around her fingers and quickly releasing them, her fair and beautiful face filled with a serious expression of thought. Although her face was calm, the young girl's mood seemed a little complicated and conflicted. At that time, her father had noticed that there was a connection between her and Ember. To avoid exposing the existence of the Tarot Club, she chose to pretend to be a young girl experiencing her first love. This could naturally cover up the existence of the Tarot Club. At the same time, it could also effectively explain her relationship with Ember. And indeed, that was the case. Her father had no doubts about their relationship. He even invited Ember to be her home tutor. Well, although this home tutor was not at all competent and had only worked for a few days in total so far. However, considering Ember's flexible working system in the Church of the Night, he was already considered competent here. Now back. The only problem was, what attitude should I take when I see Mother? I don't want to appear too enthusiastic. But it won't work if I appear too cold. Audrey fell into deep thought. But soon she didn't need to struggle with this issue anymore. Because, footsteps came from outside the door again. It's not Annie. Audrey listened to the sound and rhythm of the footsteps outside the door, finding them very familiar but unable to match them to a specific servant for a moment. Until she heard a knock on the door. May I come in, Mr. Lover? The young girl's expression was slightly surprised. She patted her face and said softly, please come in. Click. Ember pushed the door open and quickly closed it after entering the room. Through the crack in the door, Audrey also saw Susie lying on the ground and winking at her. Quote. Audrey was a little speechless. Susie, what are you doing, Susie? Audrey sighed helplessly in her heart. Susie spent all day with Annie and the others and had learned bad habits. Audrey opened her mouth, just about to say hello. But then she suddenly heard tiny footsteps from outside the door. It was as if someone was walking on tiptoe, and there was more than one person. How did you get up here? Audrey's expression changed slightly, a blush appeared on her cheeks, and she was so nervous that her voice stammered a little. Ember shrugged. Mrs. Caitlin asked me to come up and talk to you. Is that so? Then, when did you come back? I just arrived at Pritz Harbor this morning and took the steam train back to Backland at 2 in the afternoon. Audrey lowered her head, seemingly not knowing what to say next. After a moment, she said with a slight blush, Ash, can you tell me about your experiences at sea during this time? Of course. Ember smiled and nodded. He pretended to ponder for a moment and then began to recount his sea voyage experiences, partly fabricated and partly pieced together. Well, where should I start? I departed from Pritz Harbor, and the first stop was Demir Island. Hearing the conversation from inside the room. Not long after, there were faint sounds of women covering their mouths and giggling from outside the door. A moment later, footsteps came from outside the door, gradually fading away. It seemed that the woman had left the corridor satisfied. Really? Audrey's expression instantly returned to normal, and she said somewhat troubled, "How can even mother be like this?" She recognized the footsteps as belonging to Mrs. Caitlin, and the giggling was also hers. But why would a mother want to see her daughter make a fool of herself? Isn't it because they care about you? Ember shrugged and sat down on a chair nearby. Audrey's expression was a little helpless, and she sighed softly. Really? If only she had pretended to have a different relationship back then, it would probably be difficult to end things now if it continued like this. Moreover, fortunately, father wasn't home, otherwise, the situation would probably only become more complicated. However, Ember's arrival didn't seem to be a bad thing either. Ember. Audrey organized her thoughts and said softly, "Just now, Mr. Fool's benefactor issued a commission to me. He hopes that I can cause some minor, inconspicuous damage to a certain bookmark at the Rosal the Great Memorial Exhibition." After thinking for a moment, Audrey added, "That bookmark seems to contain some very important secrets. Mr. Fool's benefactor values it so much that he offered an unlimited price. I accepted the commission, but it's a bit difficult for me to do it alone without being noticed." "So," Audrey blinked, "Ember, do you want to come?" "Okay." Ember was a little surprised, but after thinking about it, he nodded gently. Although he wasn't interested in Rosal's rough diary. But he didn't have anything else to do anyway, so accompanying Audrey wasn't a bad idea. Ember thought for a moment and then asked, "How is your mind reader potion digestion going?" "Just a little bit more." The corners of Audrey's mouth curved up slightly, her smile clear, and she said in a cheerful tone, "I estimate that I should be able to complete the digestion before the end of the month. At that time, I will also become a mid-sequence extraordinary." She only became an extraordinary of the spectator pathway in early July. By the end of August, she had already advanced to mind reader. And now, only a little over a month has passed, and she will soon completely digest the potion. And most importantly, she has already obtained all the potions needed to advance to psychologist. She can advance immediately after digesting the potion. In less than 4 months, from an ordinary person to a mid-sequence extraordinary at sequence 7. This speed is undoubtedly unimaginable for ordinary people. Even with the blessing of the acting method, her speed is definitely among the fastest. Although due to the spectator pathway, she has become accustomed to concealing her emotions. But this doesn't mean that her heart won't leap and feel proud because of it, she just doesn't often show it. Ember. Audrey winked at Ember slyly, "I think you should be able to prepare the sequence 6 potion formula for me in advance. I want to collect the main ingredients beforehand. It would be best if I can complete the collection of the main ingredients before digesting the potion, just like these past few times." The sequence 7 potion formula cost £800. Including the various materials, she spent a total of £2,300. And the sequence 6 will only be more expensive. Although theoretically, the sequence 6 potion formula only needs less than £1,600. But the closer you get to higher sequences, the fewer potion formulas are in circulation. This also leads to very serious price gouging for potion formulas above the mid-sequence. According to the market price, the sequence 6 potion formula could even be as high as £3,000. And at the sequence 6 level, the price of each main ingredient required to concoct the potion is no less than £2,000. In other words, if you want to complete the advancement, you will need to spend at least £7,000 in total. Even for Audrey, this was not a small burden. Because this was equivalent to her allowance for a whole half year. Especially when she still had to pay Ember the rental fee for the sacrifice ring monthly, it seemed even more strained. However, this was actually not a big problem. After all, although she didn't have money, her father, Earl Hall, did. A mere £7,000 was less than 1% of the Hall family's annual income. Just a small amount of money. Audrey thought happily. No problem. Ember nodded slightly, and at the end, he poured a basin of cold water on Audrey. However, most of the sequence pathways owned by the Church of the Night Goddess only go up to sequence 5. After all, the major powers are extremely strict about the confidentiality of high-sequence potion formulas, and the Church is not omnipotent. Therefore, you can only find the potion formulas above sequence 4 yourself. Sequence 5, Audrey pursed her lips, feeling a little complicated. A few months ago, she was still an ordinary noble girl full of yearning for the extraordinary world. But now she has touched the threshold of mid-sequence extraordinary. Even the demigod who was once high above and could only be looked up to, seemed within reach. One must know that even in the churches of the true gods, demigods are sought after high-level combatants. This is not something I should be thinking about now. Audrey shook her head, her tone still cheerful, and said with a smile, I still have a long way to go before becoming a demigod at sequence 4, and besides, this is not something that can be achieved overnight, is it? The advancement of low sequences is fast, but that doesn't mean mid and high sequences are the same. Now it takes less than 2 months to digest the potion, but in the mid-sequence, it might be at least half a year as the boundary. Counting that way, it would still be at least a year until she becomes sequence 5. She didn't need to think about such long-term matters. Moreover, isn't there the all-powerful Mr. Fool? With Mr. Fool here, she could also exchange accumulated merits for potion formulas at that time, couldn't she? Achoo! At 15 Minsk Street, Klene rubbed his nose and looked around vigilantly. Could it be that some villain wants to harm me? 6 in the afternoon. The Kingdom Museum sent away the last batch of visitors. But soon, they welcomed a new batch of visitors. A visiting group composed of people of high status, such as the Earl's Miss, the Duke's children, and young Viscounts. These high-status noble children naturally wouldn't squeeze in with commoners to visit the exhibition, so they chose to come after the Kingdom Museum closed, and were received by dedicated staff. And Audrey and Ember were among them. In the gloom of Backland, she is like the bright sun. At this time, Max Livermore, the captain of the Mechanical Heart West End team who was responsible for guarding the exhibition, was looking at the golden-haired, blue-eyed young girl on the side with admiration. However, when his gaze met the young man beside the young girl, his heart couldn't help but feel a little pained. Unfortunately, a pearl is covered in dust. At this time, Audrey was like a noble miss who showed great curiosity about everything in the outside world, looking with interest at the gold-plated toilets carved with intricate patterns. Is this the first flushing toilet in the modern sense? Yes, I personally believe this is one of Rosal's outstanding contributions to human civilization. It, along with its package sewer system, changed the phenomenon of Trier being full of dirty things on the streets. The guide originally wanted to say the word, excrement, but, looking at the young lady in front of him, felt he shouldn't lose his refined demeanor. Gleeland Viscount laughed beside them. Why are you so curious about this too? No matter how old it is, it's still just a flush toilet. The other noble youths who were on good terms with them burst out laughing. No, Grelint, you don't understand. This is the glory of human civilization. Miss Audrey responded with a slight smile, making a face of disgust in her heart. If it weren't for the commission from Mr. Fool's benefactor, I wouldn't want to do this. She sighed helplessly. Although Ember was still there, Miss Audrey had already decided on the division of labor before coming. The other party would only be responsible for covering for him. And, given Ember's image, it was indeed not suitable for him to play a naive young lady. Miss Audrey imagined the scene in her mind and couldn't help but laugh. PFF'd. Ember cast a questioning look, which immediately made Miss Audrey, feeling guilty like a thief, look away and pretend to be curious as she walked towards other exhibits. Soon, the group, led by the guide, entered the exhibition hall where Rosal's diary was displayed. Miss Audrey, as always, showed great interest, requesting to admire certain items in each exhibition hall carefully, and her requests were basically met. The guide could neither refuse the request of this beautiful young lady nor could he refuse her request. Because she was the most dazzling gem of Backland and the daughter of Earl Hall. As long as she didn't want to take all these things home, no one would refuse her request. Ember also glanced at a diary entry in the exhibition hall. May 21st, Mrs. Alice is really great. May 22nd, her daughter is also great. May 24th, Tisk, Mrs. Alice actually has a little granddaughter, with the same name as her. But to distinguish them, let's call her Little Alice. I didn't realize, Little Alice is already 19 years old, but her figure is still so petite and lovely. Mrs. Alice is also good. From her appearance, she doesn't look like someone almost 60 years old at all, she looks at most in her 20s. May 25th, Little Alice stepped on me in white silk yesterday, AWSL. Well, I found that I'm somewhat infatuated with Little Alice, white silk is really great. May 27th, Little Alice's husband suddenly visited, which startled me. He asked me if I knew where Little Alice was, how would he know that when he asked this question, Little Alice was hidden in my arms, only a blanket away from him. June 4th, tired, a little tired. White silk is good, but it gets tiring after a long time. But Little Alice came again today, and brought one of her sisters, another white silk. AWSL. White silk will never get tired. White silk is always the god. June 10th, Mrs. Alice suddenly came to my door angrily, blaming me for being obsessed with her granddaughter. Ember withdrew his gaze expressionlessly and followed the group preparing to move to other exhibition halls. Finally, after stopping and walking along the way, they arrived at the restored study of Rosal during his lifetime. And when the guide introduced the creative manuscript, the young lady spoke with bright eyes. "Can I flip through it? I want to see what the great inventor Rosal's manuscript looks like specifically and what wonderful ideas it contains." "No problem, beautiful Miss Hall, esteemed Gleeland Viscount, you can both flip through it, ah. If any of you are devout believers of the church, you can even apply for a rubbed copy." The guide answered according to Max's hint. As a devout believer of the goddess, Miss Audrey could only respond with a slight smile, not convenient to speak. At the same time, she pretended to adjust her hair, touched her right ear with her palm, and quietly removed the earring. Immediately after, the glass covering the desk was opened, Miss Audrey stepped forward, pressed down on the manuscript, and casually pulled out the bookmark as if unintentionally, then flipped to a random page. Bang! Suddenly, a light sound. A surprised exclamation seemed to come from beside her, attracting everyone's attention. Looking sideways, she saw that Ember had accidentally swept the ink bottle off the desk. And seeing the ink bottle fall to the ground, everyone's hearts leapt to their throats. But just as the ink bottle was about to hit the ground and shatter, Ember quickly caught it with his sharp eyes and hands. Immediately, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. "Sorry, my oversight." Ember put the ink bottle back on the desk and said apologetically. "No, it's all right." The guide breathed a sigh of relief, and then added, "Please be careful, especially when handling items that are easily damaged." Really, how could Miss Audrey be interested in such a clumsy young man? Max frowned, feeling quite dissatisfied. But given the other party's status as a noble youth, and since no items were actually damaged, he couldn't step forward to reprimand him. Taking this opportunity, Miss Audrey, who had finished her probing, dropped the earring in her hand to the ground, then turned her head and said, "Excuse me, I dropped my earring." The maid quickly came closer, picked up the earring, and helped her put it on. This interlude passed in an instant, and everyone's attention returned to the manuscript. "How could you be so careless?" Miss Audrey walked to Ember's side and said in a somewhat complaining tone. "My fault." Ember raised his hands high and said helplessly, "It was placed on the edge, and I almost dropped it on the ground when I wasn't paying attention. But it's all right, right? It's just an ink bottle, how much can it be worth?" "That's not just an ink bottle." Miss Audrey looked a little angry and said in annoyance, "You just don't understand. That's a relic of Rosal the Great, it's the glory of human civilization." Ember interrupted, with an indifferent expression, I understand. Miss Audrey puffed out her cheeks and glared at him angrily. This scene immediately made the people around them somewhat gloating. Not only those noble youths, but also the guard Max. After all, no one wanted the most dazzling gem of Backland to be deceived in this way. Even if someone was going to deceive her, it should be them. It's good that they are falling out, it would be best if they broke up on the spot. Max thought maliciously. Too bad. Miss Audrey had her back to them, so no one saw the subtle hint in the young lady's eyes. Otherwise, they would have understood that all of this was an act. Soon, many of the noble youths who came to visit showed interest in the manuscript, stepping forward to flip through it, and even expressing admiration from time to time. They weren't necessarily genuinely interested, more often they were simply hoping to cater to the most dazzling gem of Backland. But this made Miss Audrey, who was still observing, show a slight smile, and occasionally roll her eyes at Ember beside her. It was as if she was saying to him, "See, I'm not the one who's wrong, you're the one with no taste." Ember seemed somewhat provoked, and walked towards the display stand without a word. This made Max vigilant, fearing that he would tear up the manuscript in a fit of anger, but if that happened, it would be good too. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Max's mouth. He would stop the other party and give him a lesson he would never forget. At the same time, he also wanted Miss Audrey to realize that she had chosen the wrong person. This was just another gilded youth who was rotten on the inside. However, to his disappointment, Ember showed no signs of wanting to violently tear it up. He just flipped through it for a while, then casually threw the manuscript back onto the display stand, and said flatly, "Mediocre." Hey. Max was so angry he laughed, but he also knew that his current identity as a disguised security guard did not give him the right to reprimand the other party. So he just kept a cold face and stepped forward to confirm it again. Finding that the bookmark in the manuscript had signs of being exposed, he stuffed the bookmark back in and closed the glass cover again. On the other side, Miss Audrey, as expected, started sulking at Ember again. No matter how Ember tried to talk to her, she ignored him. This gave Max a little comfort. Max subtly nodded to the guide. The guide quickly understood and immediately led the group out of the study and towards other exhibition halls. In the following exhibition halls, Miss Audrey continued to show great interest. Ember beside her seemed to want to make amends, occasionally chiming in with agreement, but repeatedly only received a light snort from Miss Audrey. Even after leaving the museum, their relationship still seemed stiff. Even the maid was a little worried. "Who told you to get on?" Miss Audrey boarded the carriage and looked at Ember, who was also preparing to board, saying dissatisfiedly, "You can't expect me to walk back, can you?" Ember shrugged and shamelessly squeezed in. And Miss Audrey just puffed out her cheeks but didn't object anymore. This scene undoubtedly made the people who saw it inwardly curse him for being shameless, but in fact, they were all green with jealousy in their hearts. Especially Max, he had been waiting for Miss Audrey's refusal. As long as Miss Audrey refused, he would rush up and pull that young man out of the carriage. But unfortunately, he didn't get this opportunity. It was already evening, and Backland, where the sun was already hard to see, was already dim, and the gas streetlights were lighting up one after another. The carriage drove silently on the street, heading towards the Queen's district in the north. And the two people inside the carriage were like they had a quarrel, not saying a word the whole way. In the end, it was Ember who took the initiative to apologize and finally managed to appease Miss Audrey. When they returned to Earl Hall's family's villa, Ember was the first to get out of the carriage. He held out his hand to the young lady in the carriage. Miss Audrey raised her fair neck, deliberately ignoring him, and instead got out of the carriage from the other side, led by the maid. Earl Hall had also returned home by this time and was standing at the door with Caitlin. They looked at the two of them with an aunt's smile. They had already learned from the maid that the two had a quarrel, but they didn't take it seriously. It's normal for young people to have small tempers with each other. Just comfort them a little and it will be fine. Ember watched Miss Audrey return home and said with a slightly awkward expression, "Earl, Mrs. Caitlin, I'll take my leave now." "No hurry." Earl Hall said with a smile, "Dinner is being prepared, have dinner before you go back." Also, Earl Hall gave Ember a look, and in the tone of an experienced person, said, "Girls need to be coaxed, go up and have a good talk with Miss Audrey." Ember touched his nose and didn't insist on refusing. As if he just needed an excuse, he turned and went up the stairs. Guided by the maid, he entered the room that Miss Audrey had deliberately left open. The maids outside the corridor smiled lightly, as if they could all see that their young lady had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Upon entering the room, Miss Audrey still looked like she was sulking. It wasn't until Ember closed the door that Miss Audrey's expression immediately became calm, and she asked somewhat curiously, "How was it?" "Very smooth." Ember nodded, saying something that made Miss Audrey a little confused. Then, she saw a note appear in Ember's palm, and her eyes widened. She looked at Ember, and Ember looked at her, speechless. P.S. The national football team has made outstanding contributions to the ban on gambling during the World Cup. Chapter 114. Fool, it's here. Audrey opened her mouth, hesitated, but finally couldn't help but ask, "How did you do it?" "No one was watching, so I just took it casually." Ember's expression was incredibly calm as he said this casually. "What do you mean no one was watching?" Audrey's eyes widened, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. Ember had been with her the entire time and hadn't left at all. The manuscript was placed in an exhibition hall arranged like a study, and security personnel were watching it from beginning to end. Audrey had also considered the difficulty of taking the bookmark, but the conclusion she reached was that they had no chance at all. Especially the security guard named Max. Audrey was certain that he was an extraordinary, and not just an ordinary one, but at least a mid-sequence extraordinary. He had specifically checked before they left the exhibition hall and then closed the glass case. And after they left the exhibition hall, Ember had also been within her line of sight the entire time, never leaving. How exactly did he do it? And when did he take the bookmark? Could this be related to the extraordinary abilities of the apprentice pathway? But even so, it was a bit too outrageous. She had been there the entire time, but she hadn't noticed anything from beginning to end. Audrey couldn't help but feel a little discouraged, but then she suddenly thought of another serious problem. "That's not right." Audrey couldn't help but ask, "Why did you take the bookmark?" Ember looked at the girl in surprise. "Didn't you tell me to do it?" "When did I?" Audrey was full of questions, but then she suddenly remembered that in the exhibition hall, she had given Ember a look under the pretense of being sulky. So, could it have been at that time? Audrey was a little dumbfounded and said helplessly, "But I just wanted to tell you that I had already confirmed the bookmark. What should we do now?" "Then should I put it back?" Ember shrugged and said casually. ... Audrey was a little speechless. How could he put it back after taking it? Should he put it back so that the fool's benefactor could steal it again? Mr. Fool had only wanted her to confirm the situation with the bookmark, but now Ember had gone straight to the final step. And he hadn't aroused anyone's suspicion the entire time. Huh. Audrey blinked. It seemed that this wasn't a bad thing, was it? Although Mr. Fool hadn't asked them to take the bookmark out. But since they had already taken it, this could be considered an overfulfillment of Mr. Fool's task, right? Then, should we pray to Mr. Fool now? Audrey subconsciously looked at Ember and hesitated. That bookmark. I don't care. Ember understood and casually placed the bookmark on the table. But before that, he took another look. Rosal's portrait was printed on the bookmark, which wasn't a remarkable feature. After all, Rosal's portraits were everywhere at the memorial exhibition, and the Emperor's image and his appearances still in his middle age were also the same. But what Ember was looking at wasn't the bookmark itself, but the details within it. Open black lens bracket bookmark from Rosal's creative manuscript close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket a bookmark placed in Rosal the Great's creative manuscript. Can be used as a bookmark. There seems to be some hidden secret within the bookmark. If found during a journey, it will definitely be of great help. Close black lens bracket. At the same time, Audrey sat in front of her dressing table and piously whispered the honored name of the Fool. ... I damaged that bookmark a little according to your benefactor's request. It had an abnormal reaction. An abnormal reaction. It seems it really is the blasphemy card. Receiving the reply, Klene, who had entered the Fool, was first delighted, then inexplicably exclaimed. Miss Justice is too efficient, isn't she? I only commissioned the task this afternoon, and she's already verified it this evening. Moreover, it's already clearly past the closing time of the Kingdom Museum. Mind Reader definitely doesn't have any stealth-type extraordinary abilities. Hiss, her family's power is probably even greater than I imagined. Fortunately, the verification didn't produce any strange phenomena, otherwise, I would have to let Miss Justice pretend to be innocent and hand over the slate. And this indicates that I am not destined to have this treasure. Nothing is 100% certain. However, since it has been confirmed to be the blasphemy card, I'd better start acting tonight. As long as I can get the blasphemy card, it will be a victory. As his thoughts flickered, Klene heard Miss Justice's subsequent voice again. Mr. Fool, Lover also helped me with this operation. He returned to Backland at 2 o'clock this afternoon, and he happened to be visiting my house when your benefactor issued the commission. Klene's right eye twitched, and he suddenly had an ominous premonition. After I conducted the verification, Lover successfully stole that bookmark. Quote. Klene opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He had just visited the Rosal Memorial Exhibition this morning, and this afternoon he was about to ask Miss Justice to test it out. As a result, Ember happened to return to Backland and also assisted Miss Justice in stealing the bookmark. Does it have to be this coincidental? Most importantly, now that the bookmark was in Ember's hands, could he get it back? Klene felt a headache coming on. He hadn't even acted yet, and the target of his action had already been stolen by someone else. How was he supposed to handle this? He couldn't possibly force Ember to hand over the bookmark, could he? Quote. Klene's expression twitched. If he really did that, he was afraid that Ember would directly pull out a greatsword and slap him in the face at the next Tarot Club meeting. After all, in the other party's eyes, he was probably just a good piece of firewood. However, fortunately, there was still the Black Emperor, that big spender, in front of him, so it wasn't his turn yet. Otherwise, if Ember really made a move on him, he would have to reluctantly expel Ember from the Tarot Club. He would also have to run away from Backland overnight, otherwise, Klene, as the Fool's benefactor, would also be in danger. Just as he was thinking, Klene heard Miss Justice's voice again. Do you need me to sacrifice the bookmark to you now? Snap. Klene resisted the urge to slam the table and stand up, feeling incredibly moved. Miss Justice is a good person. Okay. Klene adjusted his emotions and said in a calm tone. On the other hand, Audrey received the Fool's affirmative reply and no longer hesitated. She winked at Ember, and after getting his nod of approval, she picked up the bookmark and began the sacrifice. After a while, a phantom door opened. Audrey was already familiar with this and directly placed the bookmark inside. Snap. Klene placed the bookmark on the table, feeling happy but also feeling as if something was missing. For example, he had originally planned to have Miss Justice verify the authenticity and then personally go and steal the bookmark at night. But now, this process was omitted, and the bookmark was directly given to him by Miss Justice. This is a good thing, going in person might even be dangerous. Klene shook his head and cast aside his slightly complex emotions. He had previously divined that the evening's action would be somewhat dangerous. Although the danger of the divination wasn't very great, it was better not to take risks if possible. Yes, that's right, this is a good thing. Very good. Klene nodded in satisfaction. The Tarot Club had initially demonstrated its value to the Fool. Mr. Fool was very satisfied with this. Alright, it's getting better and better. Klene thought, and picked up the bookmark again. He gently rubbed the surface of the hard paper, and his heart was filled with emotion. From the outside, this bookmark was unremarkable. But he knew that this bookmark had been quietly waiting for its fated person. Klene thought for a moment and pronounced in a low voice in the Fusite language. Pirate King, One Piece, Tisk. Klene clicked his tongue. Apart from the niche languages of the mystical domain such as giant language, elf language, and dragon language, he tried almost all commonly used languages, Fusite language, ancient Fusite language, Ruin, Intis language. But the bookmark had no reaction from beginning to end. But thinking about it, that's right. Rosal, who had just transmigrated in his youth and was still full of passion, might have used the Pirate King meme. But the creation of the blasphemy card should have been in the later stages of his life, judging from his diary. At that time, he was undoubtedly crazy and desperate, but also clearly showed a sense of dark humor. This can be seen from the style of his diary. Even when talking about serious matters, he didn't forget to show off his achievements in picking up girls. So, what is the method to activate the blasphemy card? It's unlikely to be a meme from his previous life, because this blasphemy card was prepared for the people of this world. So the word that activates the blasphemy card will definitely not be too niche. It should be something that anyone with a little understanding of Rosal the Great knows. In other words, this word is likely to be related to Rosal the Great's own experiences. Klene thought for a moment and first tried some cursing and hopeful words in various languages and ancient Fusite language. He unsurprisingly failed. Immediately after, he pondered what a powerful person on the verge of despair would miss and cherish the most. Suddenly, he thought of Rosal's diary and Cheritu's prophecy. I finally asked about Bernadette's future, and he suddenly became very serious. He said that she would hate me, despise me, and abandon me, and she would become a great figure in the mystical world. Sometimes, you really shouldn't ask for the results of divination. I find it hard to believe that my lovely, kind, caring sister, who worships her father and pities her mother, Bernadette, would hate me, despise me, and abandon me. Why is this? Did I do something excessive? Perhaps she had someone she loved whom I didn't approve of, and I killed that brat. Bernadette. Klene was silent for a long time and read it in Intis language. The bookmark had no reaction. Even though he switched to Ruin language, Plateau language, and Fursak language, he still couldn't get the desired result. Finally, he was left with only one choice. Ancient Fusite language, known as the source of the written languages of the North Continent nations. Klene sighed and in a low voice, pronounced the corresponding ancient Fusite syllable. Bernadette. This name echoed without any special characteristics in the empty and silent gray fog. Just as Klene was about to look for new inspiration, he suddenly felt the bookmark in his hand sink. It immediately generated an invisible vortex, frantically absorbing Klene's spirit. Above the bookmark, a clear light rose little by little, and the image of Emperor Rosal outside was renewed accordingly. He sat on an ancient stone throne, wearing a black crown inlaid with various gems on his head, dressed in black armor and a cape of the same color, holding a scepter in his hand, and his eyes looked forward coldly. In the upper left corner of the bookmark, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Klene's surprised expression, which had been smiling, suddenly froze, and his right eyelid twitched. Inside Earl Hall's family villa. Audrey sat in front of her dressing table, her elbows on the table, her palm supporting her chin, and murmured softly. I really want to ask Mr. Fool what the secret of that bookmark is. Ember was surprised and said, then why didn't you ask just now? That would be too impolite. Audrey said in a low voice. The bookmark was in her hand. If she asked at that opportunity, wouldn't it be like she was being arrogant about her achievements? That was Mr. Fool. If she left a bad impression on Mr. Fool, even if Mr. Fool didn't mind, wouldn't it still be very awkward? Ember, aren't you curious at all? Audrey looked at Ember with some doubt. I'm always very curious, Ember said slowly, but the Fool once said that he practices fair trade. As long as I can pay enough, I will get the answer from him at the next Tarot Club meeting sooner or later. Audrey's emerald green eyes were first confused, then lit up. That's right, she could completely get the answer through equivalent exchange, couldn't she? She had contributed a large amount of Rosal's diary to Mr. Fool all along. Although she didn't know the exact value, she thought it should be no problem to exchange for an answer, right? And if her contribution wasn't enough to get the answer, then others definitely wouldn't be able to either. After all, no one in the entire tarot club had contributed more in this regard than her. Not even Mr. Hanged Man. Audrey's lips curved upwards slightly, and she stood up and walked to the full-length mirror. Her chin formed an exceptionally beautiful arc as she tilted it slightly. Looking at the slightly proud green-eyed girl in the mirror, Audrey slowly calmed down. No, Audrey. You have to remember you are an audience, you can't be like this next time. Audrey patted her cheeks, allowing her mood to calm down again. Just then, footsteps sounded again from outside the corridor. It was her personal maid. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Miss, young Master Hilbert is back. Mrs. Caitlin asked me to inform you and Viscount Black to come downstairs for dinner. Okay. Audrey replied, I'll be right down. Black Emperor. Above the gray fog, Klene placed the blasphemy card on the table, and rubbed his temples as if he had a headache. The blasphemy card contained a complete path, recording everything from sequence 9 to sequence 0 for the Black Emperor path, including all the potion formulas, corresponding rituals, and even the associated abilities. Klene wasn't too surprised by this result. Whether it was that sequence 0 was the sequence where true gods resided, or that the blasphemy card contained the secret to becoming a god, all of this was recorded in Rosal the Great's diary, and Klene had already read it. But what he hadn't expected was that this would be a Black Emperor card. Is this a coincidence? Or is it inevitable? The starting point for sequence 0 feet Black Emperor is sequence 9 feet Lawyer, which is not surprising. Because Mr. Hanged Man had mentioned his guess at the Tarot Club. However, his guess went as far as Black Emperor being sequence 1, and he didn't dare to guess that it was the sequence where the true god resided. The 22 blasphemy cards correspond to the 22 paths in this world. This made Klene feel both anticipation and disappointment. Anticipation because he only needed to find the blasphemy card representing the diviner path, and he wouldn't have to worry about his future path of advancement. And disappointment because the Black Emperor card was useless to him. Among the 8 feet members of the entire Tarot Club, there were diviner, apprentice, priest of light, sailor, audience, and arbitrator, but there was no lawyer. No, you can't say that either. Klene consoled himself, at least there are still potion formulas, aren't there? These potion formulas can also be used to exchange for other extraordinary items, and some of the knowledge about gods and sequences contained within can also be used. Next time Ember asks about the Black Emperor, I won't be speechless. Next time at the Tarot Club, I can use this information to exchange with Ember. However, Klene's expression was a little strange. This bookmark was actually obtained by Ember for him. Now he was using the value of this bookmark to trade with Ember. Wasn't that a bit unkind? No, you can't say that either. After all, I opened the blasphemy card. Ember doesn't know the incantation to open it. To him, it's just an ordinary bookmark, just temporarily deposited with him. What I deciphered, of course, belongs to me. He deposited those extraordinary creatures with me, and I didn't charge him a storage fee, did I? At most, I won't ask for anything in return and just share the information with him for free. Klene stroked his chin and nodded subtly. This is very reasonable. As expected of me. However, I can inform Miss Justice about this information in advance. After all, she also took a risk in attempting to verify the blasphemy card. Queen's District, Earl Hall's family, in the dining room. As usual, Audrey was doing pre-meal prayers with her father, mother, brother, and Ember, who was a guest. Praise the goddess. She made 4 clockwise points on her chest, ending with this sentence. As soon as the words fell, within the vision obscured by her eyelids, a thick gray fog filled the air, and she saw a praying figure in the gray fog, a figure so blurry it was almost indistinct. He was respectfully saying, "Great fool, please convey my thanks to the verifier of this blasphemy card. For this, I am willing to increase the reward to £3,000, deducted from the unpaid £4,000, this is the share that the other party should receive. £3,000. Above the gray fog, Klene's eyelids twitched slightly, and his heart was bleeding. That was a full £3,000, this time he had truly spent a fortune. Blasphemy card. The green-eyed girl's bright eyes sparkled as she cheered inwardly, but she was also clearly aware that now was not the time to show a surprised expression. Audrey controlled her excitement, and with longing and pride, she allowed the dining maid to spread the napkin for her. But when Ember looked over, she blinked at him, wanting to hint to him that she had received a prompt from the fool. Mr. Black. The young man sitting on the same side as Ember also noticed his sister's small movements. His expression became slightly displeased, and he asked subtly, "What do you do for a living?" Ember looked up at the young man, knowing he was Audrey's elder brother, the Earl's eldest son, Hilbert Hall. Earl Hall's family has 3 children. The eldest son is Hilbert Hall, the second son is Alfred Hall, and the youngest daughter is Audrey Hall. Among the nobility, no matter how many children there are, only one child can ultimately inherit the title. And the child who can inherit the title is usually the eldest son. For example, Earl Hall's heir has already been confirmed to be Hilbert Hall. For this reason, Audrey's second brother, Alfred, found another path early on and joined the army. He should currently be serving in the colonies on the South Continent, and it is said that he has achieved considerable military merit. Even if he cannot inherit the title, the military merit he has established may already be enough to obtain a hereditary title. However, this does not mean that Hilbert Hall, as the eldest son, does not need to work hard. Although he has been confirmed as the heir to the title, he still needs to achieve some results to prove himself. Before this, Hilbert had joined the Soot Reduction Association and the Smoke Reduction Association, and had been actively promoting the establishment of the Ruined Kingdom Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee. This also led to him rarely returning home in the past few months, and naturally, he had not met Ember. It wasn't until the end of September that the proposal to establish the Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee was finally passed in Parliament. But even though the proposal was passed at the end of September, it wasn't until today, after being busy for more than half a month, that Hilbert finally had the opportunity to return home. Oh, by the way, the reason Ember understood so clearly was because Miss Audrey told him herself. Just now, in the room. Ember organized his thoughts, and just as he was about to speak, Earl Hall proactively intervened. Viscount Black's family has considerable prestige in Winter County, and is currently serving at St. Samuel Cathedral in Backland. Viscount. Winter County. Church of the Night. Hilbert's expression shifted slightly. He lowered his head and cut the tender steak on his plate, putting a small piece of steak into his mouth. A border noble, and only a viscount, this identity itself is not outstanding. But he is from Winter County and serves in the Church of the Night. Undoubtedly, the relationship between this Viscount Black and the Church of the Night is far closer than his relationship with the Ruined Kingdom. Hilbert was not stupid, he knew very well why his father had spoken up to help the other party out of a difficult situation. That's good. Hilbert swallowed the steak in his mouth and said, Alfred also wanted to join the Church of the Night back then, but unfortunately, he ultimately chose the military. Hilbert sighed, shook his head, and didn't continue speaking. Their family are loyal believers of the Church of the Night. Alfred joining the army instead of the Church of the Night actually had considerations of self-interest. Tell me about yourself. Earl Hall smiled and remained silent, but Mrs. Caitlin joked, the military merit Alfred has established in the South Continent now can even be exchanged for a hereditary title. As his elder brother, you must not lose to him. Absolutely not. Hilbert raised his head, his eyes shining, and said, the Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee was established the day before yesterday, with Sir Desho as the chairman and me as the chief secretary. And in Parliament, bills on atmospheric pollution will be successively introduced. From now on, anthracite and charcoal will become mainstream. After a pause, Hilbert instructed, Ash, if your family can spare some idle money, I suggest you invest in Callum Company. Although it's still a small company now, I'm sure its stock price will climb steadily in the next year. Believe me, this investment will not disappoint you. Sounds good. Ember echoed with a nod, showing a thoughtful expression. Then why don't you invest in it, brother? Audrey asked like a curious child. I cannot make any investment in it. Hilbert shook his head, his expression a little hesitant, seemingly thinking about how to explain it to Audrey. Earl Hall tapped the table with his finger and said slowly, Hilbert is the chief secretary of the Atmospheric Pollution Investigation Committee, he cannot be involved in commercial activities related to anthracite and charcoal. Although this would allow us to earn hundreds of thousands of pounds, it would seriously affect Hilbert's future. If he were an ordinary noble, he might choose the £100,000. But for the Hall family, who are not short of money, Hilbert's career as the eldest son is clearly more important. Ember understood in his heart, realizing that Audrey's question was actually asked for him. But unfortunately, he wasn't very interested in money. Ash, seeing Ember's lack of interest, Hilbert instructed, you must not underestimate this investment. In fact, even if you don't invest in Callum Company, I recommend that you shift your family's focus from land to other industries as soon as possible. As he spoke, Hilbert couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Since the Corn Laws were abolished, the lives of nobles have become increasingly difficult. Corn Laws. Ember frowned slightly. For some reason, the development process of the entire ruined kingdom gave him a rather familiar feeling. Especially this so-called corn laws, which gave him a strong sense of déjà vu. Although he hadn't deliberately looked into it, Ember knew that the core of the corn laws was to protect the price of domestic agricultural products, and the biggest beneficiaries of this were the traditional land-owning nobles of the ruined kingdom. But after the corn laws were abolished, grain prices plummeted. For ordinary people, the abolition of this law was undoubtedly a good thing, because their living costs had significantly decreased. But at the same time, a large number of ordinary farmers, and even small nobles, went bankrupt as a result. And it is foreseeable that in the days to come, grain prices will continue to fall. Yes. Hilbert shrugged and said, do you know Duke Negan? He is the noble with the most land outside of the royal family, claiming to have over £12 million worth of farmland, pastures, and forests. Last year, his rent income reached an astonishing £1.3 million. And this year, the foreseeable total rent income will not exceed £850,000, a reduction of a full £450,000. And you should know that it has been less than 4 months since the corn laws were abolished. £450,000. Audrey exclaimed, and whispered, that's more than all the property I can inherit. Ha ha ha. Earl Hall chuckled, my dear Audrey, you must trust your father. I promise, the property you inherit will definitely be more than this amount. Really? Thank you, Papa. A surprised smile appeared on Audrey's face. Hilbert looked at his sister with a bit of helplessness. Although she was taking a share of the wealth that would belong to him in the future, Hilbert had no dissatisfaction with this. Because she was his own sister, and she could neither inherit the title like he could, nor was she destined to achieve great things like Alfred. So the only compensation they could provide was to give her a larger share of the property when she came of age. What's more, Earl Hall, as one of the top 3 big bankers in the entire ruined kingdom, had a family fortune in the tens of millions, and there were not many people in the entire ruined kingdom who were richer than them. It's only a few £100,000 gold, just a small amount of money. With Miss Audrey's banter, the atmosphere at the dinner table was incredibly harmonious. Even long after dinner ended and Ember proactively said goodbye, Hibbert was still a bit reluctant to part. I'll see him out, Miss Audrey said in a low voice, her cheeks slightly red. Mrs. Caitlin was stunned for a moment, then showed a playful smile. Miss Audrey saw him off for a long distance, until the accompanying maid was far behind, until she was sure that the extraordinary in the villa could not eavesdrop at this distance, then Miss Audrey suddenly whispered, that is a blasphemy card. Ember looked down at the girl, and immediately understood that she was talking about that bookmark. He figured she had received a message from Mr. Fool during dinner. There is one more thing. Miss Audrey asked in a low voice, can you help me prepare a potion formula for the Apothecary sequence? Gleeland Viscount had been asking her about this for 2 whole months, and even Miss Audrey, an audience, was starting to feel annoyed. Okay. Ember nodded slightly, it was just a potion formula, not a big deal. Thank you. Miss Audrey let out a sigh of relief. But after saying that, her cheeks suddenly flushed slightly, and she ran towards the villa like a shy girl. Anyone who didn't know would have thought she had said something shy to Ember. Back at the villa, when the young lady came to the living room to greet her family, the teasing eyes of her parents and brother seemed to make the young lady shy again, and she fled the scene with a red face without saying a word. Thump, thump, thump. In the living room, Mrs. Caitlin heard the footsteps from the stairs, her expression seemed both doting and slightly helpless. Really? Back in her room, Miss Audrey's expression returned to normal, and she said to the golden retriever by the bed with some distress, do Dad and the others want to marry me off that much? It's also very tiring to pretend in front of my parents every time. Susie's mouth moved, vibrating the air to make a sound. I cannot give you a definite answer. I cannot even deeply understand what love means. After all, I am just a dog. Hearing this, Miss Audrey was speechless for a moment. She just sighed, her expression rather helpless. So, why did it turn out like this? Hibbert. In the living room, Earl Hall picked up the Queen's black tea handed by the maid on the table and took a sip, then suddenly asked, what do you think of Viscount Black? Very good. Hibbert considered his words carefully and said thoughtfully, Viscount Black's personality is quite humble, and he doesn't have the impetuousness and arrogance of other young noblemen. To be honest, I've always wanted to be friends with someone like Viscount Black. Earl Hall nodded slightly and said slowly, his family is from Winter County, and his family members have served in the Church of the Night for generations. I think you should understand what this means. Of course. Hibbert nodded gently. The level of nobility does not represent everything, and Hibbert himself had a deep understanding of this. Just like their family's title is only Earl, but in terms of wealth alone, they are far richer than most old dukes and marquises. Even compared to Duke Negan, they are just as wealthy or even more so. Although Ash is only a viscount, his relationship with the Church of the Night also makes his status far higher than ordinary nobles. After all, in front of the Church of the Night, let alone nobles, even the royal family has to stand aside obediently. Earl Hall took another sip of black tea and said slowly, as you can see, he is an extraordinary, and Miss Audrey is as well. Miss Audrey. Hibbert's expression changed slightly, but, I know what you want to say. Earl Hall interrupted him, shook his head and said, she has been exploring things related to the extraordinary world, and it's only a matter of time before this happens. And you should also be very clear about her personality, you can't stop her. After a pause, Earl Hall smiled again and said, at least we should be thankful that Miss Audrey neither followed Alfred's old path nor joined the Church of the Night, right? For us, becoming a wild extraordinary might be the best choice. Hibbert's eyes moved slightly, was his father hinting at something? However, literally speaking, it was actually correct. The biggest problem for wild extraordinary is lack of money and resources. And precisely because they are nobles, and also big bankers, what they lack least is money. In fact, Hibbert hadn't thought about becoming an extraordinary either. But he finally chose to give up. After all, becoming an extraordinary has a risk of losing control, and this risk is not low. He was still young, and he could steadily inherit the title, so there was no need to take the risk of becoming an extraordinary. Just like Earl Hall in the past, he did the same. Just as he was thinking this, Hibbert suddenly heard his father's voice again. Hibbert, Earl Hall said slowly, Ash is currently serving as Miss Audrey's mysticism teacher. I have already arranged with him that he will come to teach Miss Audrey whenever he is free. My suggestion is that you should stay at home as much as possible these few days. When Ash comes, take the initiative to approach him and find an opportunity to ask him how to become an extraordinary. Extraordinary. Hibbert's expression was a little subtle. To be honest, he didn't really want to take risks. Don't worry. Earl Hall smiled and said, if I'm not mistaken, he should have a method to reduce the risk of losing control, and this method might be a secret of the Church of the Night that is not passed down, and only those who have served the Church of the Night for generations like him are qualified to know it. As long as you have this method, you can become an extraordinary relatively safely. Earl Hall looked into Hibbert's eyes and said earnestly, your mother and I are old, but you are still young. There is nothing wrong with wanting to go further in politics, but at least I hope you can have a certain degree of self-protection. Just like Duke Negan, who is the largest land noble in the entire Ruined Kingdom besides the king, and also the leader of the Conservative Party, the brother of the current Prime Minister, isn't he also an extraordinary? Okay. Hibbert was silent for a moment, then nodded slowly, I will talk to him. Earl Hall patted his eldest son's shoulder, his expression relieved. But in addition to this excitement, there was a hint of deep-seated worry in his eyes. Their family is a top noble family in the Ruined Kingdom, but also loyal believers of the Goddess of the Night. And as the current Earl, he cannot and will not easily take sides, he can only invest. Miss Audrey is already deeply involved, but it is not enough. So he needs to increase his stake, and Hibbert, the next Earl, is a good choice. As for the royal family, the Earl has already placed his bet. His second son, Alfred, is still serving in the army, which is a form of loyalty. If it were before, Earl Hall might not have been so anxious. But due to Ember's contact with Miss Audrey, he couldn't help but privately investigate Ember and his family in Winter County. And this investigation did indeed reveal some clues. Earl Hall's intuition told him that in the next few years, the situation might undergo earth-shaking changes. Before long, a storm will sweep across the entire Ruined Kingdom. And to survive this storm, they must prepare early. Blasphemy card. Walking on the streets of Hillston District, Ember was thinking about Miss Audrey's reminder when she saw him off. That bookmark was a blasphemy card, which was truly beyond his expectation. However, although surprised, Ember didn't feel much regret. That bookmark clearly needed a corresponding password to be opened, and Ember didn't know the password, so the bookmark would only be wasted if it remained in his hands. What's more, he didn't have much need for blasphemy card either. Up to now, his only impression of blasphemy card was only in the so-called oracle. A certain god hoped that he would collect all 22 blasphemy card, especially the Moon and Mother cards. But Ember did not intend to act according to the so-called oracle. Suddenly, Ember twitched his nose and smelled a strong scent of blood. Ember frowned slightly and looked up, only to see a lady lying in the living room ahead. The lady's expression was full of pain, and there was a large wound in her abdomen, and her internal organs seemed to be all gone. At the same time, Ember heard a ho 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 sound. It sounded like something was eating. Looking closely, beside the female corpse, a large black dog was squatting. Its mouth was half open, revealing sharp and terrifying white teeth, and on each tooth, there were rust-like dark red marks, which seemed to be the result of long-term chewing on flesh and blood without frequent cleaning. At this moment, several teeth of the large black dog were still entangled with bloody small intestines, and there were scattered pieces of torn raw meat. Its head moved over, and its magma-like eyes reflected Ember's figure. Serial murders. Ember immediately thought of the corresponding case, but he only felt absurd. The so-called serial killer was actually a dog. And yet the extraordinary in the entire Backland had been searching for 2 whole months without being able to catch this dog. Ember sneered, shook his head, and turned to leave. Ho! A defiant roar came from the throat of the large black dog. Suddenly, the black dog's body expanded rapidly, turning into a monster 2 to 3 meters tall, with a pair of huge bat wings slowly unfolding behind it, and goat horns covered with mysterious patterns growing beside its ears. Inside its wet and shiny fur, red and blue flames leapt, and a strong smell of sulfur diffused, looking like a demon. Ho! Another low roar sounded from the shadows. Before the demon dog could pounce on Ember, a decayed wild dog with scarlet eyes darted out from the shadows and bit the demon dog's neck. This was not a fatal injury, especially for demons with strong bodies. However, between its teeth, the scarlet decay that had once killed gods quickly spread throughout its body. In just the blink of an eye, the demon dog's ferocious body fell down powerlessly, covered in shocking scarlet. And for all of this, Ember didn't even spare a glance. He just calmly walked down the street, returned to 117 Birmingham Street, and walked through the door. How many times have I told you? Furs, sitting on the sofa with her arms around her fair and slender legs, complained, open the door, open the door. Is it that hard to just open the door? Next time for sure. Ember shrugged perfunctorily and asked somewhat strangely, you guys haven't slept yet? We're waiting for you. Furs said indignantly, we didn't even eat dinner, we were just waiting for you to cut the cake together, but you came back so late. Ember glanced at the cake on the table that hadn't even been unwrapped, and fell silent. My bad. Ember looked up and said seriously, it won't happen next time. I won't bring you next time for my birthday. Furs snorted lightly to express her dissatisfaction. Alright, Shoo, on the other hand, smiled and said softly, now that everyone is here, let's cut the cake. It's so big, how can we eat it all? It's okay, you two can eat it together. Chapter 115, is this something you can say? Skip the first 2 chapters if you find them repetitive. Morning of October 17th. Backland North District, St. Samuel Cathedral. Ember walked through the great prayer hall and found Archbishop Anthony in a room behind the church. Benefactor. Archbishop Anthony still looked kind and asked with a smile, how can I help you? Archbishop Anthony was also slightly surprised. Could it be that Ember had found new clues so quickly? Ember didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I want a potion formula for Spectator Sequence 6, and a potion formula for Apothecary. Apothecary. Archbishop Anthony was stunned for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. Is there a problem? Ember asked in confusion. Benefactor. Archbishop Anthony said with a serious expression, I think Her Highness Ariana must have told you not to choose the moon pathway. Spectator Sequence 6 is hypnotist, which is fine. But the apothecary pathway is not just problematic, it's very problematic. Ember nodded slightly and asked doubtfully, yes, does that mean apothecary is the moon pathway's sequence 9? Among the 16 pathways he had seen that day, there was indeed no apothecary option. Yes. Archbishop Anthony nodded and cautioned, whether it's you or your friend who wants this potion formula, I must remind you that it's best not to choose to become an apothecary yourself. Well, I suggest your friend can find some trusted servants and have them take the potion to become apothecary. As for themselves, they can choose potions from some other pathways. Ember nodded thoughtfully and asked, do you have any recommendations? Archbishop Anthony thought for a moment and replied, if your friends are nobles, then I recommend they choose the diviner, insomniac, savants, reader, and lawyer pathways. Even if nobles become extraordinary, they don't need to fight others personally. For them, becoming extraordinary is more about seeking novelty. Therefore, the pathways Archbishop Anthony selected are the ones he believes are most suitable for these noble children. I see. Ember pondered for 2 seconds and replied, excluding the lawyer pathway, how much do the sequence 9 potion formulas for the other 5 pathways and the spectator sequence 6 potion formula cost? 3,000 golden pounds. Archbishop Anthony smiled and nodded, while also cautioning, if your friends choose the insomniac pathway or the diviner pathway, the required extraordinary materials can also be obtained from the Church of the Night. Okay. Ember nodded slightly, after paying 3,000 golden pounds and obtaining the corresponding potion formulas. Just as he was leaving, he happened to brush past a team of people wearing black trench coats and red gloves. Neither side intended to greet the other. Ember quickly left the church, and this team of red gloves also quickly entered the underground area. The leader of the team was a man in his 40s with soft facial features and long hair at his temples. He was Sost, the Red Gloves squad leader who had rushed overnight from Winter County. He wore an exaggerated standard top hat and carried a black straight cane inlaid with gold. He quietly followed behind the night watcher leading the way and entered a rather spacious room. The room had bookshelves filled with many files. A woman in a black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush, possessing an eerie beauty, sat leisurely in a high-backed chair without getting up to greet them. She was Daly, the former spirit medium. "Where is your captain?" Daly glanced at Red Gloves behind the middle-aged man and asked with a frown. "I am their captain," Sost said with some dissatisfaction. "The captain got off the train in Tingen a few hours ago." Leonard ignored his captain's dissatisfaction and looked at Daly, explaining, "He will take the next steam train to Backland in the afternoon." "Is that so? He still can't let go." Daly's expression was somewhat complex, and she sighed softly. "None of us can let go." Leonard tightened his grip on the short dagger in his hand and said in a deep voice. Hey, can you not just ignore me?" Sost sighed helplessly, but knowing Daly didn't like him, he changed the subject. "Daly, you should know the purpose of our visit, right? Regarding the recent case related to demon summoning, do you have any clues?" Daly glanced at Sost. She knew he was talking about the serial murder case. She had been in charge of investigating this case since she was transferred to Backland, but until now, she had found nothing. Otherwise, there would have been no need to dispatch the Red Gloves specifically to handle this matter. Even Daly had to admit that it was indeed her dereliction of duty. However, "You're too late." Daly threw a file onto the table and said faintly, "Just last night, this serial murder case was solved. The murderer was killed at the crime scene." Sost frowned, walked forward, picked up the file, and glanced through it, instantly looking astonished. "So, the murderer in this serial murder case was actually a dog?" "Yes." Daly raised her hand and rubbed her temples. "This was discovered by the night watcher patrolling last night. They smelled a strong scent of blood and followed the smell to find the crime scene. Like the previous cases, the spirit in the victim's body disappeared without a trace, including this dog. Well, let's call it a demon dog for now. The soul of this demon dog also disappeared. But whether it was intentional or an oversight, the spirit at the crime scene was not cleaned up. Through channeling, we discovered." Daly paused for a second, her expression strange. "This demon dog was bitten to death by another dog." "Huh." Sost looked surprised. A demon dog was bitten to death by another dog. Was it a dog-eat-dog situation? Then weren't we here for nothing? Sost's expression was a bit strange. They came for this case, but now the case was over. Not entirely. Daly glanced at him and took out another file. Sost casually flipped through it. The top was a file with a name written on it. Alan Chris. After leaving the church, Ember followed the address given by Zio and found Oeptton Street by following the street signs. Searching along Oeptton Street, he quickly found the corresponding metal house number in front of a house, with the words, Oeptton Street No 66 feet engraved on it. He rang the doorbell, and an old gentleman in his 50s asked in confusion. "Mister, who are you looking for?" Ember explained. "I'm looking for Will Oeptton. I am Will's attending physician and have come for a follow-up visit to confirm his health status." The old gentleman frowned slightly and shook his head. "Mister, I think you've come at the wrong time. The Anseton family moved away a long time ago. I don't know where they moved, but I heard they were leaving Backland." "Moved away?" Ember's expression changed slightly, and he asked subtly, "When?" "Around August, probably on the 25th. The old gentleman recalled and replied. "August 25th. Ember frowned slightly. "The surgery was on August 21st, right? Leaving in such a hurry. What was he afraid of? Or rather, what was he hiding from?" Clang. On the concrete road of Oeptton Street, a carriage was slowly moving along the street. There was a person at each window on either side of the carriage, constantly searching along the house numbers on both sides of the street. Suddenly, one of them seemed to see something, his expression a little surprised. "Ash, who?" Klein's expression changed slightly, and he immediately turned to Dr. Allen's side. Looking through the window, he could only see a slightly familiar figure disappearing at the end of the street. "Ash Black." Dr. Allen said with some uncertainty. The person who just passed by felt very much like someone I know, but I didn't see the front of his face, so I'm not entirely sure. Ash Black. Klene's expression was slightly strange. He knew this was Embers, alias, and the back of that person just now did look somewhat familiar. From the looks of it, Dr. Allen probably wasn't mistaken, and the Ash Black they knew was most likely the same person. Klene pretended to be surprised and asked curiously, I also know a Mr. Ash Black. He is a noble from Winter County. Dr. Allen, could you tell me how you met this Mr. Ash? You know Ash too. Dr. Allen was a little surprised and explained, I don't know if he is a noble, but 2 months ago, he and Furs visited my home. Speaking of which, that day seemed to be the same day as Oeptton's surgery. Is that so? Klene's expression changed slightly, and he was already certain that it was Ember. He knew Furs, she was the most famous best-selling novelist in Backland recently. Ember's book, Blizzard Mountain Villa, was written under the name of Furs' Apprentice, based on, and then there were none. Thinking of this, Klene felt a little helpless. He had secretly informed Miss Justice about the blasphemy card last night, guessing that Miss Justice would definitely inform Ember about it. And only if Ember actively prayed to him and asked, could he, reluctantly, tell him the answer. But from last night until now, Ember had not prayed to him. Was it because Miss Justice didn't tell Ember the news, or was Ember not interested? Klene's heart stirred, and he suddenly remembered a serious matter. Speaking of which, Ember seems to have never prayed to me, right? Every time, I've been the one initiating. Klene's expression twitched slightly, and he quickly pulled his thoughts back, not daring to think about it further. Forget it, if he doesn't pray, he doesn't pray. Worst case, I'll tell him during the Tarot Club next Monday. The result will be the same. However, what is Ember doing here? Could he also be looking for Oeptton? Klene was startled and began to carefully ponder the beginning and end of this matter in his mind. Firstly, he and Dr. Allen met at Crag Club, and the reason he could join Crag Club was to catch his neighbor's friend cheating. And Dr. Allen had been very unlucky since performing surgery on Oeptton. Coupled with the fact that he was a detective and happened to be in the same Crag Club, he specifically hired him to accompany him to investigate. As for Dr. Allen and Ember's acquaintance, it was through Furs, the famous writer. In a sense, they both met Dr. Allen through women, but the process was completely different. In other words, is this just a simple coincidence? Backland is a village, Klene silently sighed in his heart. Klene and Allen tacitly avoided talking about Ember again because they had found Oudton Street No. 66. The two got off the carriage and walked to the door, ringing the doorbell. Soon, an old gentleman around 50 years old opened the door, looking at the two people outside with a confused expression. Two gentlemen, who are you looking for? Seeing that Allen still maintained his usual cold demeanor, Klene took the initiative to speak. We are looking for Oeptton. This is his attending physician, here for a follow-up visit to confirm his health. The old gentleman seemed to have suppressed his irritation for a long time and finally couldn't hold back, saying somewhat irritably, you are already the third person claiming to be Oeptton's attending physician and wanting to come for a follow-up visit. Can't you use a different excuse? Klene and Dr. Allen exchanged glances, finding that both their expressions were somewhat astonished. After leaving the North District, Ember arrived at the Queen's District along the way. After all, he had been on paid leave for the past 2 months, receiving salary from Earl Hall, which made him feel a bit guilty, so he planned to work a full day today. Viscount Black. As soon as Ember arrived at Earl Hall's family mansion, the butler immediately came forward and respectfully said, Miss Audrey is having her piano lesson with Mr. Viconnell, so you might need to wait in the living room for a moment. It's all right. Ember smiled and nodded, sitting down on the sofa in the living room. A maid immediately came forward and respectfully asked, Viscount Black, would you like some black tea or coffee? Coffee, please. Ember thought for a moment and replied, Yes, Mr. Black, I'll have a cup of coffee too. Hilbert came down from upstairs and instructed. The maid nodded respectfully and backed out of the living room. Good morning, Ash. Hilbert sat down on the side sofa, took the newspaper handed to him by the maid, and said with a smile, I guess you're here to see Audrey. Hilbert. Ember said helplessly, I guess you're not funny at all. All right, I'm not. Hilbert shrugged and said helplessly, my father, well, he's an excellent father, but clearly not very humorous. And in the noble education I received, humor wasn't a necessary part. As they spoke, the maid came forward with 2 cups of coffee. After placing a cup in front of each of them, she backed away respectfully and left. Ash. Hilbert picked up his coffee and blew on it, looking somewhat hesitant, and whispered, I know you're teaching Audrey about the domain of extraordinary. I'm not trying to stop you, I just want to confirm, how dangerous is it? I mean, about Audrey becoming an extraordinary, will she? Hilbert stopped, hesitating and not continuing. Lose control? Ember asked back, making Hilbert nod somewhat helplessly. If you're asking about the dangers of the extraordinary world, I cannot give you an accurate answer. After all, no one can guarantee whether unexpected disaster will bring danger one day. But if you're asking about the risk of losing control autonomously, my answer is, for ordinary extraordinary, the risk of losing control is high, but I have a method to reduce the risk. Hilbert's eyes lit up, wanting to press the question while the iron was hot. Just then, footsteps were heard from upstairs. Both of them looked towards the stairs at the same time, where an old gentleman in his 60s was coming down from upstairs led by a maid. That's Mr. Vaconnell. Hilbert introduced him proactively, an excellent pianist. Most of the piano lessons for the royal family children are taught by him. Then his lesson fees must be very expensive, right? Ember echoed the question. Hilbert smiled and said, it's not cheap, indeed, but Audrey deserves the best. Viscount Black. Audrey's personal maid, Annie, came to the living room and respectfully said, Miss Audrey is waiting for you in her room, please follow me. I'll go too. Hilbert hesitated for a long time, then suddenly said, I also want to learn some knowledge of the mysterious world. Ember looked at Hilbert and fell silent. If it's not possible, then forget it. Hilbert's heart immediately sank, and he said with a forced smile. No, it's not that it's not possible. Ember shook his head and explained, it's just that too much time has passed, I've forgotten where I left off last time, and I was a bit lost for a moment. If you, Hilbert, want to learn, come along. That's good. Hilbert instantly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, then I must learn well. Ember didn't look at Hilbert again, remaining silent. He actually didn't want Hilbert to listen in. It wasn't because he was worried about the other party secretly learning, but because the lessons he gave Audrey couldn't really be called lessons at all, as he hadn't taught Audrey in a proper way. At most, each lesson was just chatting with Audrey. To put it bluntly, it was just using the excuse of giving lessons to gain some precious rest time for Audrey. In the past, when it was just the two of them, they had a tacit understanding. Neither would expose it, and the Earl and his wife wouldn't ask about it, so everything was naturally fine. But now that Hilbert wanted to listen in, Ember had to think about how to muddle through. He couldn't just slack off in front of her brother, could he? Well, slacking off in other ways wouldn't work either. You, brother. Audrey looked at Ember, who pushed the door open and entered, her eyes slightly bright as she was about to speak, but the next second she saw Hilbert, who had followed Ember into the room, her expression somewhat surprised. I hope I can listen in. Hilbert shrugged. Of course you can. Audrey nodded obediently and reservedly, but secretly broke out in a cold sweat for Ember in her heart. It was because Ember's lessons truly seemed to have nothing to listen to. Most of the time, both of them were just slacking off together. If Hilbert kept listening in, it would be easily exposed. Unless they could find a way to get him to leave. Brother. Audrey saw Hilbert sit down on the sofa and suddenly asked, do you also want to become an extraordinary? Hilbert was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Audrey to ask this so suddenly, and could only say reservedly, I am indeed a bit interested, but as you know, I've always been very worried about the risk of losing control that becoming an extraordinary might face. So I also hope to learn how to avoid losing control, but if it's inconvenient. It's not that inconvenient. Audrey blinked and looked at Ember, asking, Ash, can I say it? Yes. Facing Audrey's question, Ember nodded lightly, indicating it didn't matter. Hilbert immediately became serious, knowing that Audrey was asking Ember for his opinion, inquiring if he could reveal the method that could reduce the risk of losing control to him. And for Hilbert, who already yearned to become an extraordinary, this attraction was fatal. Brother. Audrey received Ember's affirmative reply and deliberately imitated the teachers she had seen in a clumsy manner. She asked stiffly, in your opinion, after becoming an extraordinary, how should one act to reduce the risk of losing control? Hilbert pondered for 2 seconds and said somewhat uncertainly. One should master the power of the potion as quickly as possible, exploring its symbolic meaning and more mysteries. Only by doing so can one avoid the danger of losing control to the greatest extent. Although he had not become an extraordinary, he had some understanding of the extraordinary world, and what he said were all pieces of advice from the extraordinary recruited by the family. But previously, it was precisely because of this understanding that he had been deterred from it. No. Audrey shook her head, mastering the potion itself is a mistaken understanding. It's not mastering, it's digesting. It's not exploring, it's acting. The name of the potion is not just a symbol, but also an image, and even more, a key to digestion. Digesting. Hilbert repeated the word subconsciously, looking stunned and confused, just like Audrey when she first heard about the acting method. Should I say they're truly siblings? Audrey inwardly complained, feeling somewhat helpless. But for Hilbert, who had not become an extraordinary, it was indeed a bit difficult to understand. How should I explain it? Audrey showed a somewhat troubled expression and stammered, Ash taught me, it's probably saying that mastering is just treating the potion as an external tool, an untamed beast. No matter how well you master it, it's still external and won't truly belong to oneself, there's a risk of backlash. That's what people often call losing control. And digesting is viewing the potion you've drunk as a part of yourself, breaking it down, merging it, and absorbing it until it's completely unified into a whole. This method is usually called the acting method. And what you're acting is the word that the potion itself represents. For example, among the sequence pathway controlled by the Church of the Night, there is one called insomniac. If you want to act as an insomniac, you probably only need to stay awake all night. Hilbert's eyes gradually brightened, and he immediately understood what Audrey was trying to express. He thought carefully for a moment and asked cautiously, then, how much can this method reduce the risk of losing control? 20%. If you want an exact number, brother, my answer is 0. Audrey said with a serious expression. This was her judgment based on her own experience. At least so far, she hadn't shown any signs of losing control. 0. Hilbert's eyes widened in astonishment, somewhat disbelieving. According to Earl Hall, Ember possessed a method that could reduce the risk of losing control. And now he knew that this method was the acting method that Audrey mentioned. Learning about the existence of the acting method undoubtedly made Hilbert, who had previously been deterred from becoming an extraordinary, somewhat tempted. But in his eyes, this method would at most reduce the chance of losing control somewhat, for example, from 50% to 20%, and at most to 10%. Although there was still a risk, it was completely within his acceptable range. But Audrey's answer clearly exceeded his expectations. Not 20% or 10%, but 0. Is there really absolutely no risk? Hilbert's heart pounded uncontrollably, and he asked with some excitement. However, this time his question was not directed at Audrey, but at Ember. After all, in his eyes, Ember, as the teacher, definitely knew more than Audrey and was more reliable. And this, as expected, made Audrey puff out her cheeks, expressing dissatisfaction with her brother's lack of trust. Not entirely. Ember shook his head and explained, Audrey's explanation isn't completely clear. It should be said that the risk is basically 0 at low sequences, as long as you don't encounter some uncontrollable external factors interfering. But the higher the sequence, the greater the corresponding risk of losing control, which is unavoidable. Low sequences are enough. Hilbert breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, while also feeling a bit self-deprecating. He never thought he was exceptionally gifted. Unlike Alfred, even if he became an extraordinary, he would likely only be a low sequence throughout his life. If the risk of losing control could be guaranteed to be 0, then becoming an extraordinary would be a convenient and harmless matter. The only downside would probably be the significant drain on his wallet. But as the heir of the Hall family, Hilbert clearly didn't lack this amount of money. Ash. Hilbert carefully chose his words and said seriously, if I were to take a potion, could I ask you to be there to help keep an eye on me? Of course. Ember nodded slightly. Hilbert breathed a sigh of relief, and just as he was about to speak again, he met his sister's displeased expression and immediately said, Audrey too, could I trouble you to be present then? Of course, if that is your request, brother. Audrey slightly raised her chin and replied in a clear voice. All right. Hilbert looked at the pride on Audrey's face, his expression somewhat helpless, but his eyes were full of doting affection. No matter what, this was his younger sister, so he definitely had to spoil her a little. Ember pondered for a moment and suddenly said, if you, Hilbert, want to become an extraordinary, which sequence pathway would you want to take? I really don't know. Hilbert sighed helplessly, the sequence pathway for which the family has potion formulas are only lawyer and arbitrator, but I'm not very interested in either. If I were to choose myself. Hilbert hesitated for a moment, cleared his throat, and said, I want to choose the apothecary pathway. After all, no matter what, having a healthy body and not being afraid of most diseases and injuries is the most important thing. But unfortunately, Hilbert sighed helplessly, the potion formulas for these non-conventional sequences are not that easy to find. The Earth Mother Church should have the potion formula for the apothecary pathway, but unfortunately, the Ruined Kingdom is not a missionary country for the Earth Mother Church. Miss Audrey blinked lightly. Vleelant Viscount also chose the apothecary, but it was a pity that he still hadn't obtained the potion formula for the apothecary pathway until now. For this, he had sought her out more than once in the past 2 months, complaining about the unreliable extraordinary gatherings introduced by furs, saying how these wild extraordinary were inferior, while also expressing envy towards her. Overtly and covertly, he was actually hinting that he hoped to obtain the apothecary potion formula through Ember, even saying that it didn't matter if it was several times more expensive. After all, he had just inherited the title, and there was plenty of family fortune to squander. And Miss Audrey always showed an awkward rather than polite smile about this, not because she didn't want to agree to him. It was just that Ember hadn't been in Backland for the past 2 months, so even if she agreed, she couldn't do it. But fortunately, Ember had returned to Backland, and they had just talked about these things last night. Ash, Miss Audrey asked curiously, as if recalling something, didn't you happen to prepare an apothecary pathway potion for Gleeland Viscount? Indeed. Ember nodded slightly, but quickly added, however, I don't recommend that you, Hilbert, choose the apothecary pathway, and the same goes for Gleeland Viscount. Why? Hilbert was a little surprised, and even Miss Audrey was a little puzzled. I cannot give you an accurate answer to this question. Ember thought for a moment and replied, however, my suggestion is that you can choose other pathways. As for the apothecary, you can completely choose one person from your servants to become an apothecary, instead of doing it yourself, right? That's also true. Hilbert thought about it and suddenly found that it seemed to make a lot of sense. Although Ember didn't say it, he guessed that it was likely because there was some hidden danger in this pathway. Since there was a hidden danger, Hilbert naturally gave up decisively. After all, Rosal the Great once said that a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. However, the purpose of the apothecary was originally just to concoct potions for treating injuries and illnesses for him, so why should he do it himself? Couldn't he just find a servant to become an apothecary? His family didn't lack servants anyway. At worst, he would increase the servant's salary at that time and give him or her a long-term employment contract. Hilbert figured out this problem and immediately asked humbly, if I want to choose other pathways, do you have any recommendations, Ember? Ember thought for a moment and repeated Archbishop Anthony's words. I suggest you choose the diviner, insomniac, savants, or reader pathways. Of course, the lawyer and arbitrator pathways controlled by the Hall family are also an option. The diviner can seek good fortune and avoid disaster. The benefits of becoming an extraordinary of this pathway are obvious. You can divine in advance before doing anything, which can help him avoid a large part of the danger. The insomniac can give you more abundant energy. Just 3 to 4 hours of rest a day is enough. And even at sequence 9, it can give you a stronger physique than ordinary people and excellent vision in the night. By the way, if you choose these 2 pathways, I can prepare the extraordinary materials for you as soon as possible. The reader can improve your memory and comprehension. If you like reading, you can choose this pathway. And the savants is the pathway chosen by Rosal the Great. The core ability is to awaken memories, allowing you to recall all the knowledge you have seen, while also improving your understanding and learning ability. As for the arbitrator and lawyer pathways, I think I don't need to introduce them. Hilbert fell into deep thought. There were a total of 6 pathways to choose from. The lawyer and arbitrator were pathways controlled by the Hall family, and they had ready-made extraordinary materials for him to become an extraordinary. But Hilbert himself was not very interested in these 2 pathways. And if he chose insomniac, Ember could also collect the extraordinary materials for him. But this pathway was also excluded by him without hesitation. He could have a good relationship with Ember and could be a devout believer of the Church of the Night, but he could never become an insomniac. As for the remaining 3 pathways, diviner, then, Hilbert thought for a moment and replied. He wasn't very interested in the reader and savants, and the diviner, which could seek good fortune and avoid disaster, was what he wanted. Then, he would have an apothecary servant who could concoct potions to treat injuries. This state could only be described by one word, steady. And for Hilbert, who could steadily inherit the Earl title, being steady was what he pursued. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen the apothecary pathway before. Miss Audrey said cunningly, so, brother, you want 2 potion formulas, right? That's a total of £500. Hilbert opened his mouth, speechless, only managing a helpless wry smile. Of course, £500. It was only £500, he wasn't short of this small amount of money. It was just that his sister was already helping outsiders before she was married, which made Hilbert feel a little sad. Oh, right, Ash. Hilbert thought for a moment and said solemnly, regarding the acting method, I swear I will never leak it, not even to my parents. I swear in the name of the goddess. The acting method could reduce the risk of losing control to infinitely close to 0, and its importance was self-evident. Ember revealing the acting method itself already took a huge risk and might even be held accountable by the Church of the Night. And the only thing Hilbert could do was swear not to reveal the acting method to anyone. Soon, through Miss Audrey's connections, Ember handed 2 potion formulas to Hilbert. Diviner potion formula. Main ingredients: 10 ml of lava octopus blood plus 50 grams of star crystal. Auxiliary ingredients: 100 ml of pure water plus 13 drops of night-scented grass juice plus 7 golden mint leaves plus 3 drops of poison hemlock juice plus 9 grams of dragon blood grass. Apothecary potion formula. Main ingredients: horn of an adult unicorn Pegasus, 3 grams of venom crystal from a crown jellyfish. Hilbert took the potion formulas, unfolded them, and quickly scanned them. While feeling joyful in his heart, he also knew that it was not good to disturb Ember and Miss Audrey any longer. He took the initiative to get up and left the room, using the excuse that he still had things to deal with. On one hand, he was going to look for a suitable servant candidate to become an apothecary, and on the other hand, he was going to order people to collect the extraordinary materials needed to become an apothecary. Ash. After Hilbert left the room, Miss Audrey hesitated and whispered, "Are you free this afternoon? If you are, can you accompany me to the salon organized by Klene Viscount?" Of course. Ember shrugged. He had nothing else to do anyway. After sending Hilbert away, the rest of the time felt much lighter. Miss Audrey no longer had to attend various complicated etiquette and piano lessons, and Ember was happy to relax. It wasn't until noon, after having lunch at Miss Audrey's house. The two took a carriage together to Klene Viscount's luxurious villa. And when Klene Viscount saw Miss Audrey and Ember who accompanied her, his expression immediately became excited. He immediately dismissed the servants and bid farewell to the servants around, leading the two to the study. And when Klene Viscount, like Hilbert, heard the repetition from Ember, he also nodded in agreement without much hesitation. There was no harm in having a servant become an apothecary, it was just a matter of spending an extra 300 to 500 gold pounds. As for the extraordinary pathway he himself chose. "Grelint, what is your choice?" Miss Audrey asked curiously. Grelint hesitated for a moment, and said hesitantly, "I want to choose the diviner or insomniac pathway, but I'm still struggling with which one to choose." The diviner, needless to say, could divine and seek good fortune and avoid disaster. But the insomniac was also good. After becoming this pathway, he could stay up late recklessly, which also had a huge appeal to him. If possible, he even wanted all of them. But unfortunately, he couldn't. After all, a person could only choose one pathway, and he was well aware that taking potions from different pathways would lead to losing control. "Wait." Grelint suddenly became invigorated and said eagerly, "Can I have all of them? I'll become an insomniac myself, and then find 2 servants to become a diviner and an apothecary respectively. Isn't that great?" Miss Audrey hesitated to speak, then spoke, and then hesitated again, saying somewhat helplessly, "Then do you want to choose 2 more pathways with combat capabilities?" "That makes sense." Klene Viscount thought seriously, "These pathways aren't very good at combat, so it's best to have 2 more that are good at combat." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Klene Viscount said eagerly, "Viscount Black, how many potion formulas do you have?" "I want all of them." A potion formula plus the corresponding materials would cost at least 400 to 500 pounds. If he wanted to train 4 additional extraordinary besides himself, it would cost a total of 2,500 pounds. This amount of money was enough to buy a house in the Hillston district or West End, which was wealth that ordinary people could never earn in their lifetime. But Grelint didn't care at all, because he had plenty of family fortune to squander anyway. In the Crag Club restaurant, Klein, who had finished Dr. Allen's commission, returned to the club, got some food, and was about to eat. But suddenly he felt very uncomfortable in his nose. He reached out to cover his mouth and nose and sneezed. Achoo! As a Sequence 7 extraordinary, I actually got sick. Klein felt it was incredible. Could it be that someone was talking about me behind my back? Forget it, don't think about these things. Klein shook his head and withdrew his gaze. He already had the potion formulas for Faceless and Marionettist. Although he had just become a magician, he could completely collect the extraordinary materials needed for these 2 potions in advance. The only problem was, the extraordinary materials required for Sequence 6 each cost around 2,000 pounds. To collect all the main materials, it would require at least 4,000 pounds. Klein touched his empty pockets and immediately felt a headache. Where did he have 4,000 pounds? Originally, Miss Audrey still owed him 4,000 pounds, but because of the blasphemy card incident last night, he impulsively used this part of the debt to offset the commission fee. Now, this part of the debt was only 1,000 pounds left. Klein ate his hearty lunch, but suddenly felt a little sad and choked up. Money was a good thing, but unfortunately, he didn't have any. Bang! Klene clenched his fork and suddenly felt a little blocked up. Chapter 116, The Lord Does Not Care. November 18, Thursday morning. In the house at 117 Bonningham Road, Hillston District. The three people eating breakfast heard the sound of the doorbell being pulled. Ding ding dong dong. The bell, pulled by a rope, kept shaking, sending its sound throughout the spacious but relatively empty living room. Shoo. At the dining table, Furs, who was biting into a piece of bread, called out indistinctly. Shoo, on the same side, rolled her eyes but didn't say anything. She put down the bread she had just picked up and walked towards the entrance. Before the bell could shake again, Shoo turned the handle and opened the door. Outside the door was a tall, thin man with an indifferent look and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses. He looked healthy, but his complexion was quite poor, and his right leg seemed swollen, as if it were in a cast. He was also leaning on a crutch. Hello, mister, who are you looking for? Shoo asked politely. Dr. Allen lowered his head following the voice and only then noticed the petite lady. He hesitated and asked, I'm looking for Furs, but I don't know if she still lives here. Furs, someone's looking for you. Shoo took the opportunity to open the door wider and simultaneously shouted towards the dining room. Woo woo woo, coming. Furs responded indistinctly, as if trying to swallow something. Please come in, Shoo invited politely. Thank you. Dr. Allen thanked softly, leaned on his crutch, came into the living room, and sat down on the sofa. Shoo didn't go to help him, because she could tell at a glance that Dr. Allen was the kind of person who cared a lot about his appearance. He wouldn't want to be treated as a disabled person. So she just watched from the side until he sat down on the sofa before politely asking. Would you like something to drink? Black tea, please. Dr. Allen thought for a moment and replied. Okay. Shoo nodded lightly and turned to walk towards the dining room. Meanwhile, Furs also came to the living room. She recognized the visitor's identity at a glance and was somewhat surprised. Dr. Allen. Furs. Dr. Allen turned his head, seeming about to say something. Ah, sorry. Furs noticed Dr. Allen's gaze, subconsciously reached out and wiped her mouth. Seeing the cream on her fingertips, her face immediately turned red. She turned away, took out a handkerchief, and wiped it clean. To come out to see someone without wiping her mouth first was simply too impolite. Dr. Allen chose to remain silent. He knew that Ember and Furs were a couple and that it was normal for them to live together. But he didn't expect there to be another girl in Furs's home, and it seemed their relationship was quite close, not even avoiding doing that kind of thing. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Dr. Allen immediately decided to pretend he hadn't seen anything. After all, it was someone else's private life, and he had no business interfering. But are young people nowadays playing so wildly? First thing in the morning, they were actually. Dr. Allen, what can I do for you? Furs, after wiping the cream from the corner of her mouth, sat down on the sofa next to him and asked. It's like this. Dr. Allen hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, do you still remember Oeptton? Furs's expression became a little strange, and she nodded gently. I remember. To be honest with you. Dr. Allen patted his right leg and sighed, since that surgery, I've been very unlucky lately. A few days ago, I fell down the stairs and suffered a rather severe fracture in my right leg, so I had to put it in a cast to fix it. Furs's expression was a little surprised and bewildered. Dr. Allen continued, this wasn't the first time, nor the only time. Mistakes during surgery, a steam train accident during a trip, finding a thief had broken into my home upon returning, going to the hospital, and then falling down the stairs. The only thing worth celebrating is that the mistakes in those few surgeries weren't serious and didn't result in death. But even so, I won't be able to work for at least a month. I suspect I've been cursed by some kind of spell. Dr. Allen gave a bitter smile and gestured as he spoke. Of course, I know you might find this absurd, but I can't find any other reasonable explanation. I've tried going to church to pray, donate, and attend mass, but nothing has worked. Just the day before yesterday, I spoke with a private investigator, and he helped me narrow down the suspect to Oeptton, because I've been unlucky ever since that day. For this, we went to visit Oeptton's home yesterday morning, but found that they had already moved out of Backland over a month ago. After returning home yesterday, I thought the matter was over. But last night, I had a nightmare. I dreamt of Oeptton. Dr. Allen's expression became increasingly bitter, and even his eyes revealed a hint of terror. He had just visited Oeptton yesterday, and then had a nightmare that night. To say there was no connection between them was something he would never believe, even if he were beaten to death. It was no wonder he looked so pale. The things that had happened recently were completely beyond the scope of his common sense. I originally wanted to find the detective from yesterday and ask him to help me analyze it. But also yesterday, I seemed to see Ash also visiting Oeptton's home. So I wanted to know if you had the same experience as me. Dr. Allen's expression was extremely sincere, even carrying a hint of hope and pleading. The hope was because he wished to find someone who could empathize, and the pleading was because he hoped to get an answer from Furs. Furs was silent for a long time, her mind feeling chaotic. She said in a low voice, I also had nightmares before. Nightmares? What kind of nightmares? Dr. Allen immediately became much more energetic and eagerly asked. But after speaking, he felt his words were a bit impolite and quickly explained, sorry, I'm not gloating, I just. He opened his mouth, unsure how to explain. I understand, Dr. Allen. Furs comforted him and then quickly said, wait a moment, I'll go call Ash over. Ember. I heard. Ember appeared behind Furs at some point. He stared intently at Dr. Allen opposite him and asked, Dr. Allen, can you describe your dream? Dr. Allen tried hard to recall and said, some details and processes I can't remember anymore. What I remember most is a tall, dark spire with a giant silver-white snake coiled around it. It was slowly wriggling, looking at me with cold, indifferent red eyes. For some reason, I entered that spire, going up and down the stairs, passing through wall after wall, and through locked door after locked door. Finally, I found a child named Oeptton in a dark corner. He hopped a few steps on one leg and curled up against the wall, with that deck of tarot cards scattered beside him. Seeing it was me, he was both scared and happy, and shouted, Dr. Allen. The dream was pretty much like that, and then I woke up. Did Oeptton say anything else? Ember listened carefully, thought for a moment, and asked. Yes. Dr. Allen frowned and thought for a while, then blurted out, he said, Dr. Allen, a snake wants to eat me. Then, that giant silver-white snake hung down from the ceiling, its head directly facing me. Its mouth was large, but there were no teeth or tongue inside, just a bloody red expanse. As Dr. Allen spoke, his face still held lingering fear. It was clear that the nightmare last night had left a deep shadow on him. Ember looked down at Furs beside him. Furs nodded subtly, her expression a little worried. She originally thought she was the only one having nightmares, but now it seemed that Dr. Allen, who had also participated in that surgery, was also having nightmares. The only question was, why did she start having nightmares in early September? And Dr. Allen only had the nightmare yesterday. Furs frowned and thought for a long time, unable to figure out the key point. If Dr. Allen had the nightmare because of his visit, then what about her? She had never visited Oeptton. And, being unlucky or something. Furs's expression was a little subtle. She had been staying at home all this time, so she didn't feel much. But thinking about it carefully, it seemed she had indeed been a bit unlucky for a while, but they were all minor matters, so she hadn't paid much attention to them. After all, compared to Dr. Allen who directly broke his leg, these experiences were clearly not worth mentioning. However, another confusion still lingered in Furs's mind, which was what the trigger for their nightmares was. As an extraordinary, Furs's understanding of the extraordinary world was far superior to Dr. Allen's. So she was very clear that her nightmare couldn't have been for no reason, there should have been some kind of trigger. But what exactly was the trigger, she couldn't remember for a moment. Dr. Allen. Ember pondered for a moment and asked, what is the name of your private investigator friend? Dr. Allen immediately replied, Sherlock Morardi. Ember's expression was slightly surprised, and he pressed on, where does he live? Minsk Street 15. Dr. Allen replied and then asked somewhat confusedly, do you know him? Sherlock also told me that he might know you, but wasn't sure if it was the same person. And, Dr. Allen said hesitantly, the Ash Black he knows seems to be a noble from Winter County. That should be me. Ember nodded slightly and replied, he and I are indeed friends. Upon hearing this, Dr. Allen's body tensed up instead, and his expression became somewhat restrained. Although he was among the top tier of the middle class and had a small fortune, he was definitely incomparable to a noble. The difference between them was like heaven and earth. If Ember was really a noble, it would make him feel completely uncomfortable. I remember. Wait a moment. Furs suddenly exclaimed, jogged upstairs back to her room, and after a while ran downstairs again, holding an exquisitely crafted paper crane in her hand. It's this thing, Furs said with certainty, after the surgery, I took care of Oeptton for a while. He gave me a paper crane and said it could bring me good luck. As Furs spoke, she couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed again. Such an important clue, she had completely failed to remember it before. But she couldn't be blamed for this. It was just an ordinary paper crane. Since Rosal the Great invented it, it has been considered a symbol of blessing. It is very common for friends or even couples to exchange paper cranes. Who would normally suspect that a paper crane could be problematic? This. Dr. Allen's eyes became horrified. He hesitantly took out his leather wallet and pulled out a neatly folded paper crane from it. And it was not difficult to see that the paper crane in his hand was almost identical to Furz's. Undoubtedly, these two paper cranes were made by the same person. Ember asked, "Was this also given to you by Will Oeptton?" "Yes." Dr. Allen nodded and said, "After Will Oeptton's family moved away, I remembered that before he was discharged from the hospital, he gave me this thing and said, 'Doctor, this can bring you good luck.' I didn't pay attention at the time and casually threw it in the office drawer. It was only after I parted ways with Mr. Sherlock last night that I went to get it back and put it in my wallet. As a result, I had that nightmare just now during the night." Ember pondered for 2 seconds and slowly said, "Dr. Allen, I suggest you seek help from that detective. As you can see, I did visit Will Oeptton yesterday, but I have no clue about this either, otherwise I wouldn't have waited until yesterday to find him. So I'm sorry, I can't help you, because I can't even help Furz." "No, it's okay." Dr. Allen fell silent, shook his head, and said, "I should have known this kind of thing would happen, but you're right, I was already planning to seek help from Mr. Sherlock." Dr. Allen stood up leaning on his crutch and said politely, "Sorry, I disturbed your breakfast." Furz opened her mouth but made no sound. In the end, she just watched Dr. Allen leave. "Ash, aren't we going to do something?" After Dr. Allen left the house, Furz couldn't help but ask. Ember shook his head and asked back, "Of course we have to do something, but are you going to tell him you're an extraordinary?" Furz was silenced by Ember's words. Was that something she could say? It seemed like it wasn't something she could say. Shu asked curiously, "What about his detective friend? Do you know him?" "Kind of." Ember nodded slightly and said slowly, "If I'm not mistaken, we should all know each other." Although he only had fragmented memories left, he still remembered the iconic name, Sherlock Morardi. If it weren't for that, Rosal the Great, copying and publishing the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes in this world, it would most likely be that, open black lens bracket full close black lens bracket Joe Mingrui. Of course, Sherlock Moriarty is definitely not the fool himself. This should be a name he gave his benefactor out of his own twisted sense of humor. As for who this benefactor is, Ember also had a guess in his heart. It's likely that, open black lens bracket celestial worthy benefactor close black lens bracket Klein Moretti. After all, he once told him personally that he was a detective. Furz and Hugh were stunned for a moment, instinctively exchanged glances, and then said in unison, "Mr. World." There were only a few people in the Tarot Club, and they accounted for half of them here. Mr. Fool is impossible, Mr. Hanged Man is at sea, and the sun is in a Silver City. The only one likely to be in Backland is Mr. World. Oh right, Ember. After breakfast, Hugh suddenly remembered something and reminded him, "There's an extraordinary gathering in Queen's District today, organized by Mr. A. Are you going?" Mr. A. Ember was slightly surprised. If she hadn't mentioned it, he would have truly forgotten. "Let's go take a look." Ember thought for a moment and replied. He had previously sought out Mr. A for the painting world. Now that it was confirmed that the painting world had no value, there was actually no need to go. But since he's an old friend, it wouldn't be too much to pay him a visit, right? And Klein. It's been a long time since they last met, perhaps it's time to find a moment to see him. 2 months have passed, hopefully, he has already investigated some useful clues. Achoo. At 117 Bonningham Road, Klein, who was sleeping soundly wrapped in a quilt, suddenly sneezed, which made him doubt his life. Am I really sick? He is a dignified Sequence 7 extraordinary. He's at least stepped into the threshold of the contemporary middle sequences, isn't he? Is it that easy to get sick? This is not scientific. No, this is not extraordinary at all. If becoming an extraordinary still means being plagued by colds, then this extraordinary, it's not worth being. Never mind, he still has to be one. It's just a sneeze, how big of a deal is that? Klein decisively admitted defeat and, incidentally, did a divination for himself. Great fortune, today is suitable for going out. Klein nodded with satisfaction, then, with a surge of emotion, he turned over. Winter is perfect for staying in bed. It's a shame I have to work hard to save money. Klein muttered as he got up. He stretched out his hand to pick up the coat hanging on the hanger, and then slowly put on his clothes while still in bed. He slept very soundly last night, even the hourly bells of the church in the early morning couldn't wake him up. Nothing else. It was already October, and Backland had entered winter. Coupled with Backland's unique, pervasive fog, the cold air was indeed quite unbearable. Klene was in a good mood, so he specifically added a sugar-boiled soft-boiled egg to his breakfast and strawberry jam he bought specifically for white bread. But just as he was leisurely enjoying his food, the doorbell suddenly rang. Klene was a little surprised. He walked to the door, and before he even reached out, the visitor outside the door was naturally outlined in his mind. It was Dr. Alan Chris. "Good morning, Alan, you slept very late yesterday." Klene noticed that Alan's complexion was quite poor, so he quietly activated his spirit vision and took a look. Alan took off his hat and said with a wry smile, "Sherlock, I've come to ask for your help." In the afternoon, in an inconspicuous house in Queen's District, Hugh and Furs found seats like other extraordinary, examining the items written on the blackboard. Mr. A, wearing a hooded robe, still sat quietly and alone on the sofa at the front, looking down at everyone. Hugh and Furs' arrival only made Mr. A glance at them a little longer, but he didn't pay too much attention. He looked longer because these two had once sent him £10,000. He didn't pay attention because he knew these two wild extraordinary were just a facade. They definitely couldn't come up with such a huge sum of £10,000. The real important factor was the person behind them. But as far as Mr. A was concerned, he had no interest in investigating who was behind them. It wasn't until Mr. A saw a somewhat familiar figure walk into the hall that his expression management almost lost control. He suddenly stood up from the sofa, startling the surrounding extraordinary, who thought someone had offended this powerful extraordinary. But he didn't say anything, he just walked expressionlessly towards the living room behind. Ember also noticed Mr. A's departure and slowly followed him, walking through the hall to a living room in the back. "You still came after all. Please sit." Mr. A sat on the sofa in the living room and suddenly chuckled when he saw Ember enter the living room. Then he stretched out his finger and pointed to the opposite seat. Ember was a little surprised by Mr. A's attitude, but considering that the Aurora Order members are all mentally unstable madmen, this scene didn't seem so abnormal after all. "A drink." Mr. A leisurely poured himself a glass of red wine and politely asked a question. But before Ember could respond, he poured Ember a glass of red wine on his own. Then he picked up his own glass and gently swirled it. Not planning to resist, Ember looked at Mr. A's extremely leisurely attitude and asked with interest. What caused such a big change in his attitude? Is resistance useful? Mr. A countered, picked up his glass, took a sip of red wine, and said frankly, "Besides, I think we don't have any irreconcilable contradictions. Can't we just talk things over first? For example, well, you seem to be looking for something. Perhaps I can help you. Where is the painting world?" Ember didn't care about Mr. A's attitude and asked directly. Mr. A gently swirled his wine glass and said leisurely, "If you are referring to the entrance to Noah's Ark, it has been destroyed. And if you are referring to the location of Noah's Ark, I don't know, only a few saints are qualified to know that." Noah's Ark. Ember repeated the word in a low voice, a little surprised. The painting world was originally a refuge created by the divine race for themselves, with the purpose of ensuring that the divine race could still enter the painting world to inhabit and continue their rule after the first fire was extinguished in the Deep Sea era. Even later, due to the characteristic of the painting world gradually decaying, the divine race abandoned this refuge. But under Mrs. Continuation, a new painting world has been completed. According to Patch, the painting world successfully carried the survivors within it to this world, just like Noah's Ark, that survived the world-destroying flood. So, in theory, the painting world can indeed be considered a Noah's Ark. But Ember was more curious as to why this word would come out of Mr. A's mouth. There are at least 6 known painting worlds. Church of the Night, Earth Mother Church, Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Steam and Machinery Church, Aurora Order, and the Elements of Dawn. These 6 major forces each possess a painting world. In theory, among these 6 painting worlds, one should be the original painting world. That is an exquisite work created by hunting down the dwarf kings, devouring all the black souls in the world, and transforming its own blood into black soul blood, infused with black souls. And the painting world painted with black soul blood theoretically has the special characteristic of never decaying, which is also the reason why it can carry the survivors within it to this world. Aside from the original painting world, the remaining 5 painting worlds were created in this world. And the paint required to create these paintings was the huge figure carrying a radiant cross in the massive painting Ember saw on that primitive island. His blood was used to paint the painting worlds, a total of 5. Ember had seen the painting on that primitive island and had faced the divine descent of the true creator. So he could easily identify that the true creator was one of the ones who divided the corpses. From the surface, it would be easy to misunderstand that these 4 Ghouls, who divided the corpses each possessed a painting world. For example, as one of the 4 ghouls, the true creator possessed a painting world. However, although there are only 4 protagonists in the painting, there are also blurry figures hidden in the shadows. Although they did not divide the corpses, this does not mean they would not compete for the painting world. And Ember already had a guess as to the reason they would compete for the painting world. This world is about to face the apocalypse, an apocalypse that even gods cannot protect themselves from. Although the specific reason and date are unknown, this time will likely not be long. Therefore, even gods need to use the painting world as a refuge to protect themselves in the coming apocalypse. But Ember had once entered the painting world possessed by the true creator, and personally witnessed the decay within. For the same reason, the other 4 painting worlds are likely also corrupted to varying degrees. And this also means that these painting worlds are destined to not become true Noah's arcs. For the same reason, except for the original painting world, the other painting worlds are meaningless to Ember. Therefore, he would not insist on entering the Noah's Ark of the true creator again. Aside from the painting world, there is only one thing he cares about. Ember slowly raised his head and asked, "Do you know the Black Emperor?" "Know a little." Mr. A seemed to have anticipated this and said without hesitation, "Our Aurora Order has been cooperating with the Rune royal family and the Witch sect, and the ultimate goal of this cooperation is the Black Emperor. However, both parties have reservations about the Aurora Order and obviously do not trust us. Therefore, the intelligence the Aurora Order can obtain is also very limited. We have always only been responsible for plundering the population from East Balam, and the transportation of these people is handled by the Witch sect." "Very normal." Ember nodded silently, not surprised by this. If it were him, he wouldn't trust a group of madmen either, taking them along was probably out of necessity. After all, large-scale slave trade would inevitably alert various forces, only through the painting world could it be done without anyone knowing. But even by choosing to cooperate with the Aurora Order, the royal family still had reservations. From Chunnas, he learned that the final destination of these slaves was Ruin No. 1, but they did not set the exit of the painting world at Ruin No. 1. This was clearly to guard against the madmen of the Aurora Order secretly causing damage. However, this also left some traces in an operation that could have been done without anyone knowing. Although the Rune royal family hid it well, as long as one followed the clues, they would eventually discover the problem. "What is the Black Emperor?" Ember asked again. "I don't know." Mr. A spread his hands, and there was a hint of helplessness on his handsome face. "The information I have is very limited. After all, the Aurora Order has always only operated on the periphery of this plan and has no access to the core content. However," Mr. A paused, and his voice became serious, "I suspect they are creating a god. The Black Emperor might be the peak of a certain sequence. And this sequence is either arbitrator or lawyer." Ember took a deep look at Mr. A. The intelligence provided by Mr. A overlapped with some of the intelligence he had obtained, and it also indirectly confirmed the accuracy of his intelligence. Although Mr. A was a madman, at least for now, he could still provide some value. Ember pressed on, "What other information do you know?" "The Rune Kingdom is excavating ruins." Mr. A thought for a moment and replied, "I don't know the exact locations of these ruins. The Rune Kingdom must have also set up anti-divination and anti-prophecy arrangements for the locations of these ruins. But I guess these ruins were left over from the 4th epoch and are likely related to the Black Emperor." And, Mr. A emphasized, "Although the exact locations of these ruins are uncertain, there is definitely more than one. And I can be sure that one of the ruins is in the suburbs of Backland." Ember's expression changed slightly, and he immediately linked the ruin that Mr. A speculated about with the Ruin No 1 foot that Chunnas mentioned. Although there was no evidence, the possibility was high. "Can you find the location of the ruins?" Facing Ember's inquiry, Mr. A said helplessly, "This is difficult, because these ruins are guarded by at least demigods or even angels, and even investigating their locations is not that easy. However, I can try." Mr. A lowered his head, looking at the swirling rose-colored liquid in the wine glass, his eyes slightly flickering. The Dark Saint once instructed him to respond to every request from Ember, and he had indeed done so. As for the impact of Ember knowing this information on the Rune royal family and the Witch sect, what did that have to do with the Aurora Order? "The Lord doesn't care." Ember tapped the table lightly with his finger and asked thoughtfully, "What reward do you need?" "Money." Mr. A's spirits lifted, and he immediately said, "Lots of money. The more the better. 10,000 pounds. Ember's palm swept across the table, and a stack of gold pounds quietly appeared on the table. He slowly said, "This is the advance payment. I need you to provide me with more detailed information. Of course, the most important thing is the location of Ruin No. 1. No problem. Mr. A readily agreed, but you also know that the difficulty is great, so it might take a long time. And, Mr. A paused, then continued, the intelligence network I operated before has been destroyed by you. I must first rebuild the intelligence network before I am qualified to gather information for you. However, as long as there are enough gold pounds, this will not take too much time. Ember frowned, didn't I just kill a few people? Indeed. Mr. A looked at Ember with an extremely strange expression, but the intelligence network was in the hands of these few people. After they died, most of the Aurora Order members were exposed one after another and purged by the major churches. As for the remaining part, due to the fragmentation of the intelligence network, I temporarily cannot contact them. Finally, Mr. A added, but don't worry, the cooperation with the royal family has been ongoing. Even without the painting world, they still need the assistance of the Aurora Order, and this will even allow me to access more core information. Ember glanced at him, noncommittal about the statement. The royal family might not necessarily need the assistance of the Aurora Order, it's more likely that they fear retaliation from the Aurora Order after kicking them out. To avoid affecting their plans because of this, the royal family can only hold their noses and let the Aurora Order continue to participate. Ember felt he had to learn from the royal family's lesson, cooperating with a lunatic was fine. But when ending the cooperation, to avoid future retaliation from the lunatic, it was best to solve these troubles once and for all. Anyway, the Aurora Order is also a cult organization. As a night watcher of the Church of the Night, it's quite reasonable for him to purge the Aurora Order, right? Backland North District, St. Samuel Cathedral. Inside the great confession hall of the church, a lady sat on a front row seat. She wore a simple robe, tied with a bark belt, her black hair hung down, and she was barefoot, without shoes or socks. She looked at the holy emblem of the red moon surrounded by stars, clasped her hands, and closed her eyes in the peaceful and quiet environment. Your Highness Ariana. Archbishop Anthony, wearing a black robe with red trim, came to the lady's side and said softly, have you come this time with any instructions? Be careful of the moon. Ariana did not raise her head or open her eyes, just whispered. This. Archbishop Anthony was startled in his heart, his expression changing uncertainly. Be careful of the moon. Why? You know, one of the goddess's honorific names is Scarlet Moon. Is Your Highness Ariana referring to the original moon? Then why not just say original moon and call it moon instead? Ariana seemed completely unaware of Archbishop Anthony's expression and continued, Bernardet may have been corrupted by the moon. Do not let her come into contact with benefactor. But do not touch her, and do not actively make an enemy of her. I don't understand. Archbishop Anthony was silent for a long time, and said in a deep voice, I don't understand what you want to do. Moreover, the goddess has not bestowed an oracle upon me for a long time. Ariana opened her eyes, raised her dark eyes to look at Archbishop Anthony, and said slowly. The goddess is currently in a critical period, she cannot spare too much energy. Assisting benefactor is the only thing you need to do. Then why not directly guide benefactor to Serenity Chapel? Archbishop Anthony retorted. Ariana fell silent and slowly said, do you know Snow White? Archbishop Anthony didn't expect Ariana to suddenly change the subject. He was stunned for a while before nodding hesitantly. Yes, it's a fairy tale created by Rosal the Great. What does it tell? Ariana continued to ask. Archbishop Anthony was silent for a while and slowly said, a long time ago, the queen of a country gave birth to a girl in winter. Her skin was as pure white as snow, her lips were as red as blood, and her hair was as black and smooth as ebony. Therefore, she was named Snow White. The queen passed away not long after giving birth to the princess. The king married another beautiful, proud, cruel, and evil woman to be the queen. And this stepmother queen, due to jealousy of Snow White's beauty, ordered a hunter to take Snow White into the forest and kill her. To confirm that Snow White was dead, the queen demanded that the hunter bring back Snow White's lungs and liver as proof after the deed was done. But the hunter was moved by Snow White's kindness and innocence, and finally let her go, asking a cook for a wild boar's heart and liver to give to the queen. After escaping, Snow White met 7 dwarfs and settled down in the forest with their help. But the queen discovered the truth that she was not dead, so she disguised herself as a peasant woman and tricked Snow White into eating a poisoned apple. When Snow White bit into the apple, she immediately fainted. When the 7 dwarfs found her, they could only sorrowfully place her in a crystal coffin. Time passed, and a prince from another country passed through the forest and found Snow White lying in the crystal coffin. The prince was attracted by Snow White's beauty and fell in love with her. Finally, Snow White, who had eaten the poisoned apple, was saved by the prince, and eventually the prince and princess lived happily ever after, while the queen received her deserved punishment. After Archbishop Anthony finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Ariana, as if asking for her thoughts after hearing the story. This story comes from Rosal's fairy tales, but Rosal the Great is said to have another different version of the story, in which there is a completely different Snow White. Have you heard of this story? Ariana did not express her opinion after listening but asked in return. Archbishop Anthony responded with silence, only nodding slightly. He had also read the other version of the fairy tale, but it was clearly not suitable for children. Ariana looked at Archbishop Anthony. This archbishop had completely fallen silent, but she just said softly. The same group of people, yet there are two versions of the story that are completely different. Isn't that wonderful? If Benefactor wished to go to Serenity Chapel to investigate that painting world, no one would stop him. If that were the case, the situation would be completely different from now. But Benefactor seems to have never considered going to Serenity Chapel, even though it is the easiest way for him to access the painting world. And this is the story of another version, and the choice of another will. Even the goddess, in her current state, is powerless against this. That's why the goddess needs us to buy her more time. Do you understand? Archbishop Anthony remained silent. He already understood why Ariana used such an obscure example. Whatever is said will be known. That is the domain of gods. The matter concerning Benefactor involves a game at the level of gods. The goddess has not personally cast her gaze upon Benefactor to this day, not because she doesn't value him, but precisely because she values him extremely. Therefore, she cannot alert another will. Archbishop Anthony took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I will do what needs to be done." That night, Klene secretly snuck into Dr. Allen's house and swapped Dr. Allen's genuine dream-entering paper crane with a defective one he had made. After doing all this, Klene returned home and immediately went to the Fool. Sitting in the silent and empty palace, he picked up the paper crane and examined it carefully for a few seconds, finding no abnormalities. Then, Klene conjured paper and pen and wrote down the same divination sentence as before. The current location of Oeptton. He had actually divined once before, but the result was that Oeptton's location overlapped with Dr. Allen's. But this time, he switched to using the dream divination method, and was surprised to see a scene appear in that gray and fragmented world. It was a dark room. The sturdy-looking Oeptton with dark eyes leaned on a chair, lying on the desk by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. He held a stack of tarot cards in each hand, and there was a pile of building blocks next to him. The blocks were assembled into a circular snake with its head connected to its tail. The scene outside the window was also dark, with only the faint sound of flowing water. The dream ended silently here. Klene opened his eyes and lightly tapped the edge of the long bronze table with his finger, muttering to himself. The Ouroboros, is it indeed the Mercury Snake? The Mercury Snake representing destiny. The Mercury Snake, sequence 1 of the monster pathway. If he wasn't mistaken, that Oeptton was likely a sequence 1 angel. He just didn't know why he had become entangled with Dr. Allen, an ordinary person. Moreover, this was likely related to Ember. After all, he had personally seen Ember visit Oeptton yesterday, but he still didn't know the specific connection between the two. As if possessed, Klene played with the paper crane and suddenly had a strong impulse. Should I take it back to the real world to see? Klene hesitated for 2 seconds, thinking it might be dangerous, as it was a sequence 1 angel. But he also really wanted to know what was happening. After all, if it were just Dr. Allen, he might not take the risk, but Ember was also involved, which made him somewhat eager to try. So, he decisively made a decision. Divination first. When in doubt about anything, do a divination first. With the existence of the Fool, even a sequence 1 angel cannot interfere with his divination. If the divination fails or the result shows danger, give up. If the danger is not great, try it. Bringing the paper crane back to the real world will be dangerous. Klene held the pendulum, closed his eyes, and silently chanted 7 times. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the yellow crystal pendant. He saw the yellow crystal pendant rotating counterclockwise, with a normal amplitude and speed. This meant that bringing the paper crane back to the real world would not be dangerous. After a brief thought, Klene made his choice and returned to the real world with the paper crane. He placed the paper crane in the cabinet by the bed, took a leisurely bath, and then got into bed. After an unknown amount of time, Klene suddenly woke up, clearly and rationally knowing that he was dreaming of playing with the paper crane in the living room. This familiar feeling. He habitually showed a bewildered expression and turned his head to look at the door. The door creaked open, and a figure somewhat familiar to Klene walked in. He looked to be around 30, wearing a black trench coat, red gloves, and had a slightly high hairline and deep gray eyes. Klene recognized him, and he also recognized Klene. Both showed expressions of astonishment at the same time. Klene. Dunn Smith looked at Klene in shock, his face full of disbelief. Klene's expression froze on his face. He had never expected to meet in such an awkward way. P.S. A masterpiece collaborated with a great author, worth reading. Chapter 117. He just didn't want to be flushed down the sewer. What did he do wrong? Hillston District, 117 Bonningham Road. Ember lay on the bed, a paper crane in his pocket. This paper crane was obtained by furs from Oeptton, and it was this paper crane that gave her nightmares. Although he didn't know Oeptton's purpose, it was obvious he was trying to lure him. Since that was the case, Ember simply went along with his wish. If he was really looking for him, then as long as he also carried this paper crane close to him, it shouldn't be difficult to dream of Oeptton after nightfall. And that was indeed the case. Holding the paper crane could allow him to dream of Oeptton, but the premise was that Oeptton would respond to his dream. And for Oeptton, this was like a beautifully packaged gift being actively delivered into the hands of the person who wanted it. Therefore, Ember was destined not to dream of Oeptton, as he wasn't tired of living yet and didn't want to be transferring fire. Klene, why is it you? Dunn was startled, his deep eyes filled with disbelief at this moment. He had only arrived in Backland this evening, and as punishment for getting off the train in Tingen without permission, Captain Soest sent him on a mission to investigate a detective named Sherlock Morardi. This task wasn't difficult, and the so-called punishment was actually just a formality to satisfy the public. Even Dunn himself didn't take it to heart. After all, he wasn't a novice, and entering dreams wasn't the first or second time for him. But he never expected to encounter Klene, who had already died, here. Captain. Klene opened his mouth, his throat a little dry. He clearly realized that his identity had been exposed, but he didn't know how to speak, much less what he should say. Was he supposed to smile and greet him, saying, "Hi, surprise, I'm actually not dead"? Klene felt that if he really said that, he might be severely beaten by the usually steady captain. But what else could he say besides that? How should he explain his resurrection? Klene's figure froze in place, his lips pressed together without a word. He was waiting for Dunn to ask questions. Although he would lose the initiative, at least he wouldn't have to think about how to lie. But after waiting for a long time, Klene didn't receive Dunn's questions. This made him realize something was wrong, and he suddenly looked up, only to find that Dunn's figure in front of him was gradually fading. This made Klene a little flustered, and he instinctively reached out to try and grab Dunn's figure. But everything around him was fading, and he couldn't grab anything at all. By the time he suddenly woke up, Dunn had long since disappeared. He looked up and found himself on a dark and barren plain, with dark stones under his feet and not even a single weed. In the center of the plain stood a black spire, around which was coiled a giant silver-white long snake, its head already raised, its crimson eyes watching this direction coldly. This silver-white giant snake had no physical scales, but was covered in dense patterns and symbols, which formed interconnected wheels, and around each wheel were different markings. The wheels at the tail and head of the giant snake were each only half, looking quite uncoordinated, seemingly enough to drive obsessive-compulsive people crazy. But if that silver-white giant snake could bite its own tail with its mouth, then the wheels would be complete, everything would become perfect, no longer incomplete, no longer changing. And these were the scenes he had just seen in Dr. Allen's dream not long ago. Mercury Snake. Klene fell silent, he had already realized what had happened. He remained silent, approaching the black spire step by step. The spire didn't look close, but he had only walked a few steps before the target was already in front of him. He passed through an ancient and decayed wooden door and entered the interior of the dark tall tower. The layout here was extremely chaotic. The stairs first spiraled upward, then slanted downward. The hall, library, and various rooms were some normal, some inverted, and some embedded within other parts. This was a building that could not exist in the real world. Passing through one door after another, through one wall after another, Klene no longer knew where he was inside the black tall tower, perhaps the spire, or perhaps the basement. In the thick darkness, he suddenly found a figure curled up in the corner ahead. That was Oeptton, who had only one leg, looked chubby and naive, was in his early teens, and had a face full of childishness. Unlike the Oeptton from last time, who was both surprised and happy, and fearful and panicked, this time he seemed particularly old-fashioned and said to Klene while holding up 2 fingers consecutively. 2 things. First, I can help you deal with that person just now. I can restart the dream, everything will go back to when you first met, and when you meet again he won't recognize you, but only this one time. Of course, I can also let you go back to the dream directly to meet him, and nothing will change. Second, please tell your friend for me, I have no ill intentions towards him, nor am I a threat. Can you ask him to stop looking for him? I'm just a child. After Oeptton finished speaking, his originally childish face was filled with complex emotions, 3 parts helplessness, 3 parts annoyance, 3 parts grievance, and 1 part unwillingness, just like a naughty child who had been assigned 10 sets of Wanggang secret scrolls. I have a few questions. Klene organized his thoughts and said tentatively. Ask quickly. Oeptton didn't seem impatient, he just reminded him, I don't have much time. Klene carefully chose his words and asked, why did you entangle yourself with Dr. Allen? I need a restart. Oeptton didn't hide anything and said, Dr. Allen was the best choice at the time, I thought he would be a good father and could give me a complete childhood. And he is also friends with your friend, so even if I'm discovered, for the sake of friendship, he wouldn't really lay a hand on a child, right? Klene's expression was strange, he always felt that this answer was a bit childish, like child's play. After all, you are a sequence 1 angel. Klene didn't dare to think too deeply and continued to ask, what about Ember? Why is he looking for you? Oeptton seemed to have a toothache, his cheek twitched, and he said with a wronged expression, this is a misunderstanding, he just happened to be present when I was having surgery, and as a result, he targeted me. However, he didn't seem very interested in me at the time and didn't make a move on me. I originally intended to help his little girlfriend and resolve her curse before the restart, so I could owe him a favor and make him let me go. But who would have thought that someone got ahead of me, causing me to miss the opportunity? It was supposed to be a favor, but instead, it made him target me again. Oeptton's face was full of grievances and resentment. The grievances were because he had good intentions but received no good in return. The resentment was towards that unknown, angel, or deity. Are you even human? You actually snatched a job from a child like him. Quote. Klene's expression twitched slightly, he seemed to know what Oeptton was referring to. That little girlfriend referred to Miss Furs, and the curse was the whispers she would hear during the full moon. Oeptton originally planned to help Furs resolve the trouble of the whispers, so he gave Furs a paper crane, but the side effect was that she would have nightmares. If it were just a single nightmare, it could easily cause a misunderstanding and put Oeptton in danger. But Oeptton was prepared. As long as he resolved Furs's curse, the misunderstanding would naturally be resolved, and he could also give Ember a favor. However, his opportunity was snatched away by someone. And the one who snatched away Oeptton was none other than the great Mr. Fool. Isn't this a coincidence? Klene was afraid of being seen through, so he immediately changed the subject and said, if that's the case, then why didn't you choose Miss Furs for restart? Oeptton became even more wronged upon hearing this. I wanted to, but she's still a virgin. If I were to find her for a restart, wouldn't that be looking for death? I'm just a child. I just want to live. What did I do wrong? Klene's eye twitched, and he understood in his heart. No matter who it is, if he discovers that his girlfriend, whom he hasn't even touched, is suddenly pregnant, unless he's a complete simp, this bastard will definitely be aborted. If Oeptton really dared to find Miss Furs to restart, he would end up in the sewer that very day. What's more, a virgin pregnancy itself is incredibly bizarre. Are you putting on a show of Jesus's birth here? Klene muttered in his heart, then changed the subject. I will relay it for you. Do you have any other requests? Oeptton waved his hand and asked, I have no requests, as long as he doesn't come looking for me. Also, have you thought about it? How to deal with the person outside? When the question returned to its origin, Klene fell silent again. After a long while, he said, I don't want to recognize them yet. Okay. Oeptton waved his hand, he knew how to resolve it. Then he instructed, that paper crane can still be used a few more times. If you need it, you can use it to contact me. Klene nodded silently. Suddenly, Oeptton's figure vanished. The spire, the desolate plain, everything disappeared in an instant. He was back in his house, dreaming of fiddling with the paper crane in the living room. I'm such a coward. Klene laughed at himself, let out a silent sigh, and turned the paper crane in his hand into a women's fashion magazine. The door creaked open, and a figure in a gray coat walked in. Klene greeted the newcomer casually while flipping through the magazine. Dunn took off his hat, sat opposite him, and asked conversationally. Did Dr. Allen come looking for you this morning? Even though Klene was right in front of him, and his appearance wasn't altered or disguised, Dunn still couldn't recognize him, as if the person sitting before him was just a stranger. Looking at Dunn's familiar face, Klene smiled and replied, "Yes. That's good, at least everyone is still alive." A bright smile hung on Klene's lips, but deep down, he felt a faint sense of loss and bitterness. Perhaps in his heart of hearts, he had actually been looking forward to a reunion, looking forward to being recognized. After all, who would want to be alone forever? What happened to him? Dunn asked seemingly casually. He had a nightmare. Klene didn't hide anything and answered truthfully. He described scenes like the dark tall tower, the silver giant snake, Oeptton protected by layers, as well as the fact that he and Dr. Allen had visited Oeptton yesterday, and the matter of the paper crane. Of course, besides that, Ember had also visited Oeptton, but Klene chose to, accidentally, omit this point. After all, the other party was an internal person. Sherlock and Ember had no way to come into contact with each other, so he couldn't appear too truthful. Paper crane. Dunn raised an eyebrow slightly, as if he had thought of something, and immediately stood up. "What about you? How have you been lately?" Klene suddenly continued to ask. Dunn looked at him in surprise, but didn't find anything unusual. After all, this was the dream of Sherlock detective, and he was essentially just an intruder. By asking questions, he could get some answers from the other party's mouth. But this dream was still Sherlock Moriarty's after all, and it was not strange for him to do anything in the dream. Just a simple greeting might just indicate that in reality, Sherlock detective is someone who cares deeply about his friends. But he is ultimately just an intruder, not Sherlock detective's real friend. He could have chosen not to answer this question and just leave. Anyway, Sherlock wouldn't notice anything unusual after waking up, and everything would return to normal. But Dunn stopped in his tracks. Not knowing what he thought of, his expression softened, and he said softly, "It's good. Leonard and I joined the Red Gloves, and Miss Daly is here too. I went back to Tingen yesterday. Luo Yao became the new captain, and the others have all become Sequence 8 Extraordinary. Everyone is doing well. I visited Klene's family. His brother quit his job and is preparing to focus on the unified exam. His sister is also studying hard and preparing to apply to a university in Backland. Perhaps they will also come to Backland after the new year." Klene smiled in response and murmured in a low voice, "Is that so?" "That's good, it's good that everyone is doing well." Dunn shook his head and suddenly gave a self-deprecating smile. Why am I telling him all this? But it doesn't matter, anyway, he won't remember anything after he wakes up. Then, farewell, Sherlock detective. Dunn bowed politely with his hand on his chest. The dream suddenly rippled like water, and he disappeared directly from the room. Captain, are you done? In a room under St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard sat on a chair and asked Dunn as he walked in. Dunn nodded slightly, placed a paper crane on the table, and said with some doubt, "This doesn't seem to be an extraordinary item. It looks like just an ordinary paper crane. I'm not even sure if Dr. Allen's nightmare is related to it. As long as the mission is completed." Leonard said nonchalantly, "That's not our problem." Dunn nodded. Whether it was or not, the mission was completed anyway. It would be best if the paper crane had a problem. If not, other inducing factors could be determined by the elimination method. "Captain," Leonard suddenly asked, "have you been to see Miss Daly?" "Not yet." Dunn was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I've been too busy lately." Leonard said earnestly, "Captain, don't hesitate anymore. You don't want to regret it again, do you? If Klene were still alive, he would definitely be happy to see this." "I know." Dunn remained silent, picked up the paper crane, and walked out of the room. Leonard sighed softly, stroked the dagger in his arms, and whispered, "Klene, if you knew all this now, you would be very relieved, right?" At 117 Bonningham Road, Klene was still immersed in the dream, looking at the seat where Dunn had sat. If he really didn't want to be recognized by the captain, he should move as soon as possible now. Even if he didn't leave Backland, he couldn't continue to live here. Otherwise, the captain would only need to investigate again, and he would quickly discover the problem. But he didn't choose to move immediately, not only because he had paid half a year's rent in advance, but also because he wanted to take a gamble. After all, the probability of the captain visiting again is very small. He doesn't need to keep an eye on a small detective like himself. And if he is really recognized again, then so be it. Maybe that's also a kind of relief. The captain has already come to Backland, so Leonard should also follow, right? He had submitted a request for promotion before, and now he should already be a Sequence 7 nightmare. Moreover, the captain seems to have joined the Red Gloves, and Leonard should be similar. Collecting his thoughts, he continued to sit there, not in a hurry to leave the dream, lost in thought for a long time. After a while, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he sighed softly. I really miss it. Wrong. Klene suddenly collected his thoughts, his expression becoming serious. That dog Leonard still owes him a dagger. That wasn't just an ordinary dagger, but a dagger with a built-in dodge skill. Although it looked ordinary on the outside, its effect was definitely worthy of being called a divine artifact. And Leonard actually didn't even spare his corpse and took the dagger he had borrowed. Unforgivable. Early morning. Ember opened his eyes and touched the paper crane in his pocket with a slight doubt. In theory, this paper crane should allow people to enter a dream and see Oeptton. But perhaps there was a problem with Ember's method of use, or it malfunctioned, as it ultimately didn't work. Oeptton's paper crane. A paper crane with the power of the mercury snake. It can allow the user to enter a dream and see the legendary mercury snake. Dreams, as the deepest secrets of a person, perhaps are not always that secret. P.S. Strongly recommend the latest masterpiece from the great master Wanjin. Chapter 118. Is it the Lord of the Mysteries? Or the Deep Sea Era? October 22nd, another Monday. Stone pillars stood tall, supporting the high dome, and the mottled and ancient long tables seemed to have been placed there for hundreds or thousands of years. Although Audrey Hall had seen this scene many times, as long as she came to the gray fog, she would still feel a deep sense of shock slowly reverberating from within. She glanced out of the corner of her eye, didn't see any new members, and then looked up, bowing to the convener shrouded in thick gray fog. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." While speaking, she suddenly noticed a card with a complex and ornate pattern on the back covering the table to the right of Mr. Fool. It was placed there quietly, casually, like an ordinary item. Blasphemy card. Audrey immediately understood, her gaze sweeping around, finding that everyone else's eyes were more or less attracted by that card. This was natural, after all, this was the first time other things had appeared in the Tarot Club. Well, not counting the magical items Mr. Lover had brought out. Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Fool, I've memorized 2 more pages of Russell's diary." "Mr. Fool, I also have 2 pages of Russell's diary." Furs immediately raised her hand. "Me too." Shu also raised her hand. Alger chose to remain silent, he had no channels to obtain Russell's diary recently. "Very good." Mr. Fool's lips curved slightly upwards, looking quite pleased as the 3 ladies materialized the diary for him. However, after 6 pages of the diary were in hand, Mr. Fool's smile gradually stiffened. For no other reason than that he had seen most of these diary entries at the Russell Memorial Exhibition. Undoubtedly, these 2 ladies had also memorized these diary entries from the Russell Memorial Exhibition. And from the current situation, the more diary entries collected, the greater the possibility of repetition. Especially with most of the Tarot Club members in Backland, the chances of the Russell's diary entries they collected overlapping would only increase, which would also lead to a smaller chance of him obtaining new information from them. There was nothing that could be done about this. Klene sighed inwardly and turned his gaze to the last 2 diary entries. Those were submitted by the judgment, and they were the only diary entries that weren't repeated. This meant that the source of this diary entry should not be the Russell Memorial Exhibition. April 12, a major event. I found that the world I'm in is very likely the Deep Sea Era, after the extinction of the flame in Dark Souls 3. Klene's heart tightened, and his expression immediately became serious. "Do you know who I met? I actually met Patch. That scoundrel, I'll never forget him in this life. But obviously, he doesn't recognize me. That's right, after all, I'm neither an undead, nor a Lord of Cinder." It was clear that the Emperor must have been very shocked, using a rhetorical question in his diary. Klene silently let his thoughts wander, but quickly reined them in and continued reading. "Haha, this BYD actually wants to trick me. Do you think I'll fall for the same trick twice? Ha 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 ha, the dog Patch still wants to trick me. Just watch how I trick him back. Oh, by the way, the word, Gia, is a bit obscure. Fortunately, I'm knowledgeable and didn't write it incorrectly. May 1st, the dog Patch kicked my butt and ran off, and he ran really fast. Damn it, don't let me catch you. If I catch you, you'll have a good time." Klene's mouth twitched slightly. Emperor, didn't you say you wouldn't fall for it a second time? Was it that your vigilance wasn't enough, or was Patch too cunning? Leaving aside such small matters, although I still haven't found legends like the Lord of Cinder or the Undead, the existence of Patch confirms my guess that this world is likely the Deep Sea Era, after the extinction of the flame. Of course, it's also possible that the entire Rodland has transmigrated to this world. Well, Rodland might be the legendary West Continent. However, it's also possible that the painting world carried the original inhabitants of Dark Souls 3 to this world era. I've already found out that there are a total of 5 painting worlds in this world. The Knowledge Church, the Storm Church, the Church of the Blazing Sun, the Earth Mother Church, and the Aurora Order, which is a cult, each have one. And it is said that only core members of these churches can enter them. I mentioned to Elena whether I could enter the Knowledge Church, and she actually told me very seriously that the Knowledge Church doesn't prohibit people from other denominations from entering the painting world, but only those with enough wisdom can enter. Haha, am I not wise enough? They actually refused my request. Klene resisted the urge to cover his face. Emperor, aren't you being a bit too embarrassing? However, the Knowledge Church is indeed outrageous. I've long heard that they discriminate against intellectually disabled people. But even the Emperor, who walks the savant's path and is estimated to be at a high sequence, was rejected. Their threshold is probably not ordinarily high. Klene thought for a moment and continued reading. Tisk, it's a pity that the Steam Church is just a nascent church and doesn't have the qualifications to possess a painting world. No, when I become a high-sequence powerhouse someday, I must snatch 2 painting worlds. The diary ended abruptly here, but Klene had already obtained enough information. You did it, Klene said silently in his heart. According to Ember, there are 6 painting worlds in this world. However, according to the Emperor, there are only 5. Undoubtedly, the Emperor missed one, and that missed painting world is in the hands of the Church of the Night. Of the remaining 5 painting worlds, the Aurora Order, the Earth Mother Church, and the Knowledge Church each have one. In the Emperor's era, the remaining 2 belong to the Church of the Blazing Sun and the Storm Church. But today, more than 100 years later, the ownership of these 2 painting worlds has become the Steam Church and Dawn of Elements. Combined with the Emperor's diary, it is likely that he, who became a high-sequence extraordinary in his later years, snatched these 2 painting worlds. However, even if the Emperor eventually became a high sequence, isn't it too exaggerated to snatch things from a god? Or is it that the Emperor actually had the support of other gods behind him? The steam and machinery god of the Steam Church is one, but one is probably not enough. There should be other gods assisting. For example, that organization, that the Emperor mentioned in his diary. That organization possesses the second blasphemy slate, and even the Emperor didn't dare to mention its name in his diary. So it's perfectly normal for there to be a god behind it, which isn't enough to surprise Klene too much. And if 2 gods joined forces, then their successful snatching of the painting worlds would be reasonable. One was given to the Steam Church, and the other is with Dawn of Elements. Could Dawn of Elements be that organization? No, it shouldn't be. That organization didn't even dare to reveal its name casually to the Emperor, which means this organization is extremely hidden, and most people don't even know the name of this organization. And while Dawn of Elements is low-key, it's only an organization that has risen in the last 100 years. However, even if Dawn of Elements is not that organization, it is at least inseparable from the Emperor. Mr. Fool controlled his expression and revealed a slight smile. You can communicate freely. Mr. Fool. Before anyone else could speak, Klene immediately controlled Mr. World to speak. I request a private conversation with Mr. Lover. Klene seamlessly switched, nodding gently. You may. While nodding, he quickly blocked the senses of the other members. Mr. Lover. Mr. World still said in that hoarse voice, I was entrusted by someone to convey something to you. Ember glanced at him and nodded slightly. Speak. Will Oeptton. Mr. World waited for 2 seconds, seemingly organizing his thoughts, and then slowly spoke. I speculate that he should be a Sequence 1 angel, the Sequence 1 foot snake of fate, of the monster pathway, which can also be called the Mercury snake. Mr. World relayed his conversation with Will Oeptton in his dream to Ember in detail, and finally added. He asked me to tell you that he has no ill intentions towards you and hopes you can let him go. In other words, Ember was thoughtful and asked, is he currently in Dr. Allen's wife's belly? Yes. Mr. World nodded, but after thinking for a moment, added, that's what he said, but it doesn't rule out the possibility that he has other backup plans. Klene didn't actually fully believe Will Oeptton's words, because he was too honest. So honest that he even said that he needed to restart and would be reborn in Dr. Allen's wife's belly after restarting. Wasn't this equivalent to directly giving up all his flash ult? If Ember wasn't planning to let him go, he might not even be able to run. So Klene guessed that the other party must have other backup plans, and Dr. Allen was not his only choice. The other party had lived for who knows how many years. Klene would not naively believe that Will Oeptton would be as naive as he appeared on the surface. I see. Ember nodded slightly but didn't make any promises. Klene was not surprised by this and had no intention of continuing to defend Will Oeptton. The private conversation ended here, but Ember looked up at Mr. Fool, who was seated at the head, and asked. Mr. Fool, I would like to know if that card is a blasphemy card. Klene was immediately overjoyed when he heard this. It's finally here. The moment Miss Justice sacrificed the bookmark to him, he had revealed the information that it was a blasphemy card to her. However, Klene originally thought that Ember would pray to him soon, asking for details about this blasphemy card. But Ember was far more patient than he had imagined, not praying even once. If he hadn't asked this time at the Tarot Club, he would have really doubted whether Ember was truly completely uninterested in the blasphemy card. But thankfully, he finally asked. Klene controlled his emotions and smiled, yes. After receiving Mr. Fool's affirmative reply, Ember said without hesitation, I want to know which god's path is contained in that blasphemy card. That is a Black Emperor card. The corresponding sequence 9 is lawyer. Ember's expression changed slightly, and he said in a deep voice, I hope to obtain the full content of this blasphemy card, no matter the cost. If this blasphemy card was of another sequence, he wouldn't have much interest in it. But it happened to be a Black Emperor card, which made him interested. Klene thought to himself, as expected, then smiled and nodded, okay. As he spoke, Klene waved his hand and materialized the information recorded on the blasphemy card in front of Ember. Sequence 0, Black Emperor. Sequence 1, Sequency Prince. Advancement Ritual. Possess your own kingdom, link your name with the title of Emperor, and become common knowledge among the populace. At the same time, you also need to establish a strict and complex set of rules that violate normal circumstances, including architectural style. Then, drive the populace to secretly build 9 mausoleums similar to pyramids. Afterward, enter one of them and consume the Sequence 0 potion during the corresponding sacrificial rituals in different cities, in which the vast majority of the populace participates. Ember looked at the description of the advancement ritual, his mind racing, organizing the information he had obtained. First, based on, link your name with the title of Emperor, the Black Emperor most likely points to George III, the king of the Ruined Kingdom. And the purpose of the royal family's large-scale slave trade has also become very clear, to send them to the one ruin, to build mausoleums for George III, preparing for his ascension to God. There should be a total of 9 such ruins throughout the country. In addition, since they are ruins, they cannot possibly have been built recently. Someone must have attempted to become the Black Emperor before, but ultimately failed for various reasons, leaving behind the 9 mausoleums prepared for the ritual of becoming a god. And the Ruined Kingdom re-excavated these ruins. They don't need to build the mausoleums from scratch, only drive the slaves to improve upon the existing ones. And once the Black Emperor successfully advances, he will not truly die until all 9 secret mausoleums are destroyed. Even if he perishes, he can awaken and return from one of the mausoleums. Even if the god is successfully killed and all 9 mausoleums are destroyed, as long as a certain amount of the order established by that god still remains, he can still be resurrected in a strange way. It must be said that the so-called gods in this world are quite something. However, does this mean he has to wait until George III truly becomes the Black Emperor before making a move? Ember frowned. It had been too long since he had transferring fire, and he felt his skills were getting rusty. If the Black Emperor hasn't been fattened up enough to be targeted, are there any other gods suitable for targeting? Ember thought, and subconsciously looked up at Klene, who was seated at the head. Klene felt a little uneasy being stared at by Ember's gaze, and his heart tightened immediately. He's not still thinking of burning me, is he? I'm not even charging you anything, I'm giving you information for free. You don't really want to burn me, do you? No way, no way. Ember stared at Mr. Fool for a while and slowly said, I have no more questions, Mr. Fool. Sorry for taking up your time. He hadn't thought of burning Mr. Fool yet, after all, he was still useful. Well, the same goes for that goddess of the night. As long as there is still residual value, they can be put aside for now. Anyway, this world doesn't lack kindling. Speaking of which, Edwina seemed to have invited him to go to Leuenberg, which is the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Phew. Seeing that Ember's attitude was relatively calm, Mr. Fool couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, while still maintaining a smile on his face. It's all right. As compensation for the information you provided. Ember pondered for a moment, then flipped his hand, and several rings appeared in his palm. I don't know what you need, but perhaps you can choose some as compensation. Of course, if you are not satisfied with this, I can also do a few things for you according to your requirements. Klene's gaze swept over the rings, and his heart beat uncontrollably. But in the end, his rationality and strong willpower allowed him to overcome this slight temptation. Mr. Fool's voice was as calm as ever, without a ripple. No need, this is the compensation you deserve for obtaining this bookmark. Ember shook his head and said, this alone is not enough to pay the compensation. Tisk. Mr. Fool clicked his tongue, feeling a bit speechless. Why are you so stubborn? I said I don't need compensation, why do you insist on paying it? What, you're saying that equivalent exchange was personally stipulated by Mr. Fool? Oh, then it's fine. Not. Klene felt a headache coming on because he felt he had vaguely guessed the answer. But precisely because he had guessed the answer, he insisted on not taking compensation. Klene took a deep breath, still maintaining his calm demeanor, and slowly said, since you insist, let's just say you owe me a favor for now. A favor? Facing Mr. Fool's response, Ember instead fell silent, seemingly hesitating whether to owe a favor. Ember looked up again and asked, are you sure there's nothing you need me to do for you? Do I need anything? Mr. Fool asked back with a smile. Klene was panicking inside, but he knew he couldn't show it. His confidence came from the fact that he was now a god, albeit an empty shell, but Ember didn't know that. What could a god possibly need Ember to do? Well, there are things. But, can he say them? Klene's heart settled down, and he changed his usual superior demeanor, adopting a humorous and witty tone, half-jokingly saying, if you really want to do something for me, then do me a favor and don't think about burning me again, okay? Klene said this in Chinese, and the purpose was naturally self-evident. As he said this, his gaze was fixed on Ember. However, facing Klene's jest, Ember did not respond immediately but remained silent. I knew it. Klene's expression twitched slightly, and he had anticipated Ember's reaction. He had already noticed something was wrong when he realized Ember had never prayed to him before. And when Ember insisted on paying a price, it made Klene extremely vigilant. The reason Ember acted this way was to avoid owing him, or rather, owing Mr. Fool a favor. As long as he didn't owe a favor, he wouldn't have any scruples when making a move. Ever since he, as Mr. Fool, was put on Ember's Lord of Cinder list, he had never been taken off. But there was one thing Klene couldn't figure out no matter what. That is, why did Ember have such a strong obsession with transferring fire? He was a transmigrator, what did transferring fire have to do with him? Is this reasonable? This is not scientific. Why would he so firmly want to transferring fire? Or rather, was it really him who wanted to transferring fire? Chapter 119. You want to save everyone. How pitiful. He's a transmigrator, why would he constantly think about transferring fire? Where does he get this obsession from? Klene complained inwardly. But soon, as if thinking of something, his expression shifted slightly. Undead have obsessions because with each death, their humanity is constantly lost. As the number of deaths increases, they will gradually become hollows, and finally, zombies. A zombie is a walking corpse. They don't think, have no reason, and even less consciousness, only the instinct to chase souls and humanity. The only essential difference between a hollow and a zombie lies in whether or not they possess an obsession. Igon's obsession is protection, Anri's obsession is revenge, Cirrus's obsession is ending her grandfather's suffering, and Onion's obsession is killing Yorm. All undead have their own obsessions. So Igon chose to commit suicide after confirming Saint Irina became a fire keeper, because his obsession no longer existed, and not wanting to become a zombie, he could only end his own life. After Anri took revenge on Eldritch, she completed her obsession, but she still wanted to find Horus, who had long since turned into a zombie, and eventually, she became a zombie in Smoldering Lake. After Onion Bro successfully defeated Yorm, having completed his obsession, he would also commit suicide in Yorm's palace. After Ceres killed her grandfather, she also completed her obsession. So she hoped to become the Knight of the Soul Ember, giving herself a new obsession. But after the Soul Ember killed all the Lords of Cinder, her obsession also ceased to exist again, and she ultimately chose to commit suicide. If the Soul Ember were an undead, then his obsession with yearning for transferring fire would have a sufficient explanation. But this is limited to undead, and the Soul Ember is not only a remnant, but also a transmigrator. He shouldn't have such a great obsession. Klene's thoughts surged, he seemed to grasp onto some key point, yet it also seemed to slip past him. The predecessors of the Soul Ember were all undead, heroes who were not qualified to become Lords of Cinder but resolutely threw themselves into the first fire. However, the Soul Ember is different from the undead, their deaths are no longer accompanied by the loss of humanity. Although they have obsessions like the undead, this obsession is not transferring fire. Because according to the old thief's calculations, the true ending of Dark Souls 3 is neither transferring fire nor usurping the fire, much less extinguishing the fire, but seizing the fire. Although the Soul Ember who seizes the fire is scum, this is also the only ending among the 4 endings that has no achievement but has narration. That is the nameless, unable to become a Lord of Cinder, and cursed undead. But precisely because of this, the Ashen One would yearn for the soul ember so much. According to the soul ember's obsession, the ending he should ultimately take is seizing the fire. And as a transmigrator, the situation becomes even clearer. Putting myself in his shoes, what would I do? I might usurp the fire, I might extinguish the fire, or I might even seize the fire, but I would absolutely not transferring fire. So, why must he insist on transferring fire? And where did this obsession with transferring fire come from? Even if I change my line of thought, if I were the soul ember, I should also try to achieve a perfect ending where everyone survives as much as possible. And no matter which hypothesis I start from, transferring fire is an absolutely impossible choice. If we think in the direction of conspiracy theories, then the obsession of the soul ember transferring fire could very likely have been instilled by others. But who instilled this obsession? Goddess of the night? No, not very likely. If it really were the goddess of the night, she should have directly given the soul ember detailed information so he could directly slay a god, instead of searching for clues like solving a riddle as he is now, which only wastes time. So rather than saying she wants the soul ember to transferring fire, it's more like she's deliberately stalling for time, making the soul ember transferring fire as late as possible or even not at all. And if we start from this perspective, what if the goddess of the night not letting the soul ember transferring fire is helping him? Wouldn't that indirectly prove that transferring fire itself is a conspiracy? The only question is, whose conspiracy is this? Klene frowned tightly. The soul ember awakening in this world was no coincidence. Rosal the Great's diary also mentioned the existence of black soul, which means there was more than one, undead, who transmigrated to this world. So, which god's conspiracy could this transferring fire matter be? This question isn't actually complicated, you just need to know which god benefits from transferring fire. For example, in the Dark Souls series, those who benefited from transferring fire were undoubtedly the gods. Could there be a god race hidden in the painting world, secretly orchestrating all of this? It's not impossible, but unfortunately, he currently has too little information and lacks evidence, making it impossible to analyze the accurate answer. And even if he analyzes the answer, he doesn't have enough evidence to claim it, let alone convince the soul ember. Rosal the Great's diary should contain relevant records. After all, he also knew about transferring fire, and was exploring the secrets in this regard. But collecting diaries containing these secrets is by no means easy. However, a sharp glint flashed in Klene's eyes. If all of this really was a conspiracy, then the soul ember's obsession with transferring fire must have been instilled by others, or other gods, and must have been exploited. Then, Klene crossed his hands on the table and asked in a leisurely tone. Have you ever thought about why you want to transferring fire? Hearing this question, the soul ember's expression became incredibly firm, and he said without hesitation. To save everyone. Klene repeated it once. At first, he didn't think much of it. But after thinking about it carefully, he felt his heart sink, a fear that chilled him to the bone. But at the same time, this made him even more certain of his guess. Behind all of this, there is definitely a huge conspiracy. He didn't know what the soul ember had experienced, but based on his understanding of the black soul world, he could say with certainty that transferring fire definitely cannot save everyone. Rather, transferring fire cannot save anyone at all, including the god race who are the beneficiaries of transferring fire. Because as time passes, the first fire will eventually extinguish, and the deep sea era will eventually arrive. Moreover, in the world of Dark Souls 3 feet, even the cross-dresser has been eaten by the god-eater. And for the dwarves, transferring fire is a complete and utter deception, just as the Darkstalker cause said. King Gwyn deeply feared the dark. He worried about the fire extinguishing, feared those who belonged to the dark, and worried that humanity might give birth to a Lord of Darkness, fearing the cycle of heaven's principles. So he continuously transferring fire, ordering his children to lead, binding humans, making you humans forget everything and live in ignorance, to avoid the birth of a Lord of Darkness. It's normal for the native inhabitants of the Dark Souls world to be deceived by the god race and unable to see the truth. But a transmigrator like the soul ember, it's impossible that he can't see through all of this, right? And if he can see through all of this, then why is he so fixated on transferring fire? Or rather, is he truly heading towards the transferring fire ending and not some other ending? Klene tapped the table gently with his finger, saying softly, perhaps, you should think about this question again carefully. Seeing the soul ember cast a doubtful gaze, Klene stopped speaking, merely responding with a smile. After all, this was originally just his guess, without any evidence. Moreover, he deeply understood the principle that speaking too much leads to mistakes. What if he said something wrong? Wouldn't that expose him? The private communication ended here. The others whose perceptions were blocked also recovered sequentially, and they were undoubtedly extremely curious about the communication between these 3 people. But they also knew that the Tarot Club was about equivalent exchange. If they wanted to know the content of the conversation, they had to pay a sufficient price. Miss Justice. Magician Furs impatiently looked in Audrey's direction and asked, I heard that you can provide loan services for the members of the Tarot Club. Yes. Miss Justice nodded and said, however, I don't have too much money at the moment, only less than £5,000. Based on the possibility that other members might also have needs, I can lend you a maximum of £3,000. She had already guessed that the magician was Miss Furs early on, and she was very clear about Miss Furs's financial situation. Although she was relatively wealthy among the middle class, compared to the huge expenses required by extraordinary, it was still a drop in the bucket. Only less than £5,000. Furs and Zio exchanged glances. Even though they couldn't see each other's expressions due to the gray fog's concealment, they could be certain that the other party's expression was definitely not calm. After all, Furs only managed to scrape together £2,500 after selling her house. Even the Fool and the Hanged Man's cheeks twitched slightly. That's £5,000, not £500. Why could Miss Justice say it as easily as 5 pennies? One can only say, rich ladies are truly wonderful. But thankfully, this rich lady belongs to their Tarot Club. Klene thought for a moment, controlling Mr. World to say in a deep, hoarse voice. Help me keep an eye out for the pituitary gland and blood of a thousand-faced hunter with mutated brain, as well as the characteristics of a human skin shadow, and the hair of a deep-sea naga. Of course, I might also need some help from Miss Justice. Although he is still a long way from completely digesting the magician potion, it is also very necessary to collect the required main materials in advance. Although he doesn't have the money to buy these main materials, Miss Justice does. It's just borrowing money, can the magician borrow it, but Mr. World can't. That is to say, banks don't provide loan services in this area, otherwise, I'd want to borrow the bank into bankruptcy. Klene complained inwardly. Of course. Audrey nodded reservedly. Her father, Earl Hall, is a well-known great banker in the Ruined Kingdom, ranking among the top 3 bankers in the country in terms of wealth. And as Earl Hall's daughter, although Audrey cannot inherit the family business, she also inherited Earl Hall's talent in banking. However, what she earns from lending in the Tarot Club isn't interest. After all, she doesn't really care about that little bit of interest. Making the members of the Tarot Club owe her favors is the most important thing. Although she may not necessarily use these favors, having them is better than not. Just as Rosal the Great said, having no sword and having a sword but not using it are 2 different things. However, Mr. World seems to be quite short on money too. Even as a god's favored one, must he still be bothered by these mundane things? Thinking about it carefully, the only 2 in the entire Tarot Club who aren't troubled by money seem to be myself and Lover. The usually taciturn Thiessen, Derek raised a hand and spoke. I've been assigned a mission to explore the half-ruined temple mentioned before in the near future, the one belonging to the fallen creator. The leader responsible for this operation is Shepherd Elder Lovia. Do you have any suggestions? Derek spoke with a bit of trepidation, briefly explaining the situation he was about to face, and then looked expectantly at the others for advice. My suggestion, Hanged Man Alger said with almost no hesitation, my suggestion is absolutely not to go. Indeed. Klene nodded silently. His suggestion was also to stay as far away as possible, prioritizing stability. The sun was silent for a few seconds, and said with difficulty. But, the mission must be accepted. The Hanged Man chuckled softly. Nothing is mandatory. Before this mission, will you still participate in patrols? Find an opportunity to deliberately let a monster injure you. For the specific scale, you can refer to past examples from Silver City. If you don't have a chance to patrol recently, you can also pretend you're close to losing control, or rather, make yourself close to losing control. The method is simple, it only requires you to keep your spirituality in a relatively dry state for 2 consecutive days, and you will start hearing hallucinations and showing signs of losing control. This method is not safe, but it is not dangerous either. Because as long as you don't continue to squeeze your spirituality afterwards, the situation will improve within a week and you won't actually lose control. Of course, your Silver City definitely has ways and measures to treat people showing signs of losing control, so recovery should be faster. So, I suggest you estimate the time, preferably starting 2 or 3 days before departure. Son, Derek, was stunned and speechless, his mouth wide open. Injustice, who was an audience, immediately read a message from Son's eyes and actions. There's such a move. Mr. Hanged Man. Hugh couldn't help but ask, "Why are you so skilled?" Mr. Hanged Man seemed to have expected this question and said frankly, "I'm not skilled, I just happen to know it from a notebook." Sun was still a little hesitant at first. After all, he was a good child, and lying was not easy for him to accept. But Mr. Hanged Man was obviously experienced in this area and quickly eliminated Sun's psychological barriers. Just like he had previously eliminated Miss Justice's psychological barrier to assassinating the envoy. The name of political commissar is well deserved. Under the careful guidance of Mr. Hanged Man, Sun nodded solemnly and said, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hanged Man." Justice, Audrey, and Magician, Furs, immediately had the urge to cover their faces with their hands. Mr. Hanged Man nodded silently, as if saying, "This child can be taught." But in the end, Alger looked at Ember again and asked, "Regarding the slave trade, I have new clues recently. Mr. Lover, do we need to communicate separately?" "No need." Ember shook his head, he didn't think this was something that needed to be kept secret. "Okay." Alger nodded and continued, "Regarding the slave trade related to Mad Captain, I can confirm that it has been going on for at least nearly 3 years. In the past 3 years, many indigenous tribes in the South Continent have been plundered, and everyone has been taken away. Even in various plantations and on the islands at sea, a large number of slaves have inexplicably escaped. Someone who was keen on such things once estimated the number of missing people, at least 1 million. Alger reiterated in a solemn tone, "At least 1 million. Because you have to know, some primitive tribes will not be noticed even if they disappear, and some people will even deliberately hide it. The real number is definitely higher than this, I even suspect it might be more than doubled." And regarding the occurrence of this situation, the attitude of the Ruined Kingdom has always been very lax. They conducted investigations, but each time it was just a perfunctory effort. It wasn't until the past month that they suddenly declared that these things were done by the Aurora Order and united with other kingdoms to jointly clear out the Aurora Order in the South Continent. And during the clearing process, a large number of people went missing again. Alger paused and warned, "A large number of indigenous people were plundered at a much higher frequency and on a larger scale than in the past 3 years. And regarding this act, the major kingdoms publicly claimed it was an act of retaliation by the Aurora Order. At the same time, someone in the Storm Sea witnessed a large number of merchant ships heading to the South Continent. And judging from their route, their destination should be East Balam. But at all ports in East Balam, no one saw any trace of these ships. It was only afterwards that someone saw a large number of merchant ships heading to the Ruined Kingdom in the Storm Sea again. And among these ships, someone recognized one of the escorting warships as the flagship, Black Death, of Iceberg Admiral. And some of those merchant ships were also recognized as belonging to notorious human traffickers. Of course, those who saw all this were undoubtedly hunted down. But he was extremely lucky to enter a special route in the raging sea, successfully escaped, and widely spread this information afterwards." Klene's expression twitched. Although the Aurora Order were cult members, blaming everything on the Aurora Order was a bit too abstract. "What? You said these are all things the Aurora Order has done. Oh, then it's fine. However, judging from the current situation, the Ruined Kingdom is probably in a hurry. Although they have already plundered millions of slaves, this is far from enough compared to the huge project of excavating and repairing 9 mausoleums. In the past, with the help of the Aurora Order, slaves could be transported very conveniently and secretly through the painting world, which resulted in almost no one discovering too many clues all along. But now, the Mad Captain, who was the middleman, has been killed, and the painting world has been destroyed. The Ruined Kingdom has also lost the means to transport slaves secretly and can only plunder the population on a large scale under the pretext of clearing out the Aurora Order, doing a final one-time deal. But without the help of the painting world, large-scale slave transportation will inevitably arouse suspicion. Of course, the Ruined Kingdom is not stupid. These merchant ships, or rather, slave ships, even if they arrive in East Balam, must be using private ports. This is also why someone saw a large number of slave ships heading to East Balam, but did not see these ships entering the docks at any port. However, this will inevitably point the finger at the Ruined Kingdom. Even with the power of the state machine trying to cover it up with all its might, it will inevitably not be hidden for too long. On the other hand, the Ruined Kingdom's sudden urgent demand for slaves is certainly due to the problems with the painting world. But doesn't this also happen to indicate that their goal is about to be achieved? Is the excavation and repair of those 9 mausoleums nearing completion? Once these mausoleums are completely repaired, I'm afraid George III will hold the ritual of becoming a god, right? And judging from the current situation, this time will not be too short, otherwise, there would be no need to plunder a large number of slaves to speed up the progress. But similarly, this time will not be too long, otherwise, there would be no need to rush to speed up. I see. Ember pondered for a moment and slowly said, "Thank you for the information, but from now on, the investigation into the slave trade will be suspended. They should not continue to plunder the population from the South Continent." For Ember, since he already knew about the Black Emperor's ritual of becoming a god, the investigation into the slave trade seemed less important. Okay. Alger nodded without hesitation. Although he didn't know as much information as Ember and Klene, he actually thought the same. After all, since the Ruined Kingdom has already started plundering the population on a large scale regardless of the risk of exposure, it is highly likely that they will not do it a second time. Even if they continue to investigate, there won't be much information. Klene glanced at Ember subtly, originally thinking of having Mr. World remind him if he didn't notice. But it seems that he doesn't need to say anything extra. Backland, Hillston District, 117 Bonningham Road. Ember opened his eyes and sat up on the edge of the bed. His dark eyes were deep in vicissitudes, and he was still thinking about the fool's words at the Tarot Club. Or rather, he was thinking for the first time. For the undead, obsession is the driving force that pushes them forward, and it is also the bridle that maintains their sanity. The same is true for Ember. Transferring fire is his obsession, as natural as breathing. Just as he wouldn't think about why he breathes for no reason, he wouldn't think about why he wants to transferring fire. But now, he suddenly realized a question: what created his obsession? Onion Bro's obsession is to kill Giant King Yorm, because this is his promise to Yorm. If he kills Yorm, he will commit suicide in Yorm's palace. But if he fails to personally end his old friend's pain, he will continue his journey because he failed to fulfill his obsession. Cirrus's obsession is to kill her grandfather, because this is her promise to her grandfather. A promise that when he went mad, she would kill him. And Igon's obsession is protection, because he promised to protect Saint Irina. What about himself? Where did his obsession with transferring fire come from? Ember quickly found the answer: to save everyone. Everything seemed to make sense, yet it also seemed like a castle in the air with fatal flaws. Perhaps, I should indeed go to Leuenberg. Ember murmured to himself. Leuenberg, the headquarters of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The captain of the Golden Dream, Iceberg Admiral Edwina, once invited him to Leuenberg and claimed that the answer he had been seeking for a long time might be there. Although he didn't know if it was true, it was at least a possibility. Perhaps he could really solve his confusion there. The only problem is, Leuenberg does not border the Ruined Kingdom. Having been in this world for so long, Ember had also learned some history. He knew that this world was not peaceful, and there were often turmoils and wars between countries. In more than 600 years ago, a war involving religion broke out in the Fenaport Kingdom in the south. The Fenaport Kingdom in the south originally worshipped both the Earth Mother and the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, but under the influence of some unknown factors, the two churches became seriously opposed, and conflicts often occurred between believers. And it is said that the unknown factor that caused this turmoil was a certain item. Its two northern neighbors, the Ruined Kingdom and the then Intis Kingdom, seized this opportunity and, under the pretext of protecting freedom of belief, started a war. Later, the Fosak Empire joined in, trying to disrupt the plans of Ruin and Intis, but still failed to turn the tide. The result of the war was that Leuenberg, Masic, Siegel, and other countries located at the borders of Ruin and Fenaport, and Intis and Fenaport, became independent, primarily believing in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, while only the Earth Mother Church remained within the Fenaport Kingdom. Because both sides of the war accused their opponents of betraying the sacred oath at the end of the Fourth Epoch, this conflict, which lasted for 5 years, was also called the Oath-Breaking War. And perhaps because of historical reasons, these three countries have good relations with the Ruined Kingdom, and can even be considered allies. But unfortunately, Leuenberg is located at the border between southern Intis and Fenaport. And to travel from the Ruined Kingdom to Leuenberg, the shortest route is to cross Masic and the Fenaport Kingdom. However, the relationship between the Ruined Kingdom and the Fenaport Kingdom is really not good. After all, Masic, Leuenberg, and Siegel split from the Fenaport Kingdom due to the interference of the Ruined Kingdom. Of course, he could also detour from the Intis Republic in the north to Leuenberg. But although this would avoid the Fenaport Kingdom, it would also greatly waste time. Moreover, Ember is not planning to set off for Leuenberg now. Seeking the answer is important, but the Black Emperor is close at hand, and he has no reason to let him go. The only question is, should I wait until George III becomes the Black Emperor before taking action? Ember pondered. He left the house and came to the street. Even without deliberately looking up, he could see the layers of magnificent palaces and the towering Gothic clock tower in the distance. That was the highest area in all of Backland, and where the Rune royal family was located. Its status in the North and South continents, and even the entire world, is equivalent to or slightly higher than the White Maple Palace in the Intis Republic and the Ulmir Palace in the Fosak Empire, but its name is neither romantic nor ancient. It is called Soderic Palace, and in the Fusaic language, this word means, balance. And George III is there. Queen's District, Soderic Palace. Wearing a crown, with a resolute face and a small mustache, George III sat on the throne, staring coldly at the man below. You mean, not only can Selt not be saved, but Chunaz is also missing? I think so, Your Majesty. Prince Grove, wearing a suit, a cloak, and extremely long-toed shoes, dressed out of step with the current era, said with a bitter smile. The scarlet curse that Selt was afflicted with was beyond the capabilities of the two angels of the royal family. They could only watch it grow stronger in Selt's body day by day. Although it wouldn't kill him for the time being, it was only a matter of time. Thinking of this, a trace of fear and trepidation flashed in Grove's eyes. You know, Selt was a demigod no matter what. Even if he was only sequence 4, he was already at the level of half-human, half-god, with no significant essential difference from him, a sequence 3. And since that unknown scarlet curse could threaten Selt, it must also be equally threatening to him. Less than 3 months had passed, and the originally high-spirited Selt had already been tormented into an inhuman state. He was clearly a demigod standing at the peak of extraordinaries, but now he couldn't even make a move. Because every time he tried to use his power, the curse in his body would grow stronger, and this would only bring him closer to death faster. But even so, the scarlet curse had already permeated his entire body, and he probably wouldn't last much longer. Chunaz was even more so. He was originally responsible for the slave trade work that interfaced with the Rose School. As a result, since he left for the Sonia Sea 2 months ago, there has been no reply. He disappeared without a sound, as if he had never existed. Have you found out who did it? George III asked in a deep voice. In just 3 months, 2 demigods belonging to the royal family had successive accidents, which undoubtedly severely damaged the strength of the entire royal family. After all, the royal family hadn't cultivated many demigods over the years. Especially at this critical juncture, the accidents made George III feel somewhat anxious. Not yet. Prince Grove's expression was somewhat bitter. According to Selt, the intruders in Caping's villa that night were a werewolf and 2 specters, which seems to be the work of the Rose School. We have captured many members of the Rose School hiding in Backland, including werewolves of Sequence 7. But no matter how we interrogated them, they knew nothing and had no knowledge of that scarlet curse. Perhaps only the higher-ups of the Rose School would have a chance to obtain this information, but the higher-ups of the Rose School are not that easy to catch. As for Chunaz, we don't even know if he is dead or alive, let alone where to start the investigation. After all, his voyage was a secret operation, and even Emiros didn't know his whereabouts. Emlyn Leavitt, Admiral, he is the kingdom's highest naval commander in the central Sonia Sea. If Chunaz had sought his help when he went to the Sonia Sea, perhaps the situation would have been completely different now. But what he was doing was inherently secretive, and even the Admiral was kept in the dark. So it was impossible for Chunaz to seek Emiros's help, even if he had asked pirates for help. And even if he had really asked pirates for help, he couldn't possibly reveal his identity to those pirates. This undoubtedly provided excellent cover for his actions, making it impossible for anyone to find any clues. But now, this has become a difficult point for the Ruined Kingdom's investigation. Is there no good news at all? George III's voice was extremely faint, and his expression was even more icy. Yes, Prince Grove immediately said, just a few days ago, a serial murder case in the Hillston district was solved. Civilis Square publicly announced that the murderer was a wanted killer. But in fact, the murderer was actually a demon hound. The person who killed it was a passing wild extraordinary. The Night Watcher of the Church of the Night immediately sealed off the scene, and the corpse was also obtained by the Church of the Night. But the extraordinary of Military Intelligence 9 caught a glimpse of the full appearance of that demon hound. Scarlet substances were also attached to its body. And during the spiritual mediumship, it was discovered that the one who killed the demon hound was also a dog. And according to the subsequent investigation, a werewolf was active in the vicinity that night. After a pause, Prince Grove said solemnly, "We suspect that the people who acted this time are the same as those at Caping's villa. Military Intelligence 9 is already investigating the identity of that werewolf, and we believe there will be results soon. Be quick." George III nodded slightly and ordered, "We must be ahead of the Night Watcher and not let the people from the Church of the Night discover any clues." Understood. Prince Grove said solemnly, "I will personally take action." He knew that George III was referring to the diaries and letters in Caping's villa. The contents would bring shame to the royal family if exposed. Therefore, they had to get ahead of the Church of the Night, be the first to catch these rats from the Rose School, and destroy the stolen documents in time. However, there was also a hint of confusion in Prince Grove's eyes. The case of Caping's villa is still shrouded in mystery. They have no idea why Caping was killed, and can only roughly guess that Caping unintentionally offended someone from the Rose School, which led to his death. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why the other party, after obtaining the royal family's dark secrets, has not come to trouble the royal family for so long. If the Orthodox churches had obtained these, they would have come to confront the royal family. And if those wild secret organizations had obtained these dark secrets, they would also use the opportunity to extort the royal family. But the Rose School did nothing, as if they had never obtained these dark secrets. This really puzzled Prince Grove, and he could only attribute it to the fact that the Rose School members are all lunatics, and the thoughts of lunatics are always different from normal people. It was normal for him not to understand. Your Majesty. Prince Grove thought for a moment, then asked hesitantly, how should we deal with the Aurora Order? George III glanced at him but did not answer, instead falling silent. Originally, their plan had nothing to do with the Aurora Order, but it just so happened that the Aurora Order had a painting world, which could make their plan more covert. Considering the complexity and meticulous requirements of the plan itself, the royal family finally chose to cooperate with the Aurora Order. However, they had not allowed the people from the Aurora Order to delve deeply into this plan. Firstly, the people from the Aurora Order are lunatics, and they did not trust them. Secondly, involving the Aurora Order too deeply might lead to misunderstandings with the witch sect. And compared to the lunatics of the Aurora Order, the witch sect was obviously much more reliable. Therefore, the royal family deliberately included the witch sect in the slave trade link. Firstly, it could check and balance the Aurora Order, and secondly, it could show the witch sect their trust. But now it is different. Their slave trade network has suffered successive blows. First, Caping on the sales end had problems, then the intermediate link, the Mad Captain, and even Chunna's Kurd, the demigod in charge of everything. However, at this point, the impact is not particularly significant. As long as the Aurora Order is willing to continue lending the painting world, the trade network can be restored in a short time. But the Aurora Order expressed strong opposition, claiming that they no longer had any extra painting worlds. And whether it was true or false, the royal family could only choose to believe it. At this point, they thought the Aurora Order would withdraw, but unexpectedly, these lunatics wanted to deepen cooperation instead. They somehow learned about the existence of the ruins and even proposed to help the royal family excavate the ruins. The result was that the royal family suddenly found itself in a dilemma. If they cooperate, they are not at ease with these lunatics from the Aurora Order, fearing that they will cause trouble in secret. If they don't cooperate, they are even more uneasy about these lunatics from the Aurora Order. They will definitely cause trouble if they are rejected. But since they chose to cooperate with lunatics, this is the inevitable consequence they must bear. They cannot be allowed to enter the ruins. George III said in a deep voice, but don't anger them either. Find a way to give the Aurora Order something to do, anything. Don't they want their god to descend? Promise them. Just say it will take time, and tell them to wait patiently first. Okay. Prince Grove nodded without hesitation. The descent ritual of the true creator is not a secret, it just requires a large amount of pessimism, despair, numbness, resentment, and primal evil. Only Backland, only the East District, Factory District, and Dock Area combined, can meet his requirements. And this process will inevitably lead to the death of a large number of people. But compared to the godhood ritual carefully prepared by the royal family, this small matter is not worth mentioning at all. Or rather, this is a necessary sacrifice. He cannot become a god. The tall lady with chestnut hair stood by the window, speaking in a gentle but emotionless tone. Her eyes were blue and deep, as if they contained a condensed ocean. She had outstanding beauty, but what was most striking was not this. The natural nobility and the aura of a longtime high-ranking figure that flowed through her demeanor were even more impressive. The lady looked up at the sky, where there was a setting sun, which was extremely rare in the fog-shrouded Backland. But night had clearly not yet fallen, yet in her sight, she could still see that clear blue and bright full moon. He cannot become a god. As if emphasizing to someone, the lady repeated, at least not the Black Emperor. I will stop all of this, even if I have to use all my strength. The lady's eyes were incredibly firm, and her tone was unwavering, even though she was facing a god. Of course, he will not become a god. The petite doll wearing a large pointed wizard's hat responded to her. The lady looked down at the doll sitting on the windowsill. She was so small, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. But even so, the lady did not dare to have the slightest slack or contempt. Because, this was a genuine demigod. He will not become a god, and the king will not transferring fire. The doll looked up at the clear full moon in the sky, her voice very light but seemingly carrying a certain irrefutable tone. Your will. The lady lowered her head slightly and said softly. Chapter 120. Rani, why are you looking at other women? The better is over, I see. I do solemnly swear, to every living being, and every living soul. Now cometh the age of the stars. 1,000-year voyage under the wisdom of the moon. Here beginneth the chill night that encompasses all, reaching the great beyond. Into fear, doubt, and loneliness. As the path stretcheth into darkness. Let's go together. My dear consort eternal. Ember, wake up. The anxious voice of the young girl beside his ear pulled Ember back to reality from his sleep. He opened his eyes. Furs was shaking his body, looking inexplicably worried. What's wrong? Ember looked at Furs, feeling a bit confused. I just. Furs looked at Ember, who had opened his eyes, parted her lips, and then lowered her head, saying, no, it's nothing. Hugh has made breakfast, and she asked me to call you. Okay. Ember nodded gently, not suspicious, but just said softly, I'll be there in a moment. Furs pursed her lips, ultimately suppressing the doubt in her heart, and turned to leave the room. Clap. The door was gently closed, separating the outside from the inside. Dappled sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting overlapping light and shadow that illuminated Ember's face. Half in light, half in shadow. He sat on the edge of the bed, raising his hands somewhat blankly, staring at the lines on his palms. He had another dream, a very long dream, a dream he had dreamt many times. It was as if he was doing certain things over and over again, repeatedly. Just hoping to achieve some kind of accomplishment and putting it into practice for that purpose. But when he woke up, he found that no matter what, he couldn't remember the content of the dream, only the last sentence. Let's go together, my dear consort eternal. Who said this to him? He couldn't remember, the blurred memory only revealed a hazy face. It should have been a very beautiful girl, but he couldn't remember her appearance. Hugh. Furs walked out of Ember's room, her face suddenly becoming anxious. She hurriedly walked towards the kitchen, calling out her friend's name in a low, anxious voice. What's wrong? Hugh poked her head out of the kitchen, looking confused. Furs looked inside. Kurala was skillfully using her tentacles to flip the fried egg with a spatula. Come with me. Furs pursed her lips, hesitated for a moment, then pulled Kurala out of her arms, and in Kurala's confused gaze, she shut the two sisters inside the kitchen. Then, Furs pulled Hugh into the washroom. What happened? Seeing Furs so serious, Hugh's expression also became solemn, and she asked in a low voice. I just went to Ember's room. Furs spoke quickly, yet seemed unable to organize her thoughts beforehand. She could only gesticulate while explaining, I called him but got no response, so you checked for his breath. Hugh was a bit speechless. Her friend did seem like the kind of person who would do something so childish. No, not just that. Furs's small face turned slightly pale. Ember, he wasn't breathing. Huh. Hugh was stunned for a moment and finally reacted, her expression slightly changing. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? How could I be wrong? Furs was so anxious she almost cried out. No matter what, I used to be a doctor. Not only was there no breath, I couldn't feel his pulse either. He was just like a dead person. If he hadn't woken up, Don't panic first. Hugh tried her best to stand on tiptoe and hold Furs's shoulders, trying to calm down the Furs who was about to cry. She took a deep breath and asked in a low voice, did you ask him why? No. Furs said weakly, I was afraid he would die. Huh. Didn't Rosal the Great tell a story? A person named Biggin was alive without a heart, but when others told him that he couldn't live without a heart, he died. Furs tried hard to gesticulate and explain, but seeing the expression on her friend's face, which looked like she was looking at a childish kid, her voice immediately lowered, and she said weakly, is there a problem? No problem. Hugh hesitated for 2 seconds, then gently shook her head. Although she initially thought it was a bit childish, after all, Rosal the Great's story was clearly meant to scare children. But thinking carefully, with extraordinary already existing, what else is impossible? Among the extraordinary, isn't there also a pathway specifically for dealing with corpses? Perhaps the Biggin in Rosal the Great's story was actually a corpse controlled by an extraordinary. If Ember was in a similar situation for such a reason, then it really couldn't be asked directly. But if not asked, how could his condition be determined? Thinking about the Kurala sisters again, they seemed to be entirely soul bodies, and even had ashes. What about Ember himself? Is he completely unaware that he is in a similar situation? Hugh's mind was in a mess for a while, not knowing how to handle it. Although their relationship was initially just a pure monetary transaction, and now that Furs is protected, to put it unkindly, Ember has lost his use value. But after spending this time together, they had already come to regard Ember as a friend, or even family. At this time, how could they possibly just sit back and do nothing? But even if they wanted to help, what could they do? After all, they were just two ordinary Sequence 8, the kind of wild extraordinary who didn't even have a powerful sealed artifact. If they really fought, others could knock them down with a single shot. Ask Mr. Fool. Hugh took a deep breath and gritted her teeth. In this situation, perhaps only Mr. Fool could help them. Then, you do it. Furs asked cautiously. I'll watch outside, you pray. Hugh looked at her friend's timid appearance and said without hesitation. She knew Furs was afraid of knowing the answer she didn't want to know, but this matter had to be done by Furs herself. Because she was afraid too. Without waiting for Furs to object, Hugh directly pushed open the door and left the washroom in her friend's incredulous expression. Only Furs was left alone, facing herself in the mirror who wanted to cry but couldn't, and could only silently begin to pray to the Fool. The Fool who does not belong to this era. You are the mysterious master above the gray fog. You are the king of yellow and black who holds good fortune. ... At 15 Minsk Street, Klene, who had just turned over in bed, suddenly opened his eyes. He heard someone praying to him. Although disturbing someone's sleep in the early morning was not a good habit, he still had to respond to a believer's prayer. Without bothering to get dressed, he climbed out of bed and took 4 steps counterclockwise to enter the gray fog. At a glance, he saw the deep red star representing Miss Magician constantly contracting and expanding. Klene extended his hand, spread his spirituality, and touched it. He resorted the intermittent, confused words from Miss Magician and only then understood the whole story. Because she found he wasn't breathing when she called Ember to wake up, the worried Miss Magician thought he was in a similar situation to Biggin, and was afraid he was a corpse controlled by others, so she specifically came to the gray fog to seek the Fool's help and motto. But Klene was not surprised by this. Instead, he complained with a bit of speechlessness. Isn't it normal not to breathe? It would be truly ghostly if he did. After all, Ember is essentially a pile of residue, ash, left over from the first fire, and there's actually no difference between him and his ashes. Have you ever seen midnight? Bah, have you ever seen ash breathe? Well, Backland smog is an exception, that stuff might actually breathe. However, since Ember's essence is ash residue, what about his ashes? Could they also have been burned out by the first fire? Tisk, thinking about it this way, the possibility seems quite high. For example, Silver Knight, wasn't he burned along with Gwyn? As the description on the Black Knight helmet says, in the past, they served the first Lord of Cinder, Gwyn, followed the king who kindled the first fire, and were themselves burned. Since then, they have become ash, continuing to wander the world. So essentially, Black Knight are also ash burned into residue by the first fire. The reason they can still move freely is, to put it bluntly, thanks to the first fire. Klene suddenly felt like he had found the truth, and his spirits lifted. But on second thought, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and his eyes showed a hint of surprise. That's not right. Ash exists relying on the first fire. Theoretically, if the first fire goes out, then ash should also lose life. But Ember is still alive. Does this indirectly prove that the first fire is still burning? Could it be that he is really walking the first fire ending? No, it could also be the usurpation or taking of the fire ending. Given Ember's personality, it's unlikely he would step on Firekeeper's head, right? So is it usurpation or kindling? If it's kindling, where is the first fire now? Ember woke up from the Church of the Night. Could the first fire be in the hands of the Church of the Night? And if it's usurpation, doesn't that mean the first fire is within Ember? Is Ember's current state related to the first fire? The more Klene thought about it, the more complicated it became, and the more questions arose, making it even harder for him to see the truth. However, the most important thing now was to respond to Miss Magician first, lest she continue to worry. He composed himself, returning to the calm and collected appearance of Mr. Fool, and replied in a deep, calm voice. A normal phenomenon, no need to panic. He is not controlled by anyone, not even gods. Above the gray fog, Klene waited for a while after responding to Miss Magician. After confirming that there were no new developments, he wrapped himself in spirituality and fell back into the real world. But as soon as he felt the existence of his body, Klene tasted the chill. Achoo! He sneezed and quickly removed the wall of spirituality, burrowing back into the covers. Sadly, his covers were already cold. Normal phenomenon. Furs became even more confused and suspicious after receiving the fool's response. How is it? Hugh pushed open the door and poked her head in to ask. Mr. Fool said it's a normal phenomenon. Furs quietly repeated the fool's words. You call not breathing normal? Hugh widened her eyes, staring blankly at Furs, both looking confused. But that's what Mr. Fool told me. Furs spread her small hands, replying somewhat helplessly. Hugh hesitated, feeling that it made sense. She shouldn't doubt a god's judgment. She calmed down and analyzed it point by point. That should be because Ember is different from ordinary people. If there was really a problem, Mr. Fool wouldn't have invited Ember to the Tarot Club. Besides, Ember is a night watcher, and the Church of the Night should be able to discover the problem earlier than us. But since the Church of the Night hasn't reacted, it means this might really be a normal phenomenon. Hugh's voice was slightly hesitant, still finding it hard to accept. But Furs nodded like a pecking chick, thinking she made a lot of sense. If there was really a problem, the Church of the Night and Mr. Fool would definitely be able to discover it earlier than them. After all, Ember goes to work every day. No, that's not right. He seems, probably, possibly, perhaps, maybe not really go to work, right? Phew. Furs breathed a sigh of relief. There was nothing to worry about anymore. Yes, that's right. Furs regained her usual confidence, held her head high, and opened the bathroom door. Then she found that Ember was standing at the door looking at her, and Hugh behind her. Morning. Ember looked at the two women who entered and exited the bathroom together, greeting them as if nothing had happened. It was as if their relationship was very normal, or perhaps he was already used to their special relationship. Morning. Furs greeted him with a guilty conscience, squeezed past Ember's side. Then she flopped onto the sofa. Today was another day of full slacking. Good morning, Ember. Hugh greeted him as if nothing was wrong, but her eyes were a bit evasive. Actually, you don't have to hide it from me. Ember looked at Hugh's flickering expression and said calmly. Huh. Furs, who was lying on the sofa with her head buried in a pillow, slacking off, stiffened. Hugh's expression also stiffened, and she chuckled awkwardly. I don't know what you're talking about. No, you know very well. Ember shook his head, his voice still calm, and said slowly, you know what I'm talking about, and you know what I mean. But as I said, you don't have to hide it. I don't mind. Hugh subconsciously looked at Furs, but the slacking salted fish was still pretending to be an ostrich. This made Hugh feel helpless, but also knew that she could only bear everything herself now. In the end, I'm the only one who bore it all. Hugh sighed secretly in her heart, and at the same time mustered up the courage to meet Ember's gaze, and said slowly, okay, I won't hide it from you anymore. Furs and I just consulted the fool. The fool. Ember was stunned for a moment, looking at the two women with some confusion and hesitation, and asked doubtfully, what does the fool have to do with it? Why do you need to ask the fool's opinion? Because it's about you, and we couldn't make up our minds. After all, your body. Hugh hadn't reacted yet and subconsciously replied, but then she realized she had misspoken and immediately covered her mouth to prevent herself from saying more. What does that have to do with me? Ember's eyes were even more bewildered, and he asked doubtfully, are you two going to do Yuri and bring me along? Or are you, Hugh, actually bisexual? This time, even Furs couldn't hold back and looked up blankly. Hugh's eyes widened, and she asked somewhat angrily, Yuri? What Yuri? Just the literal meaning. Of course I know what this word invented by Rosal the Great means. Just like gay, it's used to describe the impure relationship between women that goes beyond friendship. But what does this have to do with me and Furs? Ember asked back, aren't you in that kind of relationship? Absolutely not. Hugh denied without hesitation, if you don't believe me, ask Furs. We are not in that kind of relationship. Ember heard this and glanced at Furs. He happened to see Furs blushing and lowering her head, burying her head back into the pillow. Quote. Hugh almost laughed out of anger. I'm still trying to explain here and finally explained it clearly, but why are you blushing? Isn't this confirming that they have an improper relationship? Alright. Ember shook his head, still choosing to believe Hugh's explanation, and asked, then what were you doing in the bathroom? Hugh opened her mouth, hesitant for a moment, and then whispered, we were praying to Mr. Fool, asking about your physical condition. Physical condition? Breathing. Oh. Ember understood and said frankly, I don't breathe. It's normal. You call this normal? Hugh wanted to speak but didn't say anything. She just proved what was normal with her actions. She tested her own breath with her finger, and then put her finger near Ember to test. As expected, there was nothing. No breathing, no pulse. Finally, she took Ember's hand and placed it near her nose, letting him feel her breathing. At the same time, she silently looked up at Ember, as if saying, see, this is what's normal. Ember's expression remained calm and indifferent, saying, for humans, having breath is normal. But for me, not having breath is normal. What about life? Hugh asked. Like this, are you still considered alive? Ember gave Hugh a meaningful look and said leisurely, if you're talking about creating life, I think I'm definitely fine. Do you want to try? Hugh's face immediately turned red, and she angrily waved away Ember's hand, which she had just grabbed herself. Get lost. Perhaps because the joke went too far, Hugh urged Ember, who had finished breakfast, to go to work with a cold face. Hugh. Furs looked at Hugh's cold face and whispered, Ember probably didn't mean any harm. I know. Hugh sighed softly, and the cold expression on her face immediately softened, whispering, he just doesn't want us to worry too much, and deliberately skipped this topic. Life. Ember stood on the street, looking at the pedestrians coming and going and the carriages galloping in the middle of the road, silent and lonely. Whether it was people, horses, or rats in the gutter, pet dogs on leashes, and pet cats held by ladies, these were all vibrant lives. Only he was not. In ancient times, the world was not yet divided and was shrouded in a great mist. There were gray rocks everywhere, towering trees, and immortal ancient dragons. Then, one day, the first fire ignited. With the rise of the fire, the world began to differentiate. Hot and cold, life and death, light and dark. And for Ember, who had once thrown himself into the first fire, his body and soul already burned to ashes, leaving only a pile of residue, neither life nor death had any meaning, because ashes were just slaves of the first fire. Unless Ember withdrew his gaze and walked towards the North District. He hadn't reported in much since he came back, so he planned to go to the detective agency to take a look. Along the way, Backland was still the same. People walked in the mist, and the distance was so hazy that they couldn't see the direction, only barely discernible by the road signs along the way. The tall chimneys in the distance continuously spewed out large amounts of gray mist, connecting the sky and the earth seamlessly. In this mist, even if something happened, perhaps no one would know. Even if someone was lurking nearby, those within it would not be able to discover them. Yo, the Viscount is here to inspect. As soon as Ember arrived at the door of the detective agency, Al Hansen looked surprised and exclaimed, how is it? Are you satisfied with our place? Before he finished speaking, Al Hansen suddenly grabbed Borgia's hand and said angrily, and you, I specifically switched positions with you this time, and you're still trying to play tricks without even turning around. No. Borgia sighed helplessly, it's my turn to get off, Captain, are you too sensitive? Quote. Al Hansen glanced at the chessboard and silently released Borgia's hand. Where's old Neil? Ember looked around and asked. I gave him a few days off the day before yesterday. Al Hansen said casually, you know, he's from Tingen. It just so happens that some of his colleagues, also juniors he brought up himself, came to Backland. He's been busy before and didn't have a chance, so I just gave him a few days off to let them get together properly. Who all came to Backland? Ember sat down on a nearby sofa and asked. Borgia explained, Dunn and Leonard, you know both of them. And Miss Daly, who came to Backland 2 months ago and has been leading Simon's team. Borgia said, then shook his head and sighed, the disaster that happened in Tingen 2 months ago was a big blow to them. Klene, well, that young man with a strong scholarly air, sacrificed himself in that disaster to save them, and the murderer is still at large. Klene, huh? Ember thought for a moment and asked, who is the murderer? Al Hansen's expression was extremely serious, and he reminded, one is named Lannis, a swindler. The other is Ince Zangwill, the former archbishop of the Church of the Night, a gatekeeper who failed to advance. He had sequence 5 strength before defecting. The higher-ups speculate that after he stole Saint Selena's ashes, he may have advanced to sequence 4. Even before defecting, he also stole a grade 0 sealed artifact. If you really meet him head-on, even a senior deacon may not be his match. If you have any leads on him, absolutely do not act on your own. Al Hansen repeatedly emphasized this. Although he was usually sharp-tongued, he valued his teammates very much. Especially after the lessons learned from Simon and Dunn, he became even more cautious about this. The reason he reminded him was because when they went to Tingen, they felt that Ember and Klene had a pretty good relationship. Although they only spent less than a day together in total, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if Ember insisted on avenging Klene? And Ember happened to have the strength to do so, although the number of times he had taken action was few and far between. Only that one time in Tingen. But that action almost wiped them out, while Ember was able to resolve it easily. Even after becoming sequence 6, Al Hansen still felt that he couldn't see through Ember. Plus, Ember's information didn't specify his strength, which meant Ember was at least sequence 5. If he didn't tell him that Zangwill had already advanced to sequence 4, Al Hansen was afraid he would really act impulsively. Here's a photo. Borgia cooperatively handed over a photo, which Ember quickly scanned. In the photo, Zangwill was wearing a pure black double-breasted clerical robe and a soft hat. His hair was dark gold, and his pupils were so blue they looked almost black. He had a high nose bridge, tightly closed lips, and facial features like a classical sculpture, without any wrinkles. The most striking feature was his blind eye. Al Hansen continued to explain, the sealed artifact he stole is 008, which looks like a common quill pen. The abilities of Grade 0 sealed artifacts are of the highest confidentiality, so I don't know its specific abilities, but it is said that 008 can forcefully create coincidences through it. Well, this is the result of Dunn and their analysis. You can refer to it, but don't be prejudiced, as that might harm you in combat. Coincidence. Ember inexplicably thought of his previous actions, and indeed there seemed to be many coincidences. Especially the time he assassinated Mr. A, everything seemed normal. But on second thought, the coincidences were so numerous that they were a bit absurd. Oh, right. Al Hansen paused, then continued, Archbishop Anthony asked me to tell you that if you ever come to the detective agency, if you have time, stop by the church again. After speaking, Al Hansen's expression also became strange. Archbishop Anthony is the head of the Church of the Night in the entire Backland diocese, and his status within the church is definitely among the top 3. Although Archbishop Anthony has always been kind, his attitude towards Ember is perhaps too kind, even summoning Ember with a questioning tone rather than a command. Ember, who had just sat down, immediately stood up, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll go now." After speaking, he left the detective agency without looking back. Tisk. Air Hansen's mouth twitched. He knew he shouldn't have told him now. Captain, you should have waited until he was about to leave, not told him as soon as he arrived. Borgia added from the side. Play your game. Air Hansen glared at him and said irritably. Ember walked out of the detective agency's door, turned into an alley where 2 streets intersected along the cobblestone road, preparing to turn towards the church on the back of the street. But along the way, at some point, pea vines hung down from the sky, weaving into a dense forest path. These paths intertwined or spiraled, extending all the way up into the sky. At the entrance of the path, the vines were in full bloom, as if inviting Ember. After a brief thought, Ember voluntarily stepped onto the path and walked forward step by step. After an unknown amount of time, he saw the green plants forming hammock-like seats, gently swaying at a high altitude. There was a lady there, wearing a white Intis-style shirt and a dark black jacket, with a thin rapier hanging from her waist. Except for not wearing a tricorn hat, she was dressed like a standard sea captain. The lady sat on the hammock-like seat, her chestnut hair naturally falling down, and her deep blue eyes looked over, speaking softly and emotionlessly. Ash Black, it's me. Ember nodded slightly and asked in return, how should I address you? Ember glanced at the lady's head, the mysterious Queen Bernardet Gustave. Bernardet. The lady's eyes flickered slightly, and she said softly, for the matter last time, I owe you a favor. If you have a need, you can always chant my honorific name to find me to repay this favor. Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge. Lighthouse of the mysterious world. Eye that peeks into fate. King above the sea. Holy Bernardet Gustave. Did you remember? Ember nodded slightly. Although he didn't know this lady or what favor she was talking about, being able to use her ability to invite him to meet near St. Samuel Cathedral clearly meant it was implicitly approved by the Church of the Night. If there were any questions, he could just ask Archbishop Anthony. You may go. The lady's voice was still soft, but it seemed a bit distant. After all, who would call someone over just to say one sentence? Moreover, you are the one who owes the favor, shouldn't you be more proactive? Perhaps having picked up some bad habits, Ember subconsciously complained in his heart. But he didn't show it, just nodded gently and turned to leave. Slap. The lady sat on the vine-woven seat, looking at Ember's retreating back, wondering what she was thinking. Under the effect of gravity, a pair of slender, jade-like legs wearing black leather boots gently swayed in the air. Following the path back to the ground, the vines spreading across the sky faded at an extremely fast speed, disappearing in the blink of an eye, as if they had never appeared. Ember didn't look back either, turning to walk towards St. Samuel Cathedral not far away. In the main prayer hall, a pastor was leading elegantly dressed believers sitting on benches in a mass. Ember skillfully navigated through the crowd and entered Archbishop Anthony's study. Archbishop Anthony Stevenson wore a black robe with red accents, his eyes were deep, his face was beardless, and he stood in front of the desk illuminated by sunlight, with a gentle smile on his face. Benefactor. Anthony said softly, I think you've already met that lady. Ember nodded slightly, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "She said she owes me a favor, what's that about?" Aurora Order. Anthony said with a smile, "When Benefactor raided the Aurora Order's stronghold, there was a follower of an evil god named Lannis, who was chosen by the true creator as a vessel for divine descent. And that lady, for some reason, needed to prevent a disaster involving high-level power. And the appearance of Lannis, in a sense, completed her ritual." Ember raised an eyebrow slightly and asked. "Yes." Anthony was slightly surprised and explained, "Before that, she was a Sequence 3 feet Prophet Master of the Mystic Pathway, and after that, she has become a Sequence 2 feet Sage. In some matters, Benefactor might try to use this favor." After a pause, Anthony smiled, "A Sequence 2 angel is at least stronger than a demigod like me. If you have some needs that the Church of the Night is inconvenient to handle, she can step in. The Church of the Night is an official organization after all, and it's not convenient for them to handle some lawless matters. For example, assassinating a king, it would ultimately have a bad impact on the Church of the Night if it got out. So Ember didn't intend to inform the Church of the Night from the beginning, nor did he intend to seek their help. But Bernardet was just right. After all, she doesn't belong to any force at the moment. By using the favor of him helping her advance to Sequence 2, it shouldn't be difficult to ask her to help kill someone. Right." Anthony thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "The Church of the Night has an operation tonight. If Benefactor is free, you might as well listen in." "Okay." Ember nodded silently. After confirming that Anthony had nothing else to say, he turned and left the study. Ritual. Anthony suddenly let out a bitter laugh. "Is it that fast? Your Highness Ariana, is all of this truly within your calculations?" In a house somewhere in Backland, Bernardet, who had returned to her room, asked softly with some confusion. "Why didn't you meet him yourself?" In front of Bernardet was a small blue doll girl sitting on a chair, only the size of a palm. She wore a wide wizard's pointed hat, and there were a large number of books on the chair that seemed to have been piled up unintentionally. She herself sat on this towering pile of books, allowing her gaze to be level with Bernadette's. Although she was small, she seemed to exude a sense of majesty. At this moment, the small blue doll looked directly into Bernadette's eyes, not showing any fear due to the huge difference in their sizes, and her voice was clear. "It's not time yet. The king has not fully returned, and the despicable fire thief is still troubling the king. In the long slumber, the king and the fire thief have reached a balance. With the accumulation of time, the king will eventually be able to completely annihilate it, but not now. My appearance will break this balance and make the fire thief fight to the death. Moreover." The small doll looked up at the sky, seemingly seeing a crimson full moon through the gray fog. Her voice was still calm, but it seemed to carry a hint of cold hostility. "He hasn't discovered me yet, and doesn't know that I have come into the world. But he will definitely cast his gaze upon the king. Once I appear in her sight, I will be completely expelled. Or rather, they have been secretly coveting the king and the fire. So they will definitely stop me, preventing me from reuniting with the king. Therefore, I still need to wait patiently." "Wait until when?" Bernardet asked subconsciously. "Waiting for the king's awakening, or..." The small doll looked at Bernardet and said calmly and indifferently, 1368. 1368. Bernadette's expression changed slightly. In this world, everyone with the ability to prophesy is very certain that the end is coming, and Bernardet is no exception. However, due to the limitations of her strength, she could not prophesy the exact time. But in the holy texts of the Knowledge Church, the end of the world will be in the year 1368 of the Fifth Epoch. She originally didn't know where the end came from, but now she knew. The Church of the Night had already told her when they helped her advance to Sequence 2 that the end came from Celestial, from the outer gods. They are watching from Celestial, trying to devour and split this world. And this small doll girl in front of her is one of the outer gods. Moreover, she is one of the most powerful individuals among the outer gods. Otherwise, she would not have been able to forcibly seize the authority of the moon as a latecomer and contend with other outer gods. As a native of this world, Bernardet certainly didn't want them to descend, and she knew that the doll girl in front of her was waiting for the end to come. But she was not prepared to resist, and she couldn't resist. "Your will," Bernardet said respectfully. The small doll glanced at her, but quickly withdrew her gaze, seemingly not caring about her true thoughts at all. And that was indeed the case. For her, besides the king, there was nothing else worth caring about. "Our journey is far from over, my king." The small doll whispered to herself as if no one was around. "I have lost you once, this time I will never make a mistake again. We will embark on the journey again, no longer in darkness, no longer wandering, and no longer alone." As early as when the doll was whispering to herself, Bernardet had already quietly withdrawn from the room. These were not things she could hear. But what Bernardet didn't know was that at the same time she left, a black shadow silently swept into the room through the open window. It was a slender woman, taller than average, but for some reason, she was completely shrouded in a black trench coat, like an assassin. At this moment, this woman with a graceful figure was kneeling on one knee. The small doll looked at the assassin kneeling in front of her and said calmly, "Go, gather your surviving sisters. After thousands of years of protection, now, sacrifice yourselves for your king." After countless years of waiting, she had already learned patience, but this did not mean that she would do nothing. The moment she successfully descended into this world, the plan had already begun. No one can stop her plan, not humans, and certainly not gods. The assassin in the black trench coat did not speak. She respectfully lowered her head. A moment later, her figure disappeared into the shadows. Assassins are just like that. The doll was still sitting on the towering pile of books, looking at the clear blue full moon outside the window. Her eyes seemed meaningful, and also seemed to carry a hint of nostalgia. Finally, her gaze settled on that crimson full moon. P.S. Suddenly realized something. The year 1368 happens to be the year the Ming dynasty was established. Well, it should just be a coincidence. PS2, there are two interpretations of the star's ending circulating online. One is that she became a collaborator, and the other is that she took the law away from the interstice, enduring loneliness alone so that the interstice could be free from the intrusion of outer gods. Undoubtedly, the book is writing about the second one, and I don't accept refutations. Rani absolutely cannot be a bad woman. For more thrilling fanfiction stories like this, check out my channel Fanfic Audiobook. Dive into epic adventures, mysterious realms, and legendary journeys brought to life through immersive storytelling. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more amazing audiobooks.